I will lift up my eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from Yahweh, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. Yahweh is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Yahweh shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. Yahweh shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in, from this time forth, and even forevermore. The other church, that church that was in the wilderness, before the angel of Yah. And in that day, 7 women shall take hold of one man, saying, we will eat our own bread and wear our own apparel. Only let us be called by thy name to take away our reproach. Who is she that looketh forth as the morning, fair as the moon, clear as the sun, and terrible as an army with banners? I went down into the garden of nuts to see the fruits of the valley, and to see whether the vine flourished and the pomegranates budded.
Yeah, okay, I'm live, man.
For the vineyard of the Lord of hosts is the house of Israel.
Okay.
And the men of Judah his pleasant plant. And he looked for judgment, but behold oppression, for righteousness, but behold a cry. Return, return, O Shulamite, return, return, that we may look upon thee. What will he see in the Shulamite? It were the company of 2 armies. His bride was prepared before him in glory. The people that stood with him was his church, the body of the Hamashach. They are Christ, his people, Israel. Our villages were pillaged, our women ravaged, our children were sold for wine. It was he that would come for us. Nation was against nation, kingdom against kingdom. Ah, ba, ga, da.
Time to set the stage with the lights off. Let the little nigga breathe to the fight's lost. You ain't never like the room with the bright sauce. Hail Mary, they despise what the light brought. Let them roach niggas bleed if they can't see. Side at a TV, what you can't be. They say that murder on my mind, now they can't breathe. Take a picture of the crew, that's your last peep. Oh, I need me your love, yeah, that's just me. Keep them jumping like some frogs, so they might be leave when the sun set. And they don't really wanna bleed from the gunplay. And like mine, nigga smoking weed on the one-way street, nigga. Yeah, we see we outside with it. Pull up to debates like we might be with it on God. Side these niggas like bullshit and they fraud. Let me chop them down with the sword. Walk them down like they live hard. This the toughest you gon' be in, we too hard. And you don't really want that smoke, my G. With B-side net on TV. This the toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. Toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. off your lip before you get flipped. We got sources over here, we don't just spit. Too many bosses over here, y'all just legit. Put them niggas in the game, let them get real. Don't even step unless you come in with that scholarship. That economic tip, gotta make a dollar flip. And I might be next, I don't give a damn, a truth rolling with me, so I'm feeling like the son of man. Too many gon' hate, gotta make a stand. I'm just tryna duck the lake, you don't understand. Read them when I greet them, that's my best plan. Head first shit, I'm just saying. Nigga meet me in LA, oh you just playing. Too many be fake, what the base saying. So I tell them they don't want no smoke before they end up in the newspaper next day. Smoke, this the toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. Toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. Toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. Toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. The toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. Toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. Toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. Toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. And this is it, right?
Yeah, you bump a shaking on my phone. Who wants to smoke? Who wants to smoke? Who wants to smoke? Who wants to smoke? Temperatures going up, the heat is rising. Scholars are showing up, audience vibing. We on a mission, competition is the only desire. Whose information will be facing the unmerciful fire. So what's up, stand up, can you walk through hell? So tough, too tough for the weak, soft shell. Set the fire, fan the flame, smoke is rising in plumes. While the inexperienced debater starts to choke on the fumes. Bring your science, bring your wisdom, even bring us your religion. If you cannot stand the heat, then please don't come in the Paul's kitchen. This is session, learn a lesson, fight and overcome your fear. Who will be the best debates by the time all the smoke clears? Who wants to smoke? Who wants to smoke? Who wants to smoke? Who wants to smoke? Smoke session, smoke session, smoke session, smoke session, smoke 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 session. Smoke session. Smoke session. Yeah. You bump a shaking on my phone. Yeah.
Thank you for that, Israel. Thank you, Eyes. Yeah, I'm muted. Thank you. Did y'all hear the music? Or do you hear me now? Do you hear me now? Asiatic, am I still muted right now? Am I still muted? Yes. Wow. Okay. You know what? I see what's wrong. Hold on. Hold on.
Apostle, you are not muted. We can all hear you on live. I'm watching at the crib.
Oh, okay. I don't know why they was telling me I was muted, man.
Yeah,
So you got me, right?
yeah.
You can hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Just let me finish doing what I'm doing here, and it should be okay. I had to go. Okay, I'm good. As far as internet's concerned, I'm good also. Thanks, Ashe. Appreciate that, man. Appreciate that. I don't know what y'all heard and what you didn't hear, but we got a heck of a show coming up. We got Elder Yarah coming up doing a one-on-one with your brother. And we're gonna talk about some things. We're gonna go in history, talk about what Yarah meant when he's speaking on the scholars back in the early years, back in the 2nd, 3rd century. Who were they? Who was a part of that? Who was a part of the Council of Nicaea? We're gonna talk about that stuff. We're gonna talk about probably Hippo. Then we'll probably talk about Carthage. You know, we're just going to get a blessing from the brother as to and let me go ahead and bring him in because I see he's in, as to what it is, where his beliefs lie. I don't know, possibly there's a challenge. I don't know. We'll see. There might come a challenge out of it. I don't know. Then again, I don't know everything. So we're going to clear it up today. That's for sure. And, I'm going to get certain people off of my back, saying I'm partial, so that's all I got to say about that, because the brother ain't partial at all, I'm just here for the information. And I just can't go against my information, what I believe, right? So, and I'm subject to change like anybody else, right? I'm subject to change like anybody else, man. Information changes. It flows. It's like the Hebrew word mayam for water. It flows. Information. It flows. Who knows? Next year, we might be sitting under an occupied force that's not from this planet. Y'all heard that, right? Next year, if not sooner, he might very well be sitting under an occupied. Now, they ain't gonna say we occupied. But when you see those massive ships up in the air, ain't going nowhere, strange beings going in and out of the White House, you occupied, brother. What Apostle talking about? Well, I'm not gonna get into that anymore right now, cause I got Yarah. So, come on in, Yarah. Talk to me, man. What you got?
Man, first, giving all praises to the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, to our ancestors, to our great teacher, Yeshua, our Mashiach, who taught us how to walk out the Torah circumspectly. Shout out to you, Apostle, for having me on as a guest. Much respect and honor to you, brother. Shout out to Sanetta and the HOK and all his contributions and what he does for the community. Please like, share, and subscribe to this channel. If you have not already, please donate. If you haven't gotten your ticket for the July 11th debate, please do so. Shout out to Sanetta, man. He's putting in real work, traveling across the country to bring you fresh content that you don't aptly see on other channels of this kind. And then how many other channels that actually exist that actually give us that. So, peace and blessings. Hold on, I want to share my screen in a second.
Oh, okay. Let me go back here then. Let me know when you're ready to share.
Okay. Let me see. Yeah, okay. I just wanted to be able to set it up to be ready to do it. It was looking funny for a second. Okay, but yeah, Apostle. Yeah, man, we can dialogue, man. You could take me off the jumbo screen. I'm good. We can chop it up for a second.
Okay.
And get right into
All
it.
right. I thought the people wanted to see your handsome face here, man. That's all.
Hey, listen, some do, some don't. It's all good. Makes no difference to me, man. Yeah. I've had to deal with that my whole life, so it's all good.
Yes, I understand.
Yes, sir. So, yeah, man. So I'm here, man. I know it's been a minute, man. We've been trying to get this together.
Yes,
just to have sit down and face to face, talk about some different things, and hopefully we can have some good dialogue to come out of this discourse.
Well, I should have started off by, first of all, acknowledging that this is the HOK Coliseum coming at you under the guidance of our brother El Sanetta and his lovely wife. And all the hosts, the family of HOK, those that frequent these panels, as well as those that frequent the chat, those that support, those that desire to support just ain't able to support. So we want to shout out everybody, today for just lifting us up, keeping us what's the word I want to use? Not important, but keeping us come on, y'all, to help me out. What's the word I want to use? Other than important, but established, desirable, those type of things, keeping us active in our community, bringing interesting topics and discussions, point of views, hypotheses, and all that kind of stuff. I'm not trying to sound intelligent, but I am trying to. I am trying to just to raise the bar just a little bit to my brother. So I'm gonna go ahead and turn it over to you, man. First of all, man, we want to know. We're gonna go right out the bat, and I want to say, bro, what do you mean when you be saying these scholars?
Mm-hmm.
especially these scholars that are in the second, third, and fourth going on century?
Well, yeah, they're most of them are referred to as the church fathers. You have to, they're the scholars of the day, especially second century and onward. Uh, you'll see those like Tertullian, Origen, Irenaeus, those those particular gentlemen who were in the forefront, spearheading for what we call today, or I like to reference as the Afro-Judeo movement or the Judeo-Christian movement of its day. And so we see a lot of apologetics that was going on between them establishing the doctrine of really basically a new what some determined to be a new religion. I don't hold that it was a new religion, but it's a continuation of something that existed thousands of years ago. The name determinatives that we use uh, as far as Christianity and different things like that, a lot of those things are just modern terms to um, actually give a understanding to the furtherance of ideas that has existed, uh, I say, in time memorial. So, um, so I talk about them a lot, what they wrote. Uh, Erasmus, a lot of things that they dealt with. We know that they were responsible for uh, a lot of the copying of the text that we have. Here's what I like to say. I know there's been many debates about whether or not uh, the Greeks wrote the Bible. Um, that is a fallacious argument. No one makes that argument in actual academia that holds any weight. We know that these were Israelites or uh, that actually um, wrote in Greek with Hebrew thought. And so we see a lot of these different things that come about, and a lot of modern day Christian doctrine comes from the things that they wrote, their arguments, and how they actually foresaw or saw the scripture. And so it's important that I believe if you are studying those texts, that didactic literature or wisdom texts, as I like to call them, that you understand who they are, and why they were writing what they were writing, right? Everything had a purpose. Some of it involved politics, some of it involved religious and what they considered to be righteous living. Um, a lot of it had to do with their cultural positioning at the time. So there's a number of things that goes into the actual understanding of the text, other than just the black and white letters we often see printed on the pages. So um, that's what I mean when I'm talking about those instances of things that uh, we read in the scriptures today. Man, Apostle, I can't hear you if you're muted.
I'm sorry. I muted myself because I don't want to interfere with your presentation. So anything that you can add, particularly to some of those mainstream church fathers, I think you might have mentioned it, but I'm not sure. What were they? What background were they? European, Hebrews.
Yeah, great question. None of them were European. That's first and foremost, right? And I think that's one of the biggest tropes out here that many people try to use in their arguments against the Bible. None of them were European. And so when people try to argue, well, the Bible gives us this westernized, Euro-westernized stance, it does not. It didn't exist, right? Uh, they didn't exist at the time. Who we consider today to be a European, right? It wouldn't be what we would call uh, a white man, or how some Israelites, refer to as Edomites today as the white man. Even that is uh, uh, sort of a fallacious stand. It's really not a biblical stand to call Edomites the white man, right? The European that we see today, and people will argue with you about that. They'll tell you about, they'll talk about Zepho and Esau and different things like that. Well, we know historically Esau was not a European. He did not have white blood. Doesn't matter how you try to slice it and how they try to explain it away. The scripture does tell us that he had a twin brother, right? Whose name was Jacob. And Jacob and Esau were not of two different they were not of two different fathers coming out of one womb. That's just insane.
Right.
Science
Okay.
doesn't lend anything to that we know. Neither does the scripture lend anything to that. People get confused and they began to create notions when it talks about, and there will be two nations, right? Well, when it talks about two nations, all it's talking about is two ways of life, right? One would choose one way of life, one would choose another way of life, right? One will give birth to one nation of people, and one will give birth to another nation of people. Not that these are two separate fathered zygotes, or babies developing in the womb, like that, right? What it doesn't tell us, we don't know if they were identical twins. We don't know that, right? We don't know, what type of twins they were. If they were just, what is it? Paternal twins. We don't know. It doesn't give us that history, right? So for people to try to say, well, Esau came out as a white man and the other one came out as a black man, it's hogwash. It's foolishness. It has no basis in scripture. Anyone teaches that is not really apt to teach. So that's my stance. That's my stance on that.
Okay, appreciate that. I'm guilty. I don't teach that Esau was a white man. The Bible says he was red and hairy, somewhat different from Jacob. So we know they wasn't identical in the fact that one was stipulated. They both would have to be red and hairy if they were identical. Identical mean exact. Like no difference. You wouldn't be able to tell one from the other. But we know Jacob had to do, his mama had to do some things to him to deceive Isaac.
Well,
but
yeah.
I don't believe that. Just let me say, I don't believe he was born white. I do believe his bloodline became white with that, what you call that Zepho, that breeding with Alexander's, being the fact that Philip, Alexander's father, was the grandson of Esau, and that Esau also interbred with the cave dweller. I can't even think of what they were called, but they were in that. I don't want to use that other word, but yeah, they were in the cave, and he went in there and got 50 wives out of those people.
Yeah.
according to the
Yeah.
book of Jasher, or
Yeah.
if that's true. But that's what it says.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
but we ain't gonna argue about nothing, man. You know,
No, we're not going to argue about anything. I
yeah,
just like to say, in regards to that, like people, they often miss the points of the story when it talks about Esau. It gives us an account where it talks about people argue where Esau came out uh, red, or he had red hair, right, or different things like that. So you often see the pictures of him like that. But the Bible also goes into reasons where that's not the reason why it calls him red. There are instances in the scripture, in the text, where it calls him red because of the red pottage he was eating,
yeah,
right? So obviously, if we go into the story, it's not talking about his skin complexion, right? And it's definitely not delineating ethnicity, right? Because he has the same mother and father. So then, what is it that it's referring to, right? When it talks about uh, Esau came out red, right? So you have to understand that a lot of these things that were being written about and talked about were being talked about in anachronistic terms by the writers at the time, right? We know that at that time, Esau people were people who were living in the land of Seir, right? In the mountainous regions of Seir, and the dirt, the soil was Edom or red,
right,
right? Red clay, just like we see in ancient Kemet, right? They had the red lands. Why? Because the desert sands were reddish looking,
true,
right? So
true,
we also have instances in the scripture where David is referred to as ruddy. That's just a
right.
form of a reddish tone, right? So it gives us the same argument and understanding, but I can show you. Let me read something, man, because I think that's important too. Let me show
Go
you.
ahead, man. It's your
And
show.
I even see some of the brothers in the chat. Shout out to JJ 7000, man. Peace to you, fam. I even see some of the one of the brothers in the chat, and I'm going to do this for the show because I really look in the chat. But they talk about the Horites, right? But if you
Right.
study
That's
the
the name of
inception,
the people I was trying
yeah,
to think about.
yeah, if you study the inception of the Horites lived in occupied what we would they were called the land of Seir at that time, and also the Horites were a priesthood. They were a priesthood of ancient Kemet, and they have a connection to Heru, right? So when you begin to study these people in ancient times and see who they actually were, then you'll begin to understand that a lot of times these people were talked about in regards to places that they occupy and their descendants occupied, right? And so um, we start seeing these things, right, um, uh, in the scripture. But if you only stay within that text, and this is what I have with a lot of Israelites, Christians, and people who argue against the Bible, if you only stay within the text, you're going to miss what's actually being talked about, right? Because if you don't have a cultural background, if you don't have a political background, if you don't have a background of what language was being spoken, of trade and trade routes, if you don't understand that, then you won't understand 90% of what you're reading. You just won't. It's impossible for you to be able to fully get a grasp of it, right? If you don't especially if you don't understand the politics of the day, right? You're just gonna be making a whole lot of stuff up. I get accused of that a lot. People tell me, Elder Yara, you're making stuff up. But you know what? That's because it's stuff that most people have never studied and never read, right? So it's easy. Let me share my screen real quick, Apostle. Let me get to one of these, right? And all those we got our keyboard warriors in the chat, you know. You're welcome to come up here because I did wake up this morning and I chose violence. So feel free, come up on this panel if you want. Let me show something really quick. Let me find it. Let me find it. I wanted to show people a source really quickly. It's been a while since I bought it out. Here it is. All right. And so let me see. Let me go back here. I'm going to share my screen right now. And then you let me know if you can see it, Apostle. Yeah. Why would you come up here? That's exactly my point. Why would you? Okay. Can you see my screen, Apostle? Apostle, you still on mute. I can't hear you.
It should be sharing in a few minutes.
Oh, okay.
I already clicked it on. So
yep. I just want to go over some things touch on some things real quick. Right.
Oh, one thing, man, my internet's down. I'm using Wi-Fi. So things are moving pretty slow.
Yep. It's all good.
So
Apostle.
my internet connect is down. And I'm using my Wi-Fi. So when you're working off of Wi-Fi, things don't work like they should.
Yeah, slow down a little bit. I think it's sharing, Apostle. Can you see it now or no?
Yeah, it's on the screen.
It's on the screen. Okay, yeah.
I wanted to get from the biblical lineage.
Yeah, the biblical lineage of East.
Yeah.
Yes, that's it. And if people don't know, that's a question that I'm asking. This is a picture of Alexander the Great right here. Hold on one second, man. Let me put this back in real quick. There we go. Forgot about that. I want to show something about that. Talking about Esau, which y'all hear a lot of times. I just want to show the source on it. Right here it is, right here. Right. This is I call it in this slide presentation, I call it the Great Deception, how Esau became Rome. Right. Because a lot of people try to make the argument that Esau is directly connected to the Romans or to the quote unquote white man, right? And you got folks running around calling them Edomites or whatever. Y'all want to debate me? Let's get it.
Yeah, I read that.
Yeah. So let's do it. Right. So you have this gentleman right here. Hopefully you can see my screen. His name is Simeon ben Yohai, right? And we'll study two sources, right? So Picture History of Jewish Civilization and the Secrets of Rabbi Shimon ben Yohai, right? Which is this gentleman right here, right? And we're talking about why you hear the term of people calling Romans Edomites, right? It says, but first we would deal with the latter book. Rabbi Shimon did not write this book. It is a commentary on his teachings, right? This latter one, right? It says he was a 2nd century Tanaitic sage in ancient Israel, said to be after the destruction of the Second Temple in 70 CE. This book about his writings was written in the 8th century AD, right? It says this is where it quotes the secrets of Rabbi Shimon ben Yohai. Now listen to this. This is what he writes. It says, and when he saw that the kingdom of the sons of Ishmael, right? And we know the sons of Ishmael, they're talking about the Ishmael, the son of Abraham, right?
Right.
Would eventually spread throughout the world. Simeon bar Yohai wept and said, Lord of the universe, is it not enough for your sons what the evil kingdom of Edom Rome did to them, that you must also send the kingdom of Ishmael against us? The Holy One, blessed be he, answered, do not fear, son of man, for the Holy One be he, for the Holy One be he brings the kingdom of Ishmael only to save you and from this evil one. And he sets a prophet of his choice over them, and they will come and restore it to the Jews, and there will be a great hatred between them and the children of Esau, Rome. Right? Now,
Right.
Simon ben Yohai says this, right, in the Secrets of Rabbi Shimon ben Yohai, is a Jewish myth of the mid-8th century, which present a Judaic messianic interpretation of Arab conquest of the early 7th century. This was a Judaic messianic story, meaning they did not believe in the Savior of the New Testament. This
Where are
story
you
is,
reading?
huh?
Where are you reading at?
I'm reading this in the second person. It may not have moved from you yet. Can you still see my
Yeah, I
screen?
don't know, because what I see on the page, okay, now I see it.
Okay, yeah, it's probably moving a little slow for you.
Right. Israel?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, go ahead.
So I'll tell you, yeah, so I'll tell you when I'm changing it so to give you some time for it to catch up to you. It says this story was about the first coming of whom they believe might be the Savior that would bring about the end. Now, this is what I mean when people talk about who they believe the Messiah was, right? All
Right.
Jews, all Israelites, they didn't believe that Yeshua or Yahushua was the Savior,
Right.
right?
Right.
They're talking about this in the 7th century, right? 7
Right.
centuries after he's dead and gone, right?
And they
So
still don't believe it.
and they still don't believe it. But this is
Right.
what I tell people when people say, are you a messianic Hebrew Israelite? All Israelites are messianic. Whether
Right.
you believe Jesus came and was the Messiah, whether you believe it was
Somebody else
Barcoba
or
or
somebody's yet
somebody
still
else
to come.
or King David
Right.
to come or whatever, you are a messianic believer. That's just the
Right.
nature of it, right? So all of that argument between Torah onlys and that because they don't believe, you're still a messianic Israelite, right?
Right.
Still a messianic Hebrew. That's just the point of it, right? So he says this story was about the first coming, whom they believe might be the Savior that would bring about the end. The 8th century has gone by us. So this itself is not a reliable source. Now we need to understand where the idea of an Edom-Rome connection came from, right? Why Rome was called Edom. Why do they refer to Edom as Rome? In Jewish history, the Roman Empire was identified with Edom, specifically the Amalekites, right? Spanish rabbinic leader Ramban, right, and Ezra, French rabbinic leader Rashi, and more, they use the term Edomite to refer to Rome or the Byzantine Empire, right? Next, the next slide is an excerpt from Rabbi Moshe ben Maimonides, or who they call Maimonides, in his book, The Gate of Redemption, in regards to Rambam, right? That's what they're talking about. So this is what he says. Why did they refer to Edom as Rome? In the first gate, he writes, the ships will come from the coast of Kittim, Numbers in chapter 24, verse 24. I have just said that the Kittim are Romans. We find Kittim to be one of the children of Javan,
Right.
the ancestors of the Greeks, right? Now, who does Javan come out of? Who does Javan come out of?
Those are they are the counterparts of the Greeks. They're the
yeah, they're the right. They're referred to oftentimes, right, the ancestors of the Greeks. Right, they're connected to the Greeks and the Macedonians, right?
Right.
And so Kittim, however, and this is what happens, Kittim, however, became the head of the large family, which eventually became the separate nation named for Kittim, their ancestors. This we have found in the Torah of Moses, or Moshe, peace be upon him, a clear promise of the future redemption, which is to come upon us. Now, this is important because this is where people begin to go wrong. They don't understand that the original people of this land are not the people that's being talked about here. These are people that actually come and occupy that land, but they kept the same name. So this is why people often get confused about Esau being called a white man, right? Watch this. So the third gate, he writes, he says, we who rely on the opinion of our rabbis of blessed memory believe that we are presently in exile of Edom, which they refer to Rome, and that we shall have no respite from it until the coming of the Messiah, the first coming of the Messiah, not the true second coming, as he had already come before that point. The Edomites, the nation around Mount Seir, right, descended from Esau, who was the first to mistakenly follow after the man whom they claimed he was the Messiah. They also ascribed Elohimliness to him, right? Or that he was the Elohim of the first high God, right? It says, when they came to the land of Italy, their error spread to the nearby city of Rome. In other words,
you're ahead of yourself again.
Okay, hold on. I'll slow down for you.
Yeah. Right
I'll
now, I'm saying we who rely on the opinion of the rabbis.
Yeah, I'll wait for you
memory.
to catch up. Yeah, I'll wait for you to catch up, Apostle. Yeah. And what I'm doing for the people that just coming in is showing why and how Esau became to be known as some people call the white man, right? But it has nothing to do with their lineage. It has nothing to do, and I'm going to show that, right?
Okay, there you go.
It's in history, right?
When they came to the land of Italy.
Right. So when they came to the land of Italy, their errors, who is it talking about? The sons of Esau, right?
Right.
It says their teachings, their errors spread to the nearby city of Rome. There in the days of Constantine, who ruled over Rome, right? So when the sons of Esau, right, who were directly connected to Esau, they went into the land of Italy, right, during the time of Constantine, who ruled over Rome. It says the council, under the authority of the bishop of the city of Rome, determined their belief in him and established it as a religion of the empire. This, above all else, is the main cause and reason that Rome and Edom are considered one kingdom, not because of blood relation, because one took on the others. They acculturated another's belief. Rome acculturated the belief. So people began to call the Romans Edomites. They're not blood connected. You see?
Right. Same thing with Israel and the Greeks.
Exactly.
When Israelites took on the customs of the Greeks.
Exactly. That's exactly right. And this happens during the time of Constantine. So we know that nobody in the Old Testament thought that Esau was connected to Rome. They didn't believe that, right? They didn't understand that because it didn't happen that way, right? So this doesn't happen until Rome acculturates another group's beliefs.
Well, Herod is considered an Edomite.
Yes. Herod is considered a Edomite.
Right.
Yes. And he is, and this is why we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves, but this is why he had to marry into the Hasmonean dynasty, because his cousins, who were the Israelites, didn't recognize them as really first-class citizens or those who could actually rule over Israel. So he had to marry into the Hasmonean dynasty and then killed off the wives and killed off his wife and killed off his son.
He killed off his son.
Right. And this is how Herod comes to power. Right. But he had to marry into the Israelite culture. But they're half their cousins, right? They're cousins. So they still have the same blood as their father, Jacob. No, not Jacob, Isaac.
Esau.
Right. They still have the same blood as Isaac, right? Through Abraham, right? So, but Rome is not a part of that. Never was, right? Genetically connected to them, right?
Now,
Rome just acculturated their belief.
Speaking of Constantine,
Mm-hmm.
who died in 347,
Mm-hmm.
but in 325 they had the Council of Nicaea,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Right.
And which was determined. The argument was over the Trinity or over an Arianism that Christ
Arianism.
was just a man.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
What came out of that council was that God is a Trinity.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where that thought came from, and that's where it was established. Do you know anything about that council?
Yeah, it was Arian who was running, and what happened, basically what it was, you had the African. This is why I laugh a lot of times when people talk about how Christianity was forced on Africans. Well, at that council, you had basically literally a majority or half or almost a majority of that council were African. They were
Right.
African people, right? Right. So Arian, and so Arian believed
And
in
what
one
about
way.
Constantine? Because there's some that say Constantine was black.
Well, I haven't come to a conclusion that Constantine was black, but I will say he wasn't European, right?
Yeah.
Like we
And
just
I'll
got to
say
stop
another
that.
thing, he was wicked as hell.
Yeah. And so because the belief is that one of the falsehoods is that Constantine converted to Christianity. He did not convert to
Right.
Christianity, right?
He
That's a false.
morphed it.
People argue that, right? He changed it,
He
right?
morphed
Yeah,
paganism into Christianity.
yeah. That's exactly what he did. He infused it, and he came up with what he called, again. He began to call Christianity. He gave them a new version, right?
Right.
Or new gospel, right? Is what he gave them, right?
Right.
And we have accounts where instead of them tearing down the Greek gods that Paul debated against, he just simply switched out the names on the Greek statues, right? And put the apostles' names on the Greek statues. So Zeus, he named Peter, and so on, different like that. And that's basically what Constantine did. So to appease the people, because some of his people, those Romans, they still wanted their pantheon of deities. And so they were used to doing that. Plus, they were making money, right, in those temples, right, with those different pantheon of deities. And so, them people, they didn't want to mess with the church's money. So this was his fix, right? And so, this is why you have today, quote unquote, the Catholic Church, and they pray to Saint Peter, and they pray to this one, and they
Right.
pray to that, pray
Right.
to that statue, and pray that that's Constantine's
Right.
religion, right? That's Constantine's Christianity, right? That's not the first century Christianity that we read about in the Bible. It's not the same.
Is that on that information? Is that on a PDF?
Yeah, it's on the it's on the PDF.
Is it a large PDF? Can you send that to me?
Yep, I'll send it to you. Yep, I'll send it to you. I'll send it to you. And then let me finish out this point, and then we can move on to something else. Right? And so this is you should be able to see it on the screen. This is Rabbi Akiva, right?
Right.
He was one of the major writers. He wrote large portions of the Talmud, right? And this is their this is the Jewish commentary, right? That they began to write after around circa 600 CE, part of the Jewish Talmud, not the Babylonian Talmud, but the Jewish Talmud that occurred around circa 600 CE, 630 CE, somewhere around there, right? And they began to write their commentary on the history, right, of certain things, right? And so Rabbi Akiva, he's the one that actually tells it, right? And this is what he says, right? He says, let me know when it switches over from that, Apostle, then I'll start reading for you.
Okay, when it switches?
Yep, you can see the text on the screen.
Okay.
Right. And I'm talking about why it's not proper to really call the white man today, Edomites, not based on
Man, I
the
wish my
biblical
internet was
narrative.
working, man.
Yeah, it's not really based on the biblical text, but it's based on commentary and political scurrying
Okay,
of the
it
time.
just changed.
Okay, great. So again, I'm going to quote from Rabbi Akiva. He says, in the story of the Jewish people being a history of the Jewish people since Bible times, volume 1, Rabbi Akiva states that the Edomites are the Romans, right? And people say, Yarah, you just contradicted yourself, but let's see what he says. He says, why? Right? Asks Turnus Rufus of Rabbi Akiva on a subsequent occasion. Have we incurred the hatred of your God so that he says, I hate Esau? The Romans were said to be the descendants of Esau. There are a few things wrong with the idea that this proves Esau and the Romans are the same race. Firstly, just because there was an Edomite in Rome does not mean all Edomites are Romans. Secondly, Akiva was one of the reasons that, and this is it right here, Rabbi Akiva, this is who y'all point the finger at. Rabbi Akiva was one of the reasons the Jews equated Esau with Rome, not based on fact, but false interpretation, as shown earlier, right? I just changed it again, Apostle. I'm just going to keep reading till you catch up with it because it's talking about the
Okay.
It says, whatever the merits of these theories, in fact, remains that the earliest explicit testimony we possess of a Jewish authority who identified Esau with the Romans was Rabbi Akiva, who interpreted the scriptural verse, the voice is the voice of Jacob, but the hands are the hands of Esau. In the sense of the voice of Jacob cries out because of what was done to him by the hands of Esau. Rabbinic tradition understood this as a reference to the destruction by the Roman armies of Batar, the last Jewish stronghold in the uprising led by Simeon Bar Kokhba during the Bar Kokhba revolt. So basically what happens is Rabbi Akiva, right, in his commentary, he equates Roman occupation and brutality with the conflict that the Jews or the Israelites had with Esau. He's only making a compare and contrast. He's not saying that these are the exact same people. Matter of fact, he clearly says that they are not the same people. They are not of the same lineage. But he's comparing the destructive force. You got to mute out, Apostle. He's comparing the destructive force and occupation of the Romans at that time with their conflicts of the past and their cultural memory of the Jews' conflict with Israel, between Israel and Esau. Right? That's the only connection. That's the only connection. Nowhere does it say, it states that the white man is Esau or the white man is an Edomite. Only through his actions is the compare and contrast made, is the connection made. Not through bloodline, not through a lineage, not any of that. Right? And so I'm just going to read this last part.
Expound a little bit on what you mean by actions.
Yeah, the tyranny, the oppression that we saw that the Romans during all the way up in time to 70 AD and afterwards, right? Even up until this time. And I'm gonna read it in this next text here. It says Rabbi Akiva was a supporter of that fierce and tragic rebellion. He's talking about the Bar Kokhba rebellion.
Okay.
Bar Kokhba, right? He says,
so this goes back to the Jacob prophecy about Esau. What type of person he would be, what type of people they would be.
Yeah, but it's not a bloodline lineage to Esau.
Right.
It's not a bloodline lineage. He's only making the connection through their actions. Right? So because when during the Bar Kokhba revolt in 132 CE to 135 CE against the Romans, right? That was the last Jewish attempt to shake off the yoke of Roman oppression. In fact, it was probably Rabbi Akiva who was responsible for bestowing the epithet Bar Kokhba, meaning son of the star, because there's no history of anyone calling him Bar Kokhba or son of the star, right? This leader called Simeon until Rabbi Akiva starts to write. And so it is Rabbi Akiva who gives us these names and gives us these understandings that people take and run with them, right? So upon the leader previously known as Bar Kokhba was the actual name for Simeon Bar Kokhba, right? His name was Kokhba. After applying him to the verse, there shall come a star out of Jacob. That was his actual name, Bar Kokhba, not Bar Kokhba. But Rabbi Akiva starts to change things around because he's trying to make a point. He's trying to make a commentary, right, on the day, right? He says, and a scepter shall rise out of Israel, right? Because why? They're still looking for that Messiah.
Right.
Right? This is what he says, and Edom shall be a possession, right? Because that's the prophecy, right? So he says from that point onwards, in the midrashic statements that many Israelites or quote unquote Hebrews don't follow, except when it comes to this. They'll talk about the small hats and what the small hats was teaching and what they was doing, but they'll take from the notion from the small hats when it fits their narrative.
Right.
So he says from the point on, the midrashic statements by Rabbi Akiva's disciples standardly assume all mentions of Esau or Edom in the Bible are to be read as allusions to their own implacable enemy. They despise the evil empire when in Edom. And that's by Eleazar Siegel. So he's saying that it's not until we get to Rabbi Akiva and his disciples that they start equating Esau with the Romans, right? Because of the oppression that they were experiencing, not because these are the same genetic people or they have a connection in the bloodline, right? So all that Esau is the white man, all that stuff is that's spiritual talk, right? It's spiritual talk. That's all it is. So, like, so a lot of people don't really have that understanding. So when people ask me why I never called the white man Esau, because genetically he's not. Right now, if you want to talk about war, destruction, and different things like that, well, then now we're having a different conversation, right? Who's responsible for more death, destruction, and disease on the planet? Now we know that's a different conversation, right? But to try to pigeonhole someone to pin him down to say, yeah, Esau is the white man, and then you start trying to make false connections going all the way back to Esau and see there were two nations. It says there were two nations that would come up out of him, and he had red skin. It had nothing to do with any of that. Nothing to do with any of that at all whatsoever. Right? And that's a part in this community that we have to peel back the layers and peel back a lot of the stuff that's been laid on top of a lot of what's going on. So that's why I'm not very popular in these spaces in this community, because a lot of stuff what they say don't add up, right? And it can't, no matter how much you try to get into it, it just doesn't, right?
It's true that majority of Hebrew Israelites, I think that I've come across, do believe that the white man is Esau. Not all. Not all, but majority. So
right. Any false teaching that's among the majority is a problem, because then you cannot rightly divide, right? You can't rightly divide. You'll teach hatred where the Most High has none. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
That's what will happen, right? So Just like you have the same people who will come up here and say, and I've said on this channel before, talking about that Africans are not their brothers. They hate Africans because of what they did to us in Egypt. But if you study the actual text outside of the book, if you actually study the politics of the day, you'll understand that the people that held us in captive in Egypt during the time of the Bible, during the story of Moses, those people were not native to the land of Africa. Those were people that moved into that land, right? Those were not native Egyptians. Those were not people of native Kemet. Those people were a Hyksos group, right? People don't like using that term because it's an anachronistic term, later term. But these people were of West Semitic origin.
Right. Okay.
They were of West Semitic origin, right? That's why it says, and there arose a Pharaoh that knew not Joseph.
Right.
Right. Because according to the text,
he was
Joseph
a foreigner.
He was right. Exactly.
Yeah, he was a foreigner. He wasn't Egyptian.
Exactly. And so people don't understand. People not really understanding.
Yeah, he was ruling over Egypt as well as ruling over us.
Exactly. According to the text. And so, but people that make that assumption, oh, you're supposed to hate Africans because they held us in captive in slavery. No, it didn't. That's not what the text says. And then if you start looking into science, you start looking into DNA. Most of those people were those of the Ramses period, the Ramesside dynasty. Those people were of Semitic origin.
Right.
That's why Sinetta, I wish he was on here. That's why Sinetta stopped talking about he's related to Ramses II or whatever, because those people were Semitic origin. They weren't natural born Africans. So Sinetta stopped saying it. Somebody put him up on that.
Believe me, he's listening.
Somebody put him up on that, right? That's why he stopped saying it. Yeah, because those are not, they were not natural.
Speaking of Sinetta, were you done with that, or you got more to show?
No, I'm done, man. I'm done. I just wanted to hit those points, man.
I'm gonna go ahead and take this down.
Yep.
Before I get into Sinetta, but talk to me about Hippo, the Council of Hippo. Are you aware of that?
Yeah.
I think that was before Nicaea.
Yeah, the Council of Hippo. Hold on, let me pull up my slide real quick, bro, because there's a lot in that, man, bro. It's a lot that goes into that, right? So that actually kind of came after. I think, let me get to my slide. Come up, bro.
I think it was two. One was before and one was after. I'm not sure. Let's check it out.
You might be right about that. I know one was around close to the 4th century. So I don't know if that's which one you were actually talking about or not. But I'm sure you're probably talking about the one where they affirmed the canon, the 70-something books.
Yeah.
I think that was three. That was close to 400. That was close to the 4th century when that happened.
Right. Because the Catholic book, when it was first by Jerome, who was black, and it was written in Latin, the Vulgate. I think it had 81 books or 77 books.
Yeah, it was somewhere around. It was somewhere around in the 70s.
Somewhere around that number.
I don't remember the exact number, but yeah, it was somewhere around in the 70s. Oh yeah.
Right.
Yep.
And that came along with Carthage. I think it was done in Carthage around 394.
Well, here's the thing about the synod that happened or that was in existence in Hippo, right? Like people don't realize that took place actually in Algeria.
Right.
Like near what is it, by Tunisia, somewhere around there? Somewhere around there.
Yeah.
Don't quote me, man.
Northwest Africa.
Yeah. So yep, up there. So I know
Yeah.
it's up there somewhere. So people don't understand that a lot of this stuff was taking place in
It's
Africa, and
taking
we
place
know,
right there in Africa.
yeah, and we
You
know if you
know,
go back, yeah, if you go further back in history, you're not going to find any Europeans in the 4th century up in hanging out up in the northeast part of Africa in Algeria. You're not that they just weren't there, right? But we know that they at least had what 70 something books that were being discussed that were being added. I think even the New Testament by then, I think they had the 27 by then
right,
books of the New Testament. So when people, I laugh at people when they talk about, oh, it's a white man's book. When was it? It was never a white man's book,
right,
right? So, but what we do have is that we have redacted versions of it, right? That we know that the white man redacted, right? Um, and you can see that they have them in London. They have them on display, called the slave Bibles. And one thing interesting about
right,
the slave Bibles, they had everything redacted that had to do with slavery or any prohibition against slavery, right? So those things were removed. Being fair to mankind and humankind, those things were removed in the redacted version of the slave Bible. So when people make that long drawn out claim that when we got off the slave ships, they took away our language and our culture and they handed us the Bible. Well, if you see the Bible back in the 1600s, 1609, 1611, if you actually seen one, I'm sure you have, Apostle. Those things is man, those you couldn't carry that. They couldn't read it.
no,
No way.
you
First of
couldn't.
all, and they wouldn't be taught.
As a matter of fact, I got 2 of them here,
Yeah.
and I can't read neither one of them, and they're written in English, and
Yeah,
I can't read them.
yeah, and as thick as they are, man, it's
Right.
like four, like 5 or 6 encyclopedias stacked on top of each other
It's
in
together.
one. That's how
Yeah.
thick it
Right.
was. It's a book, bro.
Right.
So it's
Right.
ridiculous,
I
baby. It
opened them.
sounds
I
good.
got. Yeah. I got one from my father-in-law,
Mm-hmm.
and it's a Catholic Bible. It says King James, but the
Mm-hmm.
damn thing is this big, and the language, I put it this way: what looks like an F is an S. I'm trying to pronounce the word
Yeah,
Jesus.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Fussers. My wife told me, what are you talking about? I said, this word here. She said, that's Jesus. I said, that's an F. There ain't no
Yeah,
J.
it's a F. And here's another thing, man. And this is why I think like a lot of these arguments come from people who are not well read, right? So people will be like, well, there was no J, you know, the J didn't
Right,
even exist at that time, right? Like that's wholly remarkably foolish, right? Because we can go back into the meta nature and see that they had an actual symbol for a J. It looked like a serpent or a snake, right? But we
right,
know that the sound existed, right? And if you actually study the phonetics, right? If you actually study the phonetics in the script, it's a reason why in the alphabet, right? Or the in the Phoenician script, right? Which is where the Greek alphabet comes from, right? Which all comes from the Meta Nature. It's why in the alphabet, when you say your alphabet, the I comes before the J, right? And if you look at both of them, it's actually the same letter. It's just that the J has what they call a schwa, which connects the J to the I, right? It has a little hook on it, right? That meant
okay,
that you can actually use those 2 letters interchangeably, right? So that's why you see at times uh, Israel being spelled with an I, or sometimes it's spelled with a J, and it has the same phonetic sound almost, right? Because it was first used as a Roman numeral, right? The letter I. It's first used as a Roman numeral. Then the J was an extension of that numeral until it became a part of the actual working English alphabet later on. Yeah. So people are not really really well read or studied when it comes to those things. They just like to make the arguments, right?
Right.
And so but no, and so the brother says the metanetter, Brian, Shalom fam. He says the metanetter is not a phonetic script because nobody has ever heard it spoken. The metanetter hasn't ever been deciphered. Well, that's what the debate, part of this debate is debate is going to be about. I think I heard Reggie and them even talking about it the other day. It's true, when Champollion deciphered the Rosetta Stone, he was able to sort of do that because of the Demotic script, which was written on the Rosetta Stone, along with the Meta-Neter, which is written on the Rosetta Stone, as well as the Greek that was written on the Rosetta Stone. And because they all said the same thing or referring to the same thing, he was able to make a clear and precise translation, right? So we don't know how they exactly may have pronounced it, right? What type of vernacular it may have sounded like, but we do know that these things did exist already, right? So,
Right.
but the brother is right though. So, when you're talking about that, it's not a phonetic script, but it does gives us, because the Phoenician is a it's a child language of the Meta-Neter, right? And the Phoenician
Right.
in what they call the Paleo Hebrew which is one of the Proto-Sinaitic languages, it's a sister language to the Phoenician, almost developed at the same exact time.
Right. Right. They incorporate some of the same letters, not just the way the letter looks, but even in the pronunciation. You know, you might see like the R letter in the Paleo script looks the same as the letter, as a letter being used in the Meta-Neter, but they are two different words. They look similar, but they're not the same words. In the Phoenician, they look similar and they the same words. The pronunciation, they're basically the same.
Yeah, I mean, it's real simple. I mean, this is where we get the term phonetics comes from, right? It comes from the Phoenicians, right? And why? Because of the sound that the pictographs or the scripts were known to have had, and the Greeks acculturated that, right? And they called it their alphabet, right? So this is where we get the term. Like, they don't teach that in school a lot, anymore. They don't teach how to read phonetically. They don't teach you how to sound out the words. They teach you to learn to read by memory recall. That's how they teach you how to read. But I made sure I taught my children how to sound out the words, right? Even when they were teaching it, I taught them how to, the phonetics, right? You read by phonetics. And this is where that comes from. It comes from the Phoenicians. But if the Phoenicians were able to develop that, and we know that, it's a child language of the Meta-Neter, then what do we do? What do we do with that? Right? You see what I'm saying? But over a period of time, you have different people speaking different ways of saying things, right? Different pronunciations of things, right? Just different vernaculars. We do that in this country today, right? People, like I say it all the time, people on the West Coast don't sound like the people on the East Coast, right? That were natively born there.
People
and
down
after a
south.
while, and people down south don't sound like the people up north, south, east, or west, right? Like people from Louisiana, where I'm from, like it's something about when I hear people from Louisiana, when I hear women speak from Louisiana, man, it just captivates me the way the way that they talk, man, from down to Louisiana. But my people are from there, but they don't sound like the people up in Detroit.
From Del Rey to St. Helens Island. My family don't sound. I mean, my wife, I had to interpret 38 when I married my wife. When I first brought her around my family, she couldn't understand nobody, man. She always, what she say? you know. And I had to slow it down for her and let her know.
Yeah.
You know, now she just said this. You know, she just said that. You know, she said that when she met my mother, then she knew, because like I say things like don't instead of door, or I say things like flow instead of floor. I say police. My wife be saying police. You know? You know, she was saying when she met my mother, she knew where I got it from. You know? But you know, it's and I'm coming out of DC, so you go down south and it's only gonna get worse, man. By the time you get to my family, them deeds you got other people down there. You know, God bless my uncle, I miss him. But he did he had more ways of talking with his hands than I had ever seen any man talk. I be saying, Lord, today. I love the death, but I don't understand a word he's saying. But that was my uncle, man. Miss him. God bless him. We got to touch on this thing about what you were saying. If you want to clear it up, maybe you don't need to clear it up. But what you was talking about, Jesus might not have even said these things, or however it was said.
Yeah, like people have to understand, like, things were added to some of the text. Now, did they disagree in context with what he may have said? I don't believe so, but we know specifically. Let me pull up the verse so I can show the people. Right. My people down, they down there, Lake Charles. Somebody asked me what part of Louisiana. Down there, Lake Charles.
Okay. And I'm telling you, it's no different right here. I'm in Tennessee. And some of these people here, I don't even understand. You know, they nice. I haven't had a negative experience since I've been here. They awfully nice, but I still got my eyes open.
Oh, okay.
Because right up here, right up from here in Arkansas or Arkansas, they got a only white neighborhood.
Oh yeah, I read about that.
Yeah,
I read about that. Yeah, I read about
only
that.
white neighborhood, got 30, 40 homes, man, and only white people can live there. So, and that's not too far from me. Even the park down here is a white only park. How they get by with it, I don't know. But they say some guy he had land and he privately turned it over and made a park out of it just for them.
Yeah.
They ain't got to worry about it because I don't need to go to no park. I got a park right there in my backyard.
I know that's right, Apostle.
That's it.
Yeah, I'm gonna share my. I'm gonna share. I'm gonna share my screen.
Okay, you gonna share your screen? Yeah. Let me go down to break it down. Let me know when you got it up.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull this scripture up right here. I'm going to John chapter 8, verse 7. Let me share it. I didn't mean to do that. Share my screen. Yeah, you let me know when you can see it, Apostle.
Okay. I clicked on it. It should be coming up in a minute.
Okay. All right. I can see it. You let me know when you can see it.
Okay, I can't see it yet, but it's coming.
Yeah, John chapter 8, verse 7.
Okay, it's up.
Okay. So in John chapter 8, verse 7.
You might want to make it a little bigger.
All right,
if you
let me
can.
see. Yeah, let me see if I can do that, man. Make it a little bigger. Did that work?
Yeah, that's good.
That's good. Sure. Okay.
Yeah,
So this
that's
is
good.
John chapter 8. This is John chapter 8, verse 7. This goes directly to your question, Apostle. And it says, let me read from the King James, right? I'll read from the King James. It says, so when they continue asking him, he lifted up himself and said unto him, he that is without sin among you, let him first cast a stone at her. Right?
Right.
We know that in the oldest text that we have of John chapter 8, this verse does not exist. Right? This verse does not exist. He who was without sin, let him cast the first stone.
Okay.
Right? Or cast the first stone at her. That doesn't exist. So how did it make it into the text that many people read today? That's a valid question, right? So, but in the text, as we're reading it today, this is attributed to the sayings of Yeshua. Am I correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. But it's not in the oldest versions of the text that we have, right? Doesn't
Right.
exist there. So that tells us logically that it was added later on, and it was added later on for a specific reason, right? And this is a
Right.
story of the woman caught in adultery, right?
Adultery.
It says, right. All right, I'll just go read verse 6, right? In the context here, it says, they said, starting at verse 6, it says, they said this to test him in order to have a basis for accusing him. But Jesus bent down and began to write on the ground with his finger. Now you have some biblical historians say that when he bent down to write in the finger, he began to write out the law of Moses, right?
Right.
In regard to this situation, in regards to the woman caught in adultery. Why would that be important? Is because in the law, that people often try to accuse Christ of not keeping the law. This is one of the texts that they even use, right? But according to the law, you just couldn't, in the case of adultery, you just could not bring the woman and accuse her and then attempt to try to kill her. You also had to bring the man that she was involved in adultery with, and they both were to be judged as stoned. Right.
And they had to be judged by the elders.
And they had to be judged by elders, not a group of raging,
the Levite priests,
self-righteous people. Right. So when Jesus does here, when Jesus adjudicates this, because they asked him to do it, what would you do in this case? Right. And so when he comes to adjudicate this, he makes the right adjudication according to the law. You had to bring both accused, the man and the woman. If you didn't have both the man and the woman, you had to let her go. You had to let her go. That's the righteous rendering of the text and of the law. But it's when we get to this verse where it talks about, and when they continued to question him, he straightened up and said to them, let him who is without sin among you be the first to cast a stone at her. That's not in the text. It's not in the original text.
Right.
So we have to ask ourselves, Apostle, how did this get there? Because they are attributing it to the sayings of Yahushua, Yeshua, Jesus the Christ. Have nothing to do it. And that's all I'm saying.
But
and you have to you have to make the question.
We got the same thing in the epistle of John, where it says we got three that agree on in earth,
Absolutely.
And then when it says we got three that agree in heaven,
That's
that
right.
was added also.
That's right. And specifically what was added where it says the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. That's not the
Right.
original wording. The
That's
original
not there.
wording is the water, the Spirit, and the blood, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
That's what the
Exactly.
original word was, right? But we know
Right.
it's Erasmus who changes it to the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Why? Because
Well,
he tells us himself why he changed it. He was forced to change it, right?
right.
Because he says when he went back and looked at the oldest text, it said the water, the blood, and the Spirit. So that's what he wrote.
Right.
He said, but then he
But
was
those that
pressured.
were pushed in the Father, Son, and
Right.
Holy Spirit,
Right. They were pushing that
they changed
Trinitarian
it.
doctrine upon him. And so then you have
Right.
Christians out there and people like God Logic and all these other people out there, they try to use that, but they conveniently skip over that. Right.
Right.
You see?
Right.
And so and this is why I'm saying if you don't understand the politics of the day, if you don't understand the culture of the time, the cultural cohesion of the time, if you don't understand the material culture of the time, you'll get caught up in things that you should not be caught up in. And what it will do, if you believe on it, it will skew your judgment and how you view people and how you deal with people, right?
Right.
And that is the biggest trickery, right? Even in the when we talk about, and I'm gonna step in some water in here. Even when we talk about the snake in the garden or snake, the Bible, what's in the canon we have now that most people are familiar with, doesn't give us that Satan was the name of a being,
Right.
right? Doesn't tell us that it was the name of a being. It's only referring
Right.
to an action. But if we read in some older texts, right, like the book of Enoch gives us the name, right? It
Right.
gives us the name, right? And so oftentimes people are confused and they think Satan is actually the accuser, but the accuser is not Satan according to older texts. These are two different entities,
Right. That's so true.
right?
That's
And
so true.
people will get up and they'll go through this thing teaching Satan did this and Satan did that and Satan did this and Satan did that. Well, you don't really know who Satan is because in the oldest text that we know, Satan is named and it tells us what he does, right? It's the one who they claim make war in heaven. It's the one who they claim confused a third of heaven and brought a third of heaven down with him, right? So we
Right.
understand that and it's a entity, a creation called Gadiel, I believe that's how you pronounce it, right?
Right.
Gadiel, the angel, right? Who is the one, the usurper, that one. That's who is called
Right.
the one that does all those evil things and brings evil immorality into the world, right? It is
Right.
that being. And so when you look at certain texts, right, especially in Job, and it says that Satan is asked, where did you come from? And he says, going to and fro, walking up and down the earth,
Right.
right? And then people ask the question, well, if Satan's supposed to get kicked out of heaven, how does he have access? Well, that's not true because that's not what
Right.
happened. Because Satan is not the being, he's not Gadiel, according to the book of Enoch. That's not who that is. Satan is
Right.
actually the accuser of the brethren. Why is that
Right.
important? Right? Because it is the accuser of the brethren that tests your faith. How do you know you have faith if it's never been tested?
It has never been tested.
You see?
Right.
So these are the things that the text is actually saying and actually teaching, but you can't. It's hard when when you're being bombarded from street corners and people who don't understand ancient Near Eastern culture. They don't understand Akkadian references. They don't understand the Ugaritic writings and texts. All of these things have found their way down into the New Testament. And if you don't understand it, you'll come away with a completely different understanding of what you're reading. You'll walk away. A lot of people follow and they argue against Constantine's religion, which was not the
Right.
religion of Yeshua or Yahushua. See, I'm not confused by that. At one point I was as a kid, because that's how I was taught. But when Paul said as a child, I played as a child, but when I got older, I put away childish things. But now we see through a glass darkly, but then face to face. In other words, you have to focus on yourself and look yourself in the mirror and deal with what's inside of you, right?
Right.
Because ultimately, Christ's words, what we know we can really attribute to him is that when they asked him, where is heaven? What does he say? He says, don't. If they tell you to look over there or look up there or look what's coming down here, he said, don't look over there. What does he tell them? He says, heaven is within you. How is that
Right.
possible? Right? Because of how you live your everyday life, right? It's how you live your life. So that's my understanding. I'm not popular with a lot of Israelites. I don't care. I'm not popular with a lot of Christians. I don't care. I ain't popular with a lot of people in ancient Kemet who lie a lot. I don't care. You know, no difference to
Okay.
me. It takes no skin off my back at all whatsoever. What you think about what I think.
Hey, only thing we can do is establish our belief, stand on what we believe, and when the Spirit of God leads us to incorporate changes, be willing to make those changes. But be it unto you, because nobody got to pay for what you do but you.
That's
right.
A fact.
Can't nobody cover my sins.
Facts.
But Christ. I'm talking about no man. Can't nobody forgive me but God. Right? I don't have to worry about standing before no man but God. And that's who I got to answer to. So I dropped the link. See if anybody want to come up and ask you some questions. We are.
Yeah, I ain't gonna run y'all off. I was just playing. I said I chose violence when I got up. I choose violence every morning, but I ain't gonna.
No. You cool. You cool.
Yeah,
We're hour and 30 minutes in.
Yep.
And I got one more thing to ask you, Yarah.
Yes, sir.
Because if a debate can come out of this, I welcome it. I want to encourage it. We learn from debates. Debates can be arguments, but that's how we learn from disagreements.
Yeah, I agree. I said I was gonna fall back because I just don't have the time to put into the debates like I once did. But if I hear something that I think is worthy of discussing, then I will do that. But I will say this. I will say that it's important for those of us to really be careful, even from Israelites to Christians and people of Kemet, because I talked about this on another channel the other day. Shout out to DMG. That I heard specifically someone that we're very familiar with. They didn't say it themselves, but they were in agreement while they were among a group of like-minded people, and they made what I thought was a very scary statement. And basically what they said was that the reason why it's important for them to continue teaching the Kemetic way of life that they do and the Kemetic science that the way that they do, because they're hoping that 1,000 years from now, someone will look back and find one of their teachings or one of their videos or one of their books or papers and say, see, this is what the people of ancient Kemet believed. Or this is what this is the religion of the people of ancient Kemet, when it would not be. You see what I'm saying? And to me, that's probably one of the most dangerous statements I've ever heard. It's just like me saying I'm gonna write a book so people 1,000 years from now can read my book and say I was an ancient Israelite. You see what I'm saying? When I'm writing about ancient Israelites, you see what I'm saying? Like, that's a very dangerous precedence to take, right? And some of us have seen that meme before, right? Um, where you have the Caucasian boy with thug life tattooed across his stomach, and he got the cornrows in, and then somebody was like, "That's Tupac," and he's a full blown Caucasian. 1,000
Yeah,
years from now, somebody will see that and believe that. You understand what I'm saying?
right.
So it's a
Right.
very dangerous precedence to set. So shout out to you, Rakufu. Peace and blessings to you, family.
Peace to all my family, Hebrew Israelites in the building, all my Christians and all my Muslim brothers, and my brothers in general who don't believe in nothing. We in war, and we need all that we can get.
I agree with you on that one. I agree with you on that one. I agree with you on that one. Yeah.
They see you, they see me, they just see who
Yeah.
they want to.
Yeah.
They see they see that image on that gun range that they shoot at, that black
Yep.
face.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Okay. Hold on for a minute, Rakufu. I gotta ask him. So, I gotta ask you, man.
Mm-hmm.
Are we going to see this debate between you and Nepal?
Oh, on the grape doctrine?
I believe it's on the grape doctrine.
Oh, no. Yeah, I can tell you that. No. And it's nothing more than that. I think that at this point, I did a teaching a few days ago over on DMG's channel. I'm willing to do it over here, and people can respond to it. But at this point, for me, there's really nothing to debate about it. I think the scholars have spoken emphatically. The linguist and the text shows what it shows, and that's how I present it. People have the right to present the information the way that they want, and that's perfectly fine. But not me. I won't be debating anyone, so it's not personal to anyone. I won't be debating anyone on that particular topic. No.
Okay, there you go.
And I only did that teaching, and I only did that teaching because somebody that's really not familiar with this community asked me about it and asked me to do so for them. So that's
I personally understand how you feel. I do not believe that the Most High supports a great doctrine, and I myself have no interest in debating it with nobody at this time, because people going to believe what they're going to believe, and I just don't have the energy to change their minds right now today. When I was younger, I could take that on and really deal with it. But
that might be a good one for Gideon and Nepal.
If he so chose to do so,
yeah, because he's adamant. I know Gideon. He's a respectful, but he's a respectful brother too.
Yeah, if he so chooses to do that, then I support both of them if they want to have that discussion. But that's where I am with it.
Yeah. I support anybody's right to believe what they want to believe. They read that book the same way I read the book, and if that's the conclusion they come up with, I can't but respect it. And that's where it's at right now with that. So, and anything else in the book, all these other different agreements that they be coming out with. I'm still euphoric over my last debate where I put that powder to Morpheus.
As well you should, Apostle. As well you should.
Yes, because they didn't think I had a chance. You know what I'm saying? They didn't think I had a chance. Friendships was lost over that almost. People stopped talking to people and all kind of carrying on, man.
Remember, I was in the back chat with you, Apostle. I was in the back chat with you before it started. I was in the back with you. It was me, you, and Saul on stage before anybody.
Yeah,
I remember. I just wanted to say, go ahead.
No, you go ahead, man. I'm turning it over to you. Go ahead.
I just got a question.
You can ask him a question, me a question, anything. Make a statement.
So I want to ask Yarah this. Yarah, is it your understanding that most of the people that we call the African American community here in this North American part of the Americas came directly from the West Coast hemisphere of the continent of Africa, and majority of their DNA is one of those tribal people? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, now with
Yes.
that, this is why I want to ask you this, because this is personal now. You
Mhm.
being one of those people before, because this is, and let me make my statement for. I believe most people that took on the Abrahamic faith in America, the majority have done no outside just before base understanding. They were pre-imposed in those ways of life before they had a like African American. They didn't just start off with a clear slate and then they was taught everything and had to say, I take this one. They was already in one and maybe ventured off to learn something, but kind of a lot of times based their concepts and values and morals off of what they started off in as they looked at it. Maybe not what is it, subliminally, and not conscious, unconsciously in the sublime mind, they were basing it on the morals and principles of those faiths.
Yeah. I tend to agree with that, and let me tell you how I agree with it. Right. Um, I agree with it because, first of all, I don't ascribe to Abrahamic faiths.
Okay.
Those faiths existed as well as I believe coming out of parts of Africa and in what they called uh, uh, um,
Levant or no?
not just the Levant, but they call it man, I can't recall it.
Nile
Maghrib?
Valley.
In
Yeah.
India, in
Oh,
like
India.
India,
Okay.
India,
Yeah.
those areas. I forget what I can't recall it right now.
Indus Kush? I don't know.
Indus Kush Valley.
All
Yes.
right.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate it.
Yep.
The Indus Valley. Um,
Right.
we can see. I tell you what and how I've come to that conclusion. I've come to follow and study heavily what they call the Midianite hypothesis. Right.
Yeah.
Um, we can see connections of those people coming out of parts of Africa and even Central Africa
Mm.
uh, into the Levant, into the Indus Valley region, and then later through Akkadian. Some of our language survived and understanding survived, and we sort of see these same motifs that you can still see all the way down into the New Testament writings, right?
Okay.
So, um, like for me, I don't ascribe to a Trinitarian belief at all. I think that's where uh, people that follow Christianity or some Hebrew Israelite teachings today, unfortunately, they do follow the European concept of that because
Okay.
they did learn it from their slave masters, even though that's not the original um,
That's deep. That's deep.
belief
Yeah. Yeah.
systems
Yeah.
before. You see what I'm saying? The
Yeah.
original belief
Yeah. I'm
systems
listening. Yeah.
before that, right? Because we
Right.
know that there were things present in the empires of like Mali. We understand that these people were being dealt with that deep in the west coast of Africa, right?
Yes. Wait
And
1 second. 1 second. Yara, with that, what you're saying there, I also have to be very cognizant that of the fact that those Malian Muslims, Timbuktu, whatever, they try to say that until the white man came, they only knew about Christianity. They were Muslims for the most. If they were in Islam, they knew of Christ.
that's facts.
Oh, go
That's
ahead, though. Oh,
facts.
yeah, the whole West Coast. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
That's facts. And
All
they may
right.
not have referred to
Right.
him
Religious.
as the Christ, but
Christ.
Yeah.
they did have
Yeah. A
uh,
concept. Yeah. Okay.
the concept because they
Yeah.
had the Quran. We
Yeah.
know they had the
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Quran, right?
Yeah.
And we
Yeah, and we
clearly
know,
know.
and we know how they talk about search knowledge from the cradle to the grave. They're elite scholars in them schools of thought. They did know of Bibles and different things going on across the world,
Yeah,
the known world.
yeah. We had, yeah, absolutely. We have texts where uh that Askia Muhammad, right,
Yeah, yeah,
was prized or gifted, right, a Quran. right? And in that Quran, he clearly see things that are mentioned there. They begin to talk about the Gospels
Right.
or the Injil, right? Or the Torah,
That's
right?
right.
So
That's
when
right.
people say on the west coast of Africa, and that was in what, 1491, 92?
1391, I thought it was.
I
Well,
think
that
it's
was when.
14.
That's when not Mansa Musa, but it's the what's the one
Oh
before
yeah,
him? The
yeah,
one. Yeah. So they
yeah.
had to be by that time. Musa is an Arabic word for Moses.
Yes, and I'm talking about, yeah, but I'm talking about specifically.
Okay.
You're right, but I'm talking about specifically up until the time of 1492, and
Okay.
it's important because we see what happens around 1492. That's when they give us the lie that Columbus sailed the ocean blue in
Right.
1492. Where there's a lot going on in 1492,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
it had nothing to do with Columbus. Right.
Wow. Yeah.
So
Right.
we know who the people who he thought he was dealing with and who he thought he was looking for. Right.
Yeah.
He thought he was looking for some of the lost tribes. Right.
Right.
So um, that was before the Arabic slave trade.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, not the transatlantic slave trade.
Yeah. The
I'm sorry.
trans. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, the transatlantic slave trade.
Right.
So I have a full presentation on that where I sort of go through the chronology of that, and so I don't really hold back. So like I said, I have a different understanding of the concept of what we read about in the text. I see my good brother King J is on here.
Yes, sir.
Peace to him. You know, like I said, like I read and study the Ugaritic, the Akkadian text, because those things are a part of that have come down through what people understand to be this Yeshua or Yahweh Shai, right? I could show
Right.
you that concept existed well before that, and it doesn't circumvent Kemet. It just actually goes through it. So
Okay.
it's just like in trade, it comes
Yeah.
through there in passing, and so
Okay.
the concepts and remnants that hold on to it, right? So where
Right.
you hear people come on and they talk about Michael, and y'all can jump in when y'all feel free, bro.
Well, okay, Yarah, I got to jump in right
Yeah,
here because I want to say this.
yeah.
In the Isaiah 19, where it talks about, and Egypt will be like women in the street, brother against brother will fight, city against city, everything. Just like I looked at the whole continent of Africa, and I'm looking at what's happening now with the Zulus, how they tripping on everybody down south, and then the Ghana's tripping everybody up. It's like without the white man's fabrical rope intertwining, we fall apart like the 3/5 concepts.
Well, yeah, they've been under that neo colonialism and
Yeah.
colonialism for so long.
Right.
They're still they have to learn how to ride that bike without the training wheels, and
And
that's what
there it
you
is.
see,
There
right?
it is. Yeah, that's
And
what I
so,
kind of
but
wanted to.
if they're left alone long enough, they'll get
Yeah,
it. But
that's
that's
right.
what they
Yes,
fear, though.
that's right. And so they keep that ball game and that narrative running. I get
Yeah,
it.
but that's what uh, uh, countries like France and all that's what they're afraid of, right?
Yeah, yeah,
They're
yeah.
afraid of Africa gaining that type of self-sufficiency,
Because on the
right?
natural right now, y'all are right now on the natural. They're saying Africa is the most up and coming populated continent on Earth. It's continually growing. Like, and I know you heard about the heat wave over in Europe where it killed all those people.
Hmm.
And
Well,
they all, and last but not least, I want to say the four corner, the only continent that's in every hemisphere is Africa. It's in the north, south, east, and west.
hmm
It's
hmm
central. It's a lot of stuff going on in the continent. And that's like you say, because Torre, the general Torre, he's having
hmm
problems. He just broke all the way away from France. So you know something's soon to come on some espionage or something going down.
Well, they've already tried to have his number one man assassinated. They've already tried to do a
Yeah.
lot of things to
Yeah.
subvert that government and to subvert him.
Yeah.
Pretty much taking control over their resources in that country, right?
Yeah.
Right.
So, those are things that we have to be mindful of. Those things are true and they exist.
Yeah.
But shout out to
King J.
Mighty
Oh,
Hebrew in the
oh yeah.
chat. I'm sorry, in the chat. Shout out to
Oh,
Mighty
my
Hebrew.
Hebrews in the
Shout out
chat.
to Yes, sir. Shout out to Yerm Yahoo.
Okay.
Shout out to you.
Jim Yahoo, I saw him. I saw my nephew, Walter Blue.
Oh,
Hey,
Water Blue.
and King,
Peace to you, fam. Water Blue. Biggest Titan, I see you as well.
Yeah,
Peace to
yeah.
the
King
brothers,
J,
yeah.
and
man.
King J, jump in, King J, whenever, because I'm quiet.
Let me,
King J ain't said nothing.
Shout out to
yeah,
Patterson.
I got him. I got him. Let me say
Shout out
this,
to
y'all. I don't do this too often, but if you find it on your heart to send your brother a donation, I will appreciate it. I got an expensive internet bill.
That's right.
And
Drop your cash
right now
out.
we operating off Wi-Fi, and that's why there's a delay. So if you feel led to drop those 2s, 3s, and fews,
I could do something. Let me find you.
Yeah,
it'll help.
drop your info.
That'll
Do you
be
get something?
dot Cash App Apostle Zaqan 1414.
Okay.
All lowercase, no breaks.
Y'all support Apostle.
$ Apostle Zaqan 1414. Appreciate it.
Yep. Shout out to Apostle.
Y'all go ahead, King James.
Yeah. Peace to the panel. I'm here.
Peace, brother.
More in support of the brother Yarah more than anything. I ain't really had too much
Appreciate you,
to say. You know what I'm saying? I'm a strategically speak, but it wasn't too much to, contest.
Yeah, so it's like at some point we all have to get to a point, man, where we can't keep punching at each other, man, and swinging in the air like my man on Boys in the Hood, just swinging in the air because we upset. You're hitting at nothing. You just tiring yourself out. Some things we have to deal with, but some things need to be dealt with in earnest. You know what I'm saying?
And
And
I
that's
think
studying everything that's available to
And
us.
I agree with that. And just summing it up by just saying Near Eastern Studies sums it up enough to whereas you don't have to separate Hebrew, Ugaritic, Amorite, Iblite. They're all this. You can just say I'm studying Near Eastern study. You know what I'm saying, and that includes all of that. Most of those are going to be Northwestern linguistic cognates anyway.
Yep,
So.
facts. Shout out to my man KOT. He ain't in the building, but shout out to him anyway. But yeah,
And
those
far
things.
as culture, as well, like you're mentioning, as far as like just staying in the Bible, if studying those cultures gives you pretty a good, better understanding of when they talk about the peace treaties in the Bible. When they talk about the different things, so it's not so abnormal to you. You can know that this is they're just doing cultural continuity.
Cultural continuations. Yep.
Most times.
Yep, and you can line them up, and you'll see that some of the things look exactly alike. So when you hear a lot of people talk about Deuteronomy chapter 28, right, they'll build a whole doctrine off of that. But if you line Deuteronomy chapter 28 alongside the Cedron Treaty, it almost looks exactly the same. You know why? Because that's how that culture, the ancient Near Eastern culture, was writing at the time,
Yep.
right?
And then
What
the
was
Israelites would have just tweaked it according to to fit them.
That's it, and that's what they did, and you'll see a lot of that throughout Israel because they are, Israel. Israel itself was a baby culture of its time, right? So how do babies learn? Right? They learn from the breast of their mothers. They learn from the siblings and the people around them. So the breast, what they would have learned from, would have been one side Akkadian, and because they were sojourned in the land of Kemet for so long, they would have picked up customs and words and understanding from them as well. So you
Oh
will
yeah.
see Kemetic motifs as well as Akkadian motifs uh, in these things, and that also included pantheons, right?
Maybe let's try to get the community more familiar with Amuru. Because if we say Acadian, sometimes they may just think of the script.
Yeah, and that's what I like about KJ, because I just like I say it how I read it, but to get a clear understanding, like, and the scripture says sometimes you gotta sometimes you gotta give people milk before you get them on the steak, right? So Amu would be a lot easier because then we can actually see them in sort of in in the hieroglyphics, right?
Yeah, they
The
can
B'nai Hassam mural, we can see that, right? We can show them that.
definitely in the Benny Hassan when they see Amu, they can recognize it.
Yep.
So they won't be so familiar with the biblical word
Right.
Canaan, right?
Right.
Because
Right.
Canaan doesn't apply to because it's the land of Amuru, or
That's
in
right.
the Akkadian in the Sumerian Martu.
Martu. Yep. And
It would be
then
Martu or
you're gonna be
Amaru.
so triggered, because you'll have somebody over here reading this about Martu,
Mm-hmm.
and
Mm-hmm.
then you'll say, "Well, no, that's the Amu."
Different, right?
And
Exactly.
you be like, but y'all
Mm-hmm.
arguing same
Mm-hmm.
squeeze of the stick.
Yep.
So when we get to these points, we won't have these circular and
Yep.
unnecessary conversations and
Mm-hmm.
debates and discussions because they're not going anywhere, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not going anywhere. So it's just like you got a bottle of water, and you tip one end and this end gets full, and you tip the other end and then get full.
Yep.
Well, ain't no more water coming in or out. You just moving the
Mm-hmm.
water around, but there's no
Yep.
growth and learning here.
Yep.
So you won't get
And
triggered
I,
by some of these terms
yep.
that you hear or even argue over them. So when
Yep.
somebody calls me a Hebrew or a Christian, okay, yeah, well, Israelites, that Christianity, that burgeoning of Christianity came through Israelite tradition, which
Mm-hmm.
comes through Akkadian tradition or
Mm-hmm.
Ugaritic tradition,
Uh-huh.
came through Amu. Like I said, it comes through You see scales of the Midianite hypothesis of Midianite culture comes through there. You
Mm-hmm.
see uh, uh,
Mm-hmm.
uh, 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 the ball cycle is a part of that. People
And
don't
even
they
and
don't even
even and
say that.
even and even when you mentioned those Midian, the Transjordan tribes, right?
Yes.
It's like I like
Hmm.
to call them. And we got the brother Mighty Hebrew on the panel. Shalom.
Shalom.
Um,
Yep.
we talk about those Transjordan tribes. They're not just in medium. They go back and forth. They go all the way back up. So when we talk about these epitaphs and we talk about the god of the mountain, Bel Shaddai,
Yes. Yep.
mountain powers, those forces, those are just really those tribal clan,
Tribal
yeah,
clans. Yep. We'll talk about that. I think Mighty
moving back
Hebrew,
and forth in the
you can
highlands.
jump in at any time, brother. I see he came off his mic.
Go ahead.
He went back on Mighty Hebrew. But there's a young lady, an anthropologist. She writes a book talking about the original kings of the earth, and she goes well into she actually touches on the Midianite hypothesis quite a bit, um, talking about the origins where we see the origins of Yahweh is, and this is where I'm gonna get Asar Mka because he keeps trying to say Ayah, the deity, or Yah, the deity in ancient Kemet is the
No,
same as the Hebrew Israelite
no,
deity. Yeah, I'm gonna
no,
get
you
him when I
didn't.
catch him.
So
I'm gonna
look,
get him when I catch him.
I know what sorry I'm trying to say that,
Yeah,
but
he said it. He keeps saying it, but I'm gonna get
they
him when I
spell it
catch
even though it's spelled IA and it's
him. Right.
pronounced Amo is not the same deity.
God is different.
It is not the same.
Yeah,
Come on,
it's not the
deity.
same. It's not
Because
the same.
that would mean that would change a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it would be over after that. I mean, we all should just be comedic,
Mhm.
if that's the case. But that's just not what it is. But I'm gonna get him. I'm
Your
gonna see.
your your name Yarah to me means more has more significance. Is the
Hmm.
key to the puzzle
Yeah,
than
and
a lot of things.
and that's in my study in ancient Near Eastern studies.
And
You know,
those Yah clans in particular.
mhm. Yep,
Hmm.
those
Shalom,
older.
shalom.
We can hear you out. Shalom.
Shalom.
Y'all can hear me good?
Yeah, we can hear you good.
Oh, hallelujah. It's definitely
Hallelujah.
a long season, and I'm always in the shadows listening.
Yes,
You know what
sir.
I'm saying? While I'm on the ground. It's a great advantage. Oh, and by the way, everybody, I will be a Zaqan in 2 weeks. I'll be
Oh man,
50.
hallelujah. Man.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. So what I was saying is being on the ground and doing the social anthropological work that I'm doing, it's a major advantage. And the reason why I'm saying this is because it teaches you how to study social behavior. Most people that get into these discussions, they get in them based on the Western academic scope of thinking. Meaning, when they talk about the ancient Hebrews, for example, it's either they stole something from a previous culture or they borrowed something. Well, when you deal with social behavior, all people all around borrow from each other. And it's
Exactly.
not a thing like they know,
Right.
like literally, like, look, I'm going to borrow this. No, it's a process of assimilation known as diffusionism that transpires these things. So it's not a thing like, you know, like over here in Africa, you can see different, tribes and sub clans over the centuries through demarcation station changing, et cetera, et cetera. We can see the cross cultural exchanges,
Hmm.
but it's so natural that you don't hear different ethnic groups and tribes in Africa talking about one tribe borrow from another tribe.
Right.
Because when you're dealing
Yara,
with a
this would
people
be
to
this would be a
people,
perfect. Oh my bad, brother. I often say this would be a perfect time to interject the word dimorphic.
Yeah. Yeah.
It
That,
kind of it kind
that,
of
so,
describes it. Mhm.
yeah. That, as
so
soon
what
as I
I'm
Come
click.
on, let the brother finish, Jay.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
so what I'm saying, right, is most of these conversations or these discussions come based upon how Westerners view people from the East. And they put that within a scholarly research. And many in the West that are our people adopt this type of behavior. So when
Right.
you have a Thar and Cobb make false statements that Yahweh was taken from thus, no. That's
Right.
not how ancient people moved nor
That's right.
operated. They didn't have
Facts.
these continental views that we have today. They don't
Facts.
have this idea that one culture stole from another culture. I challenge anybody. If they tell me that the 44 negative confessions of Maya or the 42 negative confessions of Maya or the 147 negative confessions, whatever they define, come or was taken or the Torah took from that and that it was stolen, my question would be just like any, defense attorney is what was the motive? What is the
Right.
motive? And who are these thieves? And they can never answer these questions. So
Right.
these arguments are outdated 19th century pseudo works that came from people like Graves that wrote books like 16 Crucified Davis and other
Yep.
things to make it
Yep.
seem like, for instance, Moray Yeshua Bar Yosef, they say, see, he wasn't a real person because of thus. Now I'm Torah only, but historically the man existed. So
Correct.
to sit back and now one can argue about the miracles, the prophecies,
Right.
whatever. All ancient heroes had what you will call the mythos around them. And
Facts.
then they throw this word mythology that throw people off as if that doesn't mean something isn't real. The
Right.
ancient people, when they talked about mythology, they didn't define it the way we're defining it today. A
Facts.
mythos was a true legend shrouded around esoteric thought.
Good.
That's a fact.
I
So
agree.
for people to sit back and say, hey, that's a myth, that's not real. Well, mythology didn't mean that it wasn't real. So that got to get out of the minds of the people. But y'all right on target. I just wanted to remind the people that when you deal with social behavior, we don't have to go back and forth and say, this person borrowed from that person.
Right.
It's a natural phenomenon.
Yeah.
It's a natural phenomenon when you're living
Cultural.
close to each other.
Mhm.
Y'all going to do what is called cross-cultural exchange.
Facts.
I
That
want to
is
be.
social behavior.
I want to build with what you're saying because I definitely agree, especially in regards to the mythos being attached to a actual literal person, the particular whatever the cult leader may be. They attach this mythos to them. We see the dying and rising, resurrection mythos, Dionysus, Romulus, all of them. We see the wine god, right? That
Dionysus.
predate Jesus, that probably were just attached to this actual person named Yeshua. So I agree with that. Also, I agree in regards to what you said in sometimes making linguistic connections that don't maybe necessarily culturally apply, right? So I think a lot of times that's what we do in regards to linguistics and being on boots on ground that would give you more of an idea about the actual culture and how they actually did things, so we won't make these actual false cognates.
Well, I just want to be to the people side that will be having me on the hot seat in a few days. You know what I'm saying? And
No doubt.
one of the things I do want to share from being on the ground, it gave me experience to see that many of the Bantu speaking tribes are in fact the children of Israel. There's no getting around this. There's a tribe in northern Tanzania, and I interviewed them. They're known as the Nyumbu. Nyabo, the Nyumbu, and they teach out of their own mouths that even though many of them are Christian, that ethnically they are Hebrews and they've been in the Horn of Africa before the Somalis. This is what they say out of their own mouth. You have another tribe of Bantu Tanzanians known as the Haya, which is spelled Hayah. I interviewed them. In their oral tradition, they teach that their name actually comes from the creator. And if we look at the name Yahweh, the root for Yahweh is Hayah. Even when people that deal in martial arts, when they hit a board, they say Hayah, which produces a certain form of power or strength, so to say, even though we know the word Hayah means to become or willing to become. So that will to break that board. Hiya! You see what I'm saying? The whole point is the Haya tribe over here in Tanzania, out of their own mouths, that they Hebrews, and the name of their tribe is a reminder of the name of the we got the Chad tribe, we got the Ola tribe over in Mount Kenya, who I visit as well. And they say that they are part of the northern kingdom of ancient Israel and that they from the tribe of Asher. So for these people to come on social media with pseudo scholarship and trying to say that the Hebrews don't exist, they try to merge Hebrew culture with Judaism, which is false. And there's no such thing as the Abrahamic faith. That's some pseudo shit that they're using on the media or throughout social media to make it seem like Israelite culture and heritage is the Abrahamic faith. Now, foreign nations took elements from the Hebrew culture and heritage and formed elements such as Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. And now that is being defined as the Abrahamic faith. But what do you say to those that are descendants of Abraham that didn't even come from the Israelite bloodline? Y'all telling us that the Midianites, who are in fact Hebrews, that they practice the Abrahamic faith? Then my question will be, what is the name of that? So that's false.
Mighty Hebrew. So that goes into and I wanted to ask you this about you might be familiar with the Amorite hypothesis I'm kind of putting together. So the Mari, what do you think about the Mari tablets as a primary source and the Bini Yamina within them? Because my hypothesis is that I'm making the correlation between the Amorite Bini Yamina tribe and the Hebrew tribe of Benjamin.
I mean, there's always going to be some form of connection culturally, but if we dealing with the line of our ancient forefathers and foremothers
I
as
traced
being
the
the
line.
children of Israel,
I traced the line.
I know. If you want me to answer the question, I
I'm
will.
sorry. Go ahead.
I
Yes,
try.
King, go ahead. Yes, King. Go ahead.
What I'm saying is, I'm not going to break the genealogical record because they found certain artifacts. History is too broad to narrow it down with a linear lens. And I'm telling everybody this. People that are African, Edenic, or Afro-Asiatic in base, never told their history linearly. That is a Western academic way of looking at history. We were more of a circular people. History is too broad to narrow it down. That is the method that your Gentiles use to control the element. From my research, the Hebrews, the ancient Hebrews, go back to the ancient Indian subcontinent, known as Amanadu. And when we look at the Yadava history, when we look at that history carefully, we can clearly see that connection. Bereshit 11 is the key. It talked about those that came from the east. That Hebrew word there is Kadim. The east is the Indus Valley. We found the plain known as Sinar. What you call in the Sumerians were Hebrews or ex-Brahmins that were running during the Ramayanian War. And also when we studied on Moreh Yeshua Bar Yosef, we could clearly see the Buddhic Brahmanistic teachings all throughout the New Testament. Them 17 missing years of Yeshua, we can go into a scroll known as the Scroll of Saint Isa, which is 1,500 years old. And we can clearly see the travels of Yeshua going into the Far East through the Indus Valley. I mean, Yarah know about this stuff. The
Well,
Black Sage know about this stuff.
you find that in the Circle 7 Quran,
May I
Mighty
speak
Hebrew.
to Apostle?
Those
Yeah, I
lost
mean,
rules.
you find it in the Circle 7 Quran, but there are older sources. The Circle
Yeah, the
7
source. Yeah,
5 got that from the. I just want to make it clear
you
because
got
a
it from
lot
the
of people try
constant,
to use.
the constant records.
No. Stop. A lot of people are trying to use the Circle 7 Quran to make it seem like it come from there, where the Circle 7 Quran got it from the Aquarian Gospels, and the
Mm-hmm.
Aquarian Gospels got it from the scroll of Saint Isa,
Mm-hmm.
which is in the Tibetan monasteries. You can look that up right now. So that's not a thing that is a pseudo thing, but they actually really have scrolls, written scrolls of Yeshua's travels from 12 years old to 33. Where you think he was at for them 17 missing
The
years?
missing
And,
years. Yeah, I'm familiar with the missing years. That story. Yeah, I'm familiar with that.
right?
Yeah,
So it
but
don't come, I just want to make it clear that it don't come from the Moorish American, because
Oh no, I
people
never.
try to
Yeah, I
use.
never thought that.
I'm just making that clear. And when we look, if we look at the Essenes, anybody that studied the Essenes, we
Mm-hmm.
can even see the Essenes connection with the Indus Valley. I'm telling you, the
With the
Indus
Dead Sea
Valley is the
Scrolls.
key. I mean, when Netta, Jabari, all them scholars over there used to laugh at me when I used to say that the Indus Valley was older than Kemet. Now scholars are saying that the Indus Valley is 3,000 years older than Kemet. But I've been saying this for years. When you look at the pantheon of the Indus Valley pantheon, it's the same as Kemet. It's the same as Kemet. Why? Because the
So what?
Kemetian pantheon
well,
go back to the Nile.
Can I may I jump rope in this somewhere somehow?
Yeah, you
Who
can't. Yeah,
joined?
I think that's Yara.
No,
No,
that
That's
no,
I
wasn't
say.
Yara.
That's I
no.
say.
That wasn't, that
This I
wasn't
say.
No,
I raised my hand a couple times.
yeah,
all right.
you're
Just let
down
me say
below.
this last
I
point.
can't.
Let me say this last point. Then you can go, Ashe. It's fine. Let me just say this last point. When you look at the Indus Valley and you look at Kemet, Kemet talks about pre-dynastic Kemet. We got a dude by the name of Menethor or Menatho, and he talks about the Nagas that ruled in Kemet during pre-dynastic Kemet. The Nagas are the Indus Valley. The word Naga is a Sanskrit word that means serpent people. And when we study the Naga history, we can see that they ruled in Kemet before dynastic Kemet. When you talk in minis, you talking about Narmer that came around 3500 BCE. So when people try to make it seem like Kemet is the oldest civilization in the world, that is a lie. The Indus Valley is way older than Kemet.
Yeah,
That's-
Suma's older.
Yeah.
But Sumer, to make it clear, Sumer is a baby of the Indus Valley. Remember, when you read Bereshit chapter 11, remember they came from the east
I
and they
think the
found
Indus.
a plain called
Wait,
Sinar.
hold on.
Sinar,
I was talking over
I
nigga.
think.
it was Brahmin priests that ran from the Ramayanian War 7,500 BCE, and they found Sumer. Sumeria was founded by ex-Brahmin priests that came from the Ramayanian war.
Yeah.
After you get done,
Yeah.
Hebrew, let Ashe
I'm not
in.
familiar with that source, Mighty Hebrew. I'm familiar with the Ubaid dynasty at 6000 BC, kind of where I get the
I
start
mean,
at.
damn,
King James, let
hey.
Ashe get in there.
Yeah, because y'all covering a lot. Y'all cover it's first of all, peace to you, Apostle, and peace to Yarah. Good presentation. Let me say that first. Right.
Thank
That's what I
you,
need to say
bro.
first.
Appreciate it. I want it.
And I think we be needing these type of historical presentations as well to actually get the understanding down packed in the chronological order. So that's very necessary. We need that. So I appreciate you for that, Yarah. You always do a good job on that as well. You on mute too, Yarah, by the way.
Man, I just thought they didn't hear me. I was like, man, they ignored me too yesterday. Because I was saying that I just thought they was ignoring me too. I was like, all right, man, there rock out, man.
Right. I'm
Good.
not just sit back up. Yeah.
Okay, I appreciate you, man.
No doubt, brother. Yeah, it was a lot of points.
I'm sorry. Shout out to Easy Bands. Go ahead, brother.
It was a lot of points that the brother had made, and in a huge part that the brother Hebrew said that I really want to point on is a couple things. That when it comes down to the influence, I think that a lot of times within the conscious community, we look at the history because we looking at a certain type of genesis for the stories, right? We looking at where is the origin of this stuff. While and I don't think, and you're right, I will have to agree with the mighty Hebrew that that's a pseudo comparison with the 42 negative confessions in regards to what we see in the Torah, far as the commandments and things of that nature. I think if you're looking for that, you should be looking at more ancient Near Eastern cultures, more in the Levantine area. You will find more similarities and influence and possibilities as far as like Hammurabi Code, Nuzi tablets, etc. But we wouldn't be looking at the culture of Kemet and what they had going on. And the negative confessions comes later in Kemet as well. Early thing in Kemet, that comes later. So that definitely would not be what they were influenced by or what they was kept cutting into. No, that would not be that. And the second thing I want to say was as far as the borrowing goes, we do also observe the borrowing with African culture as well. Before the Abrahamic religion, and I'm going to speak to that, and I'm gonna pass it. Before the Abrahamic religions really like had a stronghold over Morocco, they worship the Kemetic deity Amun, the same Amun that they worship in Kemet. So there's always like a borrowing thing. Like I said, that's human nature, that's human culture, especially when you are of the same people. You're going to see that borrowing. You go see those gods. Yeah, I mean, just maybe pronounce a little different. Like I'm one of those guys. You see Inan and the Ishtar with the Semitic flip that happens over in Mesopotamia and Samaria. King J put me up on that not that long ago, just observing the Semitic flip. But you see the deities still remain. You see the deities are still being borrowed. And I would even go as far as to say that same Anat that we see in the Semitic is a cognate of Asherah. You know what I mean? Or Ishtar as well when we see Anat later on. So that borrowing thing, that's always going to happen. And this is my last point I want to make part of the Abrahamic faith. I do believe that the Abrahamic faith is a reality because, yes, you're right. There were many nations. Abraham birthed many nations. But when you look at the text, it says the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. They're not saying that Abraham other children. It's not saying the God of Ishmael. They don't say that. So that lets us know that as far as the faith of Abraham, where Abraham had his faith into, that's when the Muslims, like it or not, they're referring to the God that they believe that Abraham and Moses, they believe in whatever God that those men believed in. So that's what they mean when they say an Abrahamic faith. Now, if you're talking about a bloodline, that's different because I could belong to a bloodline. My family could worship something and have a faith, and I could belong to that bloodline and go a total different direction on them. That's the only point I want to make.
Ashe.
Yes, sir.
What if I told you Abraham never had a faith?
That would be subjective. I would disagree with you.
Okay, you know why I keep saying there's no such thing as an Abrahamic faith? This is why I'm telling you this. When you look in Shemot or Exodus chapter 23:13, our ancestors, our Israelite ancestors, was warned not to mention the names of the deities of the other nation. We're all scholars on this panel. So when we look at that word faith, it has no Hebrew connection at all. It actually goes back to a Roman goddess named Thetis, right? So, so when you say the Abrahamic faith, I'm saying like, huh? Because Abraham wouldn't even have a concept of that in his mind state because there's no such thing as faith in Hebrew thought. Just like, for instance, when we say, well, the Hebrews prayed, because we're using these things to connect this reality to faith. Then I say to a person that lacked the Hebrew language, I'll say, well, the Hebrews never prayed. They say, yeah, well, the Hebrew word is tafallah. The root of it is palah, which means to judge oneself. So these concepts, what's happening, my good brother Ashe, is Hellenistic concepts are being transferred into Hebrew words. Like when you look at the Strong's concordances, the Strong's is really bullshit, yo. And the reason why I'm saying this is because when you look at Strong's, what they do is they give Greek meanings to Hebrew words based on how the King James Version was translated and not directly from the Hebrew text. So if I say to you, Abraham had no faith, then it's like, huh? That's why I'm saying there's no such thing as the Abrahamic faith. Because the word faith itself, do you understand? It was just a culture. It was, what I'm saying is there was no name what we were dealing with. The Torah was the constitution, the Israelites were the body politic. Just like any other culture, any other people, they got their constitution, they have their ways of seeing this divine source. The ancient Hebrews understood the interconnection of all things. So in essence, in original Hebrew culture and thought, they acknowledged that everything, for the lack of word, was God. And our culture, worship was a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week action. In faith, because remember, you said faith. So in faith, you go to Juma on Friday, you go to synagogue on Saturday, you go to church on Sunday. But the word for worship is aved, which means to slave for, to toll for. So everything we did constituted worship. What you're talking about going to a Shabbat service is paying reverence. We don't have a day of worship in the Hebrew culture. We don't have faith in the Hebrew culture. There is no such thing as Abrahamic faith. That's something that Europeans or your Gentiles came up with to identify these people and they believe.
Absolutely. Yeah, and that's cool. And I don't want to. I'm not gonna draw it out too long. I'm just gonna respond very, very quick. I get what you're saying when you're saying that the term faith will be anachronistic as far as your language, that you don't have a term for that. But right now we're just utilizing English, and we're looking at simple definition, and what the simple definition of faith is. I don't want to have a semantic. It's not really. It will be more of a semantical word salad if we was to get into the etymology of every single word and try to hold every single word at its etymological root. Then we'd be everywhere with it. You get what I'm saying? But as far as far as the belief, if that's a better word, right? Because I'm just speaking English. I'm not really thinking that we're trying to use every single term that we're utilizing to apply it to the actual Hebrew culture in the time. But we are dealing with a belief system. We are dealing with a belief system.
I say maybe more of a.
One second, I didn't cut you off either, King J.
Okay, go ahead.
We are dealing with a belief because everybody didn't subscribe to that partake. Everybody in the culture, everybody around, everybody, not even everybody in the Bible. Yeah, like not everybody around, not even every single body in the Bible subscribed to that ideology, right? And they had different understandings as far as their belief system and what was going to happen to them, and what was guiding their life, and what would happen to them in the afterlife. You get what I'm saying? So we're by definition, we're dealing with faith and belief.
No, well, not really, because that's like
And if you can break it down by the not really, I would like
You
that.
know,
Please
you know
I
expound
would
on
like,
that.
I would like to just give me 30
I
seconds
said,
because
you know, the
it's real.
I
Hebrews.
understand, but
Hold on, King James. Hold on.
hold up.
Cause
Hold
I
up.
don't,
Hold up. Everybody hold up.
I'm
Everybody
listening
hold
to
up.
Ashe.
Everybody hold up. I'm just trying to get this thing back normal. Okay? Y'all were doing good. No problem. Mighty Hebrew, go ahead and say what you were saying to Ashe.
What I'm saying is, I'm saying I'm a representative of the Hebrew culture, a prince in this culture. I'm telling you that the Hebrews never had faith. The original Hebrews never believed in the concepts of heaven and hell. That's all Roman, pagan, Hellenistic teachings. What you're doing is incorporating Western ideas to Eastern thought. When you study amongst real Hebrew Eastern masters, they don't acknowledge none of these concepts that you're saying. So when I say there's no such thing as the Abrahamic faith, and I showed you in Shemot, falsely called Exodus, chapter 23:13, that the Hebrews were told not to even mention the names of the powers of these other nations. And I'm showing you that that word faith is a power or a deity known as Pleiades. That is a Roman deity. We're not just talking about the etymology of the word only. We're talking about a thought. So that thought was incorporated into a Hebraic lifestyle by the way of the West. This is just facts, man. There's no such concept or understanding as the Abrahamic faith. That came from Europeans. And now what happens is that we have brothers and sisters that are the same shade as us that adopt these words and try to impose it mainly on those from a one West mentality to shoot down the Hebrew culture. And what I'm saying is you can't shoot down something that it was never attached to. So there's no such thing as the Abrahamic faith, period.
But it's getting. I get exactly what you're saying, as far as your culture. Once again, mighty Hebrew, but once again, we're just speaking English, brother. And we're just having a simple English conversation. And within this English conversation, we know what faith means. And in English, hold on, wait, time out. You just got to give me a second. Because this is what we do. This is what we do. Even at the time Abraham, I get what you're saying. When Abraham was walking around, wasn't nobody saying this Abrahamic faith. Nobody was saying that. I get what you're saying. But how we identify these cultures, how we identify the thought today. And I've noticed like every single time that you refer back to what I'm saying, you put words and concepts into a thought that I never said. The first time you mentioned synagogues and things of that nature. This time you just mentioned Shabbat service and all of these other things. All of it. Stop, bro. I'm not cutting you off when you speak. I'm not cutting you off when you speak. No. You said things I didn't say, but I didn't feel the need to cut you off. I knew I would be able to respond when you were done. So just give me the same decency.
Okay, hold on. Let me step in, y'all. Let me say this here, because this is what I thought. This is what I thought Mighty Hebrew was first referring to. As much as I know I hear it today over and over about the Abrahamic faith.
Right.
When it starts talking about Islam, Christianity, and Judaism as these are Abrahamic faiths. These faiths came out of Abraham. That is not true. When I hear that statement, when I hear people say the Abrahamic faith, Christianity, Islam, and Hebrewism, that bothers me, man, because that's
They're trying to lump us into a religion. Right. Now, that's a fact. They trying to lump us into a religion.
Y'all making two different arguments, and that's what I was trying to bring a little clarity.
What I'm saying, listen,
hold on, Mighty Hebrew, real quick before y'all go back and forth into it, because this is the thing. What we talked about earlier, as far as Ashe's making a linguistic argument, and you're making a cultural argument.
I'm not disputing that. Ashe wasn't on Listen, Ashe wasn't on in the beginning
He
when
missed
I
that
was
part. Yeah,
talking about this in the time.
he missed.
Listen, yo, listen.
I know, brother.
What
Hold
I'm
on. I'm
saying
saying he
is,
missed that part. Mighty Hebrew, listen,
right, I
calm
know you're
down.
saying that,
You
but I
missed,
want to make
brother.
it
Mighty
clear
Hebrew, you've
too.
been speaking.
I
I'm
know,
finna
I
give
Both
it
of
back
y'all
to
need
you,
to
brother.
chill. Both
I'm
of
gonna
y'all
give
need
know
to
it
that.
back.
chill, man.
What I'm saying
Both
is,
of y'all need to
all of them
chill.
do that online. They all do it to try to use the One West camps to belittle Hebrew scholars. And what I'm saying is, when you nip it straight to the bud, you get to the root of the problem. When you say Abrahamic religion, Abrahamic faith, they're trying to box the Hebrew people as a religion so
I,
we would
under,
identify with it
I
ethnically.
understand. I
And I'm
understand.
saying on the continent of Africa, there are Hebrews on the continent right now. And I'm here to defend for what my grandfather stood up for, what we worked for hundreds of years, and for people to try to say, oh, that's just a faith. And I'm showing like that ain't even a concept, not just the word,
But
but it
brother, do
went
you
But,
have
but,
DNA
but
I'm trying to
evidence
make,
Mighty
hold
of
on, let
Hebrew
Hebrew,
me
ancestry?
finish, man.
real
I don't
quick,
even
so I
never
can
be
break
on
it
these
down to.
shows.
Hold on, because you
Hold on,
going.
let me just get done.
Come
Let
on,
me
y'all.
get, listen, I never come on these shows. So at least let me just speak. Y'all always on these shows. What I'm saying is this. I'm correcting something that is wrong. The black conscious community has been making certain statements to belittle the Hebrew people as a whole. Like for instance, when you say the Abrahamic faith, they're trying to lump the Hebrew Israelites as a religion. That's what they're doing when they make that
But brother,
statement.
do you
But
have
once
any
you
DNA
cut it,
evidence? You could kill the whole argument. Do you have DNA evidence of Hebrew ancestry? I'm not saying you don't, but do you?
Oh, bro, you taking it.
watch
You
this.
taking the
Now, if you want me,
conversation
hold
somewhere
on.
else,
Let him
If you
man.
want
answer
me
though.
to
Let
answer
him
that,
answer.
listen,
Really,
hold
give
on,
him a
hold on.
chance.
If you
No.
want, yes,
Take
hold
him,
on. If
take
you
him
want me to
off
answer
the
that question,
panel.
it's simple. No. And the reason why I'm telling you no is because none of them have any DNA evidence. Anybody that
That's not
study what it
true,
called
bro. The
the
Limba
DNA,
do.
hold on, let me
The
finish.
Limba
Let me
do.
finish. Hold on. You asked me a question. Let me finish the answer. It is called, watch this. Who created the CMH, which is the Cohen model haplotype? What's his name? If we're going to have,
Brother, we
if we're going to
listening,
have a
brother. Just answer.
biological discussion, I'm not them Hebrews that you know they're talking to. If we're going to have a discussion of DNA, who is the creator and founder of the CMH DNA or the
That's
Cohen?
we creating a whole
No,
nother
we listening. Let him
conversation,
teach.
man.
Go
And
ahead,
this
teach,
and
brother.
this
No,
Go
ties
ahead,
no,
away
no.
teach.
from the
Because
No,
the
no,
Let him
conversation
question,
as
teach,
well,
the
no,
brother.
man.
reason
Go
This
why
ain't
ahead.
I'm
got too much to do
saying
with
these
Yarah.
things,
I told you, I
the reason
told
why I'm
you.
saying these things, his name was Dr. Yaakov Kleiman. That was his name. And what he did was he deceived y'all to believing that there's a such thing as a Cohen model haplotype. No, it's not, man. What he did was he took 4 generations of Jewish people that had what was known as the last names were Cohen and Levi. And he aligned them with certain so-called Middle Eastern groups, which they defined as J2 and they defined themselves as J1. But the problem with that study is that they're really identifying those crusaders that invaded along with the Ottoman Turks. They never took no ancient Israelite blood and aligned themselves with Israelite blood. That's a fact.
No, I hear you,
So
brother.
for
So
you to
what?
say,
Let me say one sentence.
let me
All right,
finish.
go ahead.
Let me finish. So
They
for you
found
to
it. They
say,
found a
Long-winded
to come
though,
Tobite
on this
bro.
name.
panel
You
to try to, no,
long-winded.
for you to come on this panel and try to use DNA to circumnavigate Black Americans being the Israelites is false because nobody ain't
No,
take
we hear
no
you, brother.
DNA
So
to
let
show
me
that
let
they
me
were
respond
Kemetic.
briefly,
They
brother.
ain't show no
All right, go
DNA
ahead.
that show that they Kemetic, Babylonian, Assyrian, any of that stuff. But when it come to the Hebrews, y'all always try to say to show us to show DNA, but we can show the social anthropological facts that Black Americans are connected to Israelites. We can show social anthropological facts that there were Hebrews in West Africa. I'm in East Africa right now with Hebrew communities in Arusha that been here over
Brother,
2,000
let me
years.
respond to you, brother.
So
It'll
they
be brief.
lying too.
Let me respond to you. Watch how brief my
Okay,
response
hold
is.
on. Hold on for a second. Hebrew, let these guys talk. Let me get Luke first, and then I'm gonna go to King J. Then I'm gonna go to Ashe.
Damn,
Go
where am I
ahead,
in
you.
line? Where am I in line?
Don't skip easy band. Don't skip easy band. Don't skip easy
Where am
band.
I in line,
Don't
brother?
skip easy band.
Saludos, saludos.
Y'all stop. Easy Band and Hoodoo just came in the show. Luke's been in the show and haven't said anything. I know what I'm doing.
So let me be brief. This is me. I'm gonna be very brief to the mighty
Who's
Hebrew.
me? I called
This is
on Luke.
Hoodoo, brother. All
I
right,
called
brother.
on Luke,
All right. What
brother.
can you just tell me where I'm at in line though? Can I at least know that?
I'm gonna let you. Don't worry about you. I got you. I got
All
you in
right,
Easy
brother.
Band. I got you
Hey,
in
mighty
Easy
Hebrew,
Band.
don't leave, don't run. All right, we could go.
He
Go
ain't
ahead.
going nowhere.
You don't run. I ain't no kid, man. I'm 50 years old. I ain't no kid.
All right,
All
all
right.
right.
Well, the
Okay,
mic
well,
about to come
let's
back to
let's
you,
get it,
so
Luke.
go
Let's
ahead,
get
Luke.
it, Luke. Let's get it, brother
Okay.
Luke.
Come on,
Have some
Luke.
respect for your elders. We don't do no running Philly all day.
Come on. Okay, go ahead, Luke. Unmute yourself.
Good day to the
Go
panel.
ahead.
Yeah, uh, I do not subscribe to the Bible. I don't believe that any of the biblical characters ever existed. But what I would like to do, because I know, we got to source up, right? And so I want to read. I want to read from a writer, a Christian writer, who is also an archaeologist by the name of Paul Lawrence. The name of the book right here is the Lion's Atlas of the Bible History by Paul Lawrence. And I quote, the topic is archaeological evidence for the patriarchs. And so I'm about to read now. And it says, no direct archaeological evidence confirms the existence of the patriarchs, but several personal names found in the Bible also appear in texts from two important sites in Syria. Now, the reason why I brought it up is because Paul Lawrence is not only an archaeologist, but he's also a Christian archaeologist. And so I'm reading again from the Lion's Atlas of the Bible History by Paul Lawrence. And so we're talking about these biblical characters as if they're historical characters. So I have a problem with that, because now if there are no patriarchs, and I'm sure everyone on the platform knows who the patriarchs are, then we don't get to a Jacob, to have an Israel, to have a Hebrew, so on and so forth. The last thing, another point I'd like to make, because I heard what's his name, the Hebrew guy talking about it, the mighty Hebrew was talking about it. The reason why you would see a correlation with all of these various languages coming out of a Hellenistic or a Greek culture is for this sole reason, as it pertains to language, because it is alleged that they used the Greek at the bottom of the Rosetta Stone as the main key in the methodology to decipher the Medunetta or the Rosetta Stone. Why that is important on this topic is because they use the methodology for the decipherment of the Rosetta Stone to breathe life into the dead languages such as Hebrew, Greek, such as Hebrew, cuneiform, Akkadian, etc., etc. And so and so they use the Rosetta Stone as a linchpin to tie all of these dead languages together. And so that's why you would arrive at that conclusion, Mr. Mighty Hebrew. But I want to go back to the point that Mr. Paul Lawrence made, who is a Christian archaeologist, who said that there is no evidence for any of the patriarchs. And I'll give the mic back to you guys.
All right. The reason why that there's no evidence, the reason why that there's no evidence, lack of evidence, does not mean No evidence. So just like it took them time to find the Rosetta Stone to be able to interpret the nectar neuter or whatever it wasn't Hebrew, whatever it was that they used it to do, up until that time, they couldn't. Now they can. So one single man, only thing he can say is what he believes and how he feels. But his belief has no more authority than my belief. If I choose to believe something, whether I stick a stick in the ground or a shovel in the ground, I have that right, just like he has a right to hypothesize. I have the same right. Now I'm going to go to
Elder Apostle. Elder Apostle.
Yeah.
Elder Apostle.
Yes.
He read the source. The brother read the source by archaeologists. I think a source for a source would be good. I got the book, The African Eugenic Heritage.
Come on, bro. It's King J turn, bro.
Well, let Mighty Hebrew address him. Ain't no terms here, bro.
No, let me express this. Because he brought up an archaeologist. You understand what I'm saying? He brought up an archaeologist. So I'm here to defend the Hebrew Israelite sovereign nationalistic culture till I die in the grave. The African Edenic Heritage book, right? If you go to page 16, the legend archaeologist that found the School of the Prophets Institute in Dimona, Israel, northeastern Africa, who is an archaeologist, anthropologist by the name of Prince Dr. Shaliach bin Yahuda. This is what he said. He says the world has unwittingly accepted lies and distortions concerning the history of the so-called Middle East, really northeastern Africa and the Near East region. Our studies on the ground and experience have shown that the present-day inhabitants of this region are not the original people of the land. The majority of those defined by modern historians as Arabs are the descendants of European crusaders. One need to only research and visit on the ground the area's back regions to discover that the world has hidden the remnants of Northeast Africa's original inhabitants.
If we're not going to show our primary Hebrew, like, come on now, land your plane, brother. So you've been long-winded.
Yeah, please land the plane so we could pass the mic around.
Hey, man, y'all got to stop interrupting people while they're building, bro.
Come on,
well, you gotta
man.
be concise.
I'm an OG in this culture, man.
It's
and
my
I've been
show,
doing
man.
this
Y'all, hold on.
before
Yeah,
y'all was
y'all
even on. I'm not gonna let y'all be disrespecting me, man. What I'm saying
y'all
to
got to
y'all,
respect my
if he
art, bro.
put up,
Y'all can't do that, bro.
yeah, he put up a source to try. Y'all got to mute y'all mic. That's too much static. He put up a source to try to prove that they're the biblical, or what he defines as the biblical patriarchs aren't real. And I'm saying that's not true. When you study anthropology, will set the record straight. I have receipts. I'm on the ground in Africa, and there are Hebrews in Africa. So my point that I'm saying, and when he brought up the Rosetta Stone, that was my point. That Greek, that's why I kept saying there's no such Hebrew word as faith. They mistranslate the word imuna and try to say it means faith. No, imuna is when one pushes their ethnic origins by the way of their cultural heritage. That's what imuna means. It has nothing to do with the concept of faith. That's my point. So the brother made the point showing about the Rosetta Stone with the Imthuneta or the Meduneta, the Dumanic, and the Greek. We're hip to that. I've been studying Dr. Ben and Obanga and all them scholars for over 35 years. So I'm hip to all that.
All right, brother. Can I go next? Because all due respect, my Hebrew, you really long-winded. So it's like,
It's cool though, y'all. My point, the point he's making is that there's certain people when they come up here, y'all don't cut them off.
Why you try?
Like,
If y'all want to battle me or challenge me,
like
But
I
let
there's
can
my
deal with
man,
y'all one at a
let my
time.
man,
I can deal
right?
with
Let my
y'all
man
one at a
build.
time.
Y'all gotta let him build.
I don't like that. I'm with it. I'm with a
I mean, but
constructive
can we be
debate.
honest a little bit, Yarah? He been talking for the last 15 minutes.
Don't worry.
Yeah,
I don't never come on the show.
you ever
You
been
don't
on the
even know.
panel?
Yarah, can
I
we
put
also be
work.
honest?
I put work in the
It's not
nation.
one panel that
This
you or
is
me be on
Yarah's
where you allotted
show.
to speak that long. Not one.
This is
Hey, listen.
Yarah's
Don't
Hey,
show.
worry.
hey.
I don't come on the
My point
show.
is, yeah, my point is this real quick is that that's my Zaqan too. That's my brother in arms, right? So
Right,
just like when Jabari and Reggie come up here and y'all give them that respect, y'all don't cut them off.
right,
Y'all can't cut my
Y'all
brother off like that.
disrespecting me on this show.
Yeah, y'all can't
right.
I
disrespect my
put a,
brother.
I put a
I
work,
gotta
Yarah, can
give
we
it
real
can,
brown
Can I
work.
say this to you,
While
Yarah?
y'all
Can I say
talk,
this to you,
while y'all
Yarah?
talk that
He
black
about to be
When
done.
we got
I'm gonna be
Jabari and
going.
Reggie up there talking for and be long winded, that screen be up. They going through primaries and they not come. We got to be honest, and they always willing to take the questions, be challenged. But since he's been up here,
Yeah, I
he
got
ain't
it.
no
y'all
been no
what?
source
Are you
material
done?
like that.
What you mean
Are
I ain't
you are
bring?
you are
You
you
didn't
are
bring.
you done?
Nobody brought.
Are you
First of all,
done building
hold on,
now?
Elder Yara. Hold up, Elder
I'm
Yara.
about to
Go
pull
ahead.
up.
Nobody
I
brought
want to
any
ask
source
Apostle a question.
material.
I'm about to
Hold
leave.
on.
I just want to ask. I don't want
No,
to ask the
no,
host a question
no,
so I
because
can leave.
because you're not gonna put that false
I just want to ask
narrative
the
on
host
my
a
name.
question so I can
You trying
leave,
to make
brother.
it seem like I don't deal with source material, and that's
Bro, I'm
false.
not trying to
That's
make it
false.
seem like nothing, bro. I'm
Nobody,
not trying to make.
no,
Hey,
no, no,
look,
no.
dog. If you want to
Nobody
get in the
brought up
ring, we can
source
battle.
material. Nobody brought up source material except one person. And when he brought up that source material, I brought in source material.
And
We were
nobody
just
has been as
freestyling
long-winded as
off
you
the
either.
dome. So what? Y'all always on the show. I was on the show before you, and you cut me off when I was
I didn't
talking.
cut you off. I
You just
waited till I
cut
could
me
speak.
off. It doesn't matter. It doesn't
So how did
matter.
I
You
cut?
don't
So
cut
what do
off
you mean?
elders.
All right, bro, are
You
you
don't cut
drinking
off
today,
elders.
Mighty
That's what
Hebrew?
I'm saying. Your culture is showing that
Let's
you're
get
not
back to
even
the
on point
information
because
though.
you cut me off
Let me
from the
ask you
very
a question,
beginning.
Apostle,
If you
so I
want
can
to
leave real
talk to
quick.
me,
It ain't to
talk
the
to me
panel.
as a
It's
man.
just a personal
But
question to you, real quick.
I'm not gonna give nobody the respect. If you respect Jabari, I put him more. I'm in Africa, all over Africa, putting in footwork where I can die. Where you sitting up here just talking on a panel and you
Mike,
disrespecting me, dog.
yeah, Mike
I
Hebrew,
don't
hold
care
on
what
for a
you
sec.
talking
Bro,
about.
you're
I'm
just talking
telling
on
you,
the
nobody
panel.
didn't
I'm
bring
out
up
here
no
in the street where
sources.
I can die. I'm in
I ran
America.
with you. I
You
thought till I
ran.
was on the
And
street.
we know why you
I
really
ain't
ran.
run.
But that's
I
another topic.
ran. Do you know we can build? We can build face to face directly, however
Hey,
you want it.
don't be a
Ran.
clown,
I'm
I
back and
say.
forth in the United
Bro,
States.
that's what I'm
Who
saying,
you
bro. I'm
talking
just
to
trying to
like that?
ask
I
Apostle a
ran
question
for
so I
what?
can leave,
No,
y'all.
I
I ain't
ran
even
for
trying to
what?
have this
I
back and
ran
forth
for
with you
what?
Yarah
like
or
this, bro.
No,
Apostle,
I'm
take
saying I
control of
ran
the
for
panel,
what?
please.
Since
One of
you in
y'all
my
take
Yes, what I'm
control of
business.
the
saying,
panel,
No,
Apostle,
I'm
bro.
please.
I'm
just
trying
saying
to
I ran
come
for
on, bro.
what?
Come on, man.
That's what I'm saying. You talking
Yarah,
out the
it's your
side of
show,
your
brother.
mouth,
Take
and you
control of the
don't know
panel,
what
Swim
you
Yarah.
sideways towards us, man.
you don't even know
Let us
how to
Okay,
build,
engage.
man.
okay,
We all in the family.
Ain't nobody saying
Everybody
nothing, bro. This
hold
dude
up.
wilding out.
Everybody
I'm
hold
wilding out
up.
because you falsifying my name. You said
What's
I
going
ran,
on,
right?
bro?
Hold
What's
on,
going on is
man.
that you run your mouth.
Everybody hold up.
No, you check them niggas. Talking about somebody
I'm
ran.
checking
Ran for what?
everybody.
I
Y'all,
ain't no
you
sucker.
messing up the show. Stop it. Come on, y'all. Please, man. Y'all my brothers. Shay, ask your question.
Yeah,
I
go
just
ahead,
want
I
to ask
say.
you. I just want to ask you, Apostle. Do you have faith in your God?
Yes.
And that's my whole point. Thank you.
Yes.
That's all I want to
Okay.
ask.
It don't matter. That's
I say
not, it
crazy.
don't matter because you said yes. An
Pointless.
apostle, an apostle will tell you if he go to Exodus chapter
Yara, you my
23:13,
boy.
and it tell him not to mention the name of them powers, and he study that word faith and see that word faith go back to a Roman goddess, Thales, he will clearly tell you technically no, the Hebrews didn't have faith. What I'm saying to you,
You said
you
it.
came into a conversation that you knew not what you was talking about, and you said I'm running. No, Prince Asiel, the late Prince Asiel, which is Prince Yose's father, sent me here on assignment to open up a jurisdiction in Tanzania. You don't know what you're talking about. Talking about somebody ran. What are you talking about? This is what I'm saying. You just make up things. You know why you said that? Because you are outsider looking in. Your feet ain't on the ground. Because if they were on the ground, you would know that. Your Rod knows that. Apostle know that. So stop coming on Joe's lying on people's names. And you talking about streets, they'll tell you, before I went to Africa to put work in Africa, I was putting work all over the United States. You don't know me. While you was looking at Sinetta, I was on Sinetta. I've known Sinetta over 25 years. Who you talking to? Personally.
Okay.
His wife used to take care of my children. You don't know me like that.
No. All right, Apostle. Can we please get back to information? I appreciate that, Apostle.
Yeah, I do want to get back to the information.
Appreciate that.
And I want to tell, let me see where we at now.
I
Because
think I was next.
I know you're next. Hold on. I know you're next. Yarah, you got 2 bands open. You got 2 views open.
Yeah, here, the one on the mic, you can close one on fashion key. You can take.
Say what now?
Thank you, sir.
Okay, I see one with the mic is open.
Yep,
that's
good.
the last one that you came in on.
Yes, sir.
So the other one up top that you first came in on, you want to discharge that?
Yeah, you can close that out.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, sir.
Go ahead.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, go ahead.
I appreciate it. Peace once again. Peace to the panel. Peace to the panel. I just want everybody to have
easy, man.
A little calmness, and that's it. Because to both the brothers' point, like to Mighty Hebrew's point, to I say he did come in a little late, so he did to his benefit, Hebrew. He didn't probably get that when we talked about linguistics and how linguistics and cultural there may be some sort of disconnect. So he missed that part, to be fair to him. To you, I'm writing notes to everything you say. So I'm supporting what you're saying, but you're so long-winded, brother. It's hard to everybody to, we want to respond. You know what I'm saying? So can't you be a little bit more precise and just short with your points so that we all just so that we all can get in, because we learning from you. I'm writing notes and I want to respond, but it's so hard to respond to all the points you're making because you're making so many deep points, right? So I just wanted to touch on that. I do agree with you in regards to what we're talking about in observance of faith. I think that's I don't know if you would oppose if I just said observance of forces instead of point of a faith, because like we said earlier, they would have said Hashem. Shem just means name. That's not the name of the actual force. I would make an argument that they were observers of forces and did not name those forces. That's where I would say that's where we get religion, when they start naming the actual the forces, giving them attributes, anthropomorphizing the forces and calling them Yahweh, calling them El. Yahweh, I would say, is just a descriptive modifier that we can put in front of any deity and would just be to mean to come into existence, to exist. Yahweh, Hadad, we always say, Yahweh El, Yahweh. You can put Yahweh in front of anything, and it just means the force. So I would agree. That would be my argument in more of just a precise way to say it than, but I do agree with you. I just want you to make a little bit more quicker points.
All right. So now I want Mighty Hebrew to respond if he wants to, and I want Yarah to respond if he wants to.
Toda Rabba Zaqan or Toda Rabba. I understand that King James, I consider that King J, I consider that I'm from the era where I sat amongst elders in like a student-teacher relationship. So I come from a different era, whereas though this era, they have what you would call like a short attention span. So you gotta like narrow things down real quick. But certain things,
Microwave it.
Okay,
yeah,
hold, King James.
I could look. I come from where we had the Pyrex, but now the new generation they throwing
King
in the
James,
microwave.
you're not talking right now. Come on.
yeah, I know.
Come on.
He cool. He cool, Zaqan. Yeah, you correct.
But
That's
see,
why
if he's talking while you talking, I can't hear you.
Okay,
I'm listening too.
Yeah, but
so he can't. He's done talking. So respond to him.
yeah, facts. I understand, Zaqan. Yeah, it's like King J just said. That's the type of setting I'm used to sitting under actually elders in our community. You know what I'm saying? And there was no way we could interrupt them. That would be a term of disrespect. You know what I mean? And there was consequences behind that. You know what I'm saying? So it's hard to just narrow things down in seconds when things are complex to people, like this discussion of faith. If I'm saying this is totally alien to our culture, but somebody's interjecting and trying to enforce it into the culture, it makes us look a certain way that I'm trying to disassociate. You know, when you say faith, you think automatically religion, automatically. You know what I mean? Where we're saying that the Hebrew Israelite way of life, heritage, is a culture. It's a culture. So that's all I was saying from the rip. Nobody was bringing up no primary sources, none of that. A man brought up a source. He didn't say it was a primary. It was just a source of somebody's opinion saying that the biblical patriarchs, there was a lack of evidence. So what I did was I brought up a source from our own people that's on the ground that created a university from our people, and the archaeologist itself encountered what the man said. That was the point. That's all I'm saying. So yeah, I understand what you're saying, King Jack. I gotta like really shorten it up for people. I understand.
All right. Yarah, are you there, Yarah? I'm having problems keeping up with Yarah.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. Go ahead. You got something you want to say to King James? King J?
No, not really, man.
I mess with. Yeah, no, he good. He said he summed it up perfectly.
Okay. All right. So
you got Storm?
It was
Easy.
me next.
Oh, we got.
Easy Band. And then
Peace
I
and
want
blessings.
Hoodoo. Easy Band. Go ahead.
Salute, Apostle. Thanks for letting me up. I want to say peace and blessings to the panel. Brother Yarah, salute,
Yes,
salute,
sir.
my guy.
Salute, King. Salute.
Yeah, man. Yo, unfortunately, my bad, bro. I caught the stream a little bit too late, man, and I missed your presentation. So I'll go back. I'll double back and see what you're talking about exactly. If I can just drop my 2 cents right quick to the brother Mighty Hebrew. Peace and blessings to you, my bro. And all right, so I'll just keep going. So I want to say salute to you. I appreciate the fact that you're in Africa right now, putting in work and meeting a lot of people out there, and getting to know the culture, and also deepening your own faith beliefs by doing that. You're putting in the groundwork, so I salute that. I respect that. When it comes to Abraham, I think that the problem, you said that he didn't have faith or something like that. Now, I think the problem is the use of the word. Maybe that's what's getting to you, faith, right? Because I do believe that he kind of did have some faith, right? Like if I give an example, when God told him to, take his son up, and, they went for the whole sacrifice thing. He apparently showed faith when he was doing that. He believed that even if God asked him to sacrifice his own son, he believed that God would bring him back somehow. So that would be an example of faith, in my opinion. I don't necessarily disagree with everything that you're saying. I don't. We're probably on the same page with a lot of the things that you're saying. I just think that Abraham did have faith. I don't know if you're even like disputing that.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
This is for anybody on the panel. Why do y'all think I'm saying that Abraham didn't have faith? Why do y'all think I'm saying?
Because they were observers of forces, not religion.
But I'm next though. Let's remember the line.
Say that one more time. I didn't hear that. Say that one more time.
He said
I said because they were observers of forces, not religion or faith.
But am I saying he didn't have faith because of that, or because the word faith is Pleiades, a Roman goddess?
They don't have that. They don't have even have that in the lexicon. It's not even a word that they would be able to express.
No. So the thing is that this is what I was talking about. So we probably agree then, brother Mighty Hebrew. We probably agree it's the word that's the problem. So some people interpret
the word is a pagan word describing a Roman goddess Pleiades that was crossed over into the Hebrew, meaning the word that they're trying to use for faith in Hebrew is emunah, but emunah doesn't mean faith. It means to express one's culture through their ethnic background. That's what it means.
So hold on, King J, just 1 second. So if I do this, right, let me just read you the definition of faith. I understand that where it comes from might have pagan roots or whatever you're saying, right? I understand that.
So, and we're not allowed to use the words. We're not. I showed my source that we're not allowed to even say them words in Exodus chapter 20:13. If we're saying faith, we're saying Pleiades. We're saying the Roman goddess.
All right, so if let me just read the definition and see maybe if you agree with the definition rather than the word, if that's cool.
Okay.
So, all right.
Okay.
So
cool.
Faith is a complete, confident trust or allegiance in someone, something, or a set of beliefs. Would you say that Abraham, fit in that category? He had complete confidence, trust in the Most High.
Yes. Let me make it clear. Yes, he had complete confidence in the Creator, but not complete confidence by the way of faith. No.
Okay, so then we agree then.
It was shrouded with his own cultural expression.
I think
the word faith. Do y'all understand what I'm saying? This is very critical.
I get it. I get it, brother.
What I'm saying, this is difficult for them to stop saying Abrahamic faith. Because once we look at the source of the word faith, we're going to say, Abraham would contest to this. If Abraham was alive right now, he would contest to the fact to identify our cultural norms with a pagan Roman goddess.
Abraham had
even if y'all got a different, y'all get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Now, just one last thing that I wanted to ask you with your travels in Africa. Would you say that there is some overlap with some of the traditional African belief systems with, Abrahamic beliefs as well? Would you say that there's some overlap? Because let me just preface it right quick, because I'm also African. I was born and raised out there, and I've spoken to Elder Yarah about this a few times now. And one of the reasons that I give is that the reason why you see that a lot of African people readily accept, the Abrahamic faiths. You know what I'm talking about, bro. One of the reasons
I know. I'm trying to get y'all to stop saying it.
All right, just for a conversation's sake right now. So one of the reasons I see that they accept it is because there's a lot of overlap, like it's compatible. I don't know if you've noticed that. That's all I wanted to ask, and I'll rest my case after that.
I will say yes and no, meaning that y'all got to mute it. It's like echoing. The reason why I'm saying yes and no, because ethnically, for a lack of words, since we speak in this English language, the Hebrews were considered African people. So, I've heard arguments that we couldn't have never, ran into Africa. But when one understands the frankincense myrrh trade, and they travel these routes, which I have through West Africa and areas like that, and you can see them. There are people in Africa that do have oral traditions, and it aligns based on older Hebrew customs in East Africa versus the newer customs of Hebrew culture in West Africa. And what I'm saying, what we call the Bantu expansion, we see there's this massive migration of northeastern African people. Okay. And when we look at that, we go into these same tribes, these Bantu speaking tribes, you know, they're saying out of their mouth. It's not a thing that I'm making. You from Africa, bro, and you know that there are tribes in Africa.
What year
that
is
are
it,
saying
Mighty Hebrew?
Shh, King James, come on.
No,
that,
I'm
Yeah, I'm
asking a
next.
Come on,
question. I'm
man.
I'm
asking
next,
a
so we
question
gotta
for
go in
clarity.
order.
Yeah, but
I'm
he's
next.
talking, man. Wait.
Yeah, I'm asking for clarity.
Wait
What
until
date
he's
is the
done.
Bantu? By then, we've been there for God.
Now
Well,
you gotta
I
wait
can't
after me
help
because
that.
I'm
Write it
next.
down. Don't
I do.
interrupt him.
What year is the Bantu expansion, man?
Oh, my God.
what I say, okay. I just want to give a primary source real quick, and then I'll just let y'all build on that and let it go because other people want to talk. So if you go to a book known as Pre-Colonial Black Africa, let's talk about Sheikh Anta Drew or Sheikh Anta Diop. He quotes Tariq el-Fatah. Now, Tariq el-Fatah clearly was an eyewitness of 1652 in Timbuktu. This was a eyewitness, right? So this is what he say by quoting him. According to Tariq el-Fatah, an Israelite minority also lived in the Bint of the Niger region in Timdorma and had made a speciality of cultivating vegetables watered with fresh well water instead of river water. Now, this was an eyewitness. It's an eyewitness, man. There were Israelites in West Africa. There's no getting around it. You know what I mean? Because we can still see the cultural diffusionism. We also got Dr. Yosef A. Ben Yokanayan saying that in African origins of the major Western religions on page 76. I mean, y'all talk primary sources. Y'all say on Sinetta, which, you know, I've been doing this with him for over 20 years. Y'all say source up or shut up. So on page 76 of Dr. Ben's book, he says that during the Saracen War, roughly around 115 CE, that there was this massive migration of Israelites or Hebrews from northeastern Africa, falsely called the Middle East, and they traveled into West Africa and they mixed with the indigenous tribes. And last source, and then y'all got it. Dr. John Henry Clark, I mean, man, y'all love these scholars that y'all talk about. Well, in the notes for African World Revolution, Africans at the Crossroads on page 276, my homie said this out of his mouth. There is a need now to study the migration of the Israelites after 70 AD, when the Romans destroyed their temples and started the dispersal of the Israelites of that day. Where indeed did they go? There's some evidence that some of them migrated into the body, migrated south into the body of Africa. So I gave three primary sources from three major scholars. We talking about Sheikh Anta Drew, Dr. John Henry Clark, and Dr. Yosef A. Ben Yokanayan. And
But no, you
all of
didn't
them
know Mighty Hebrew.
Once again, I wanted.
No, hold
Once
on, Easy
Hold
Band. If
on.
I'm cutting them off, you don't cut me off for cutting them off. Damn, hold
Yeah,
on.
but you
No,
jumping the
I just
line
want
though.
I just wanted to say I landed my plane. I wanted to say salute to Mighty Hebrew
All right.
man, and respects for what you're doing in Africa, bro. Respects.
I'm actually trying to
Voodoo.
respond.
Peace.
I'm actually trying to respond to what
Voodoo.
the point he's making.
Yeah, yeah.
Just hold on, King Jay. Hoodoo. You up,
Thank you.
man.
And it'll be brief, really. And actually, King J could, since he's so talkative, he could even answer this. But this question is really to Mighty Hebrew and any of the Hebrew Israelites on the panel. What genetic evidence do you have that you are actually Hebrew?
What
Oh,
genetic
I ain't got.
evidence?
Yeah, I don't know if you was on the panel, but I already said that earlier.
What
That
did you
question
say,
you asked
brother?
me.
What did you say?
and I said that no people on the planet have any genetic evidence of them being Hebrews. Not even the so-called Jews.
So just so I'm clear, you have no genetic evidence that you're Hebrew.
I-
What about any
That's a
of
fact.
the
Just
other?
like hold on, and let me
All right,
just
go
say
ahead.
this too. There is no genetic evidence of anybody being Babylonian. There's no genetic evidence of anybody being Cometian. There's no genetic
I hear you,
evidences of
bro.
any of this.
So
Let me just say that. Let me just say why I'm saying this. real quick. I don't want to just say it and you just say, huh? The reason why I'm saying this is based on the study analysis that they gave in 1997. There was a man by the name of Dr. Rabbi Yaakov Kleiman. And what he was doing was studying the environment of different so-called Middle Eastern populations, with those that were of Levi or had the last name Levi and had the last name Cohen. And he was going back 4 generations, roughly 4 to 5 generations. And he used these so-called 3 matriarchs to say that they all stem back to that and going back to this Middle Eastern origin. Well, the problem with the whole study was, yeah, correct, 4 to 5 generations. But when we understand the Crusades and the Ottoman Turkish rule, those that live in the Middle East today, a lot of them, and I've traveled all over throughout the Middle East, a lot of them are invaders that invaded by the way of the Ottoman Turkish Empire and the Christian Crusades. So the comparative study is based upon invaders and not the actual people of the land. They never took no ancient Israelite blood, my
Brother, I
young
hear you.
brother, and
So
tested
just so
it
I'm
on
clear,
anybody.
and watch how brief my response is. So just so I'm clear, you have no genetic evidence that you're Hebrew. So when you say you're Hebrew, you're actually speculating. Now, to the rest of the Hebrew
No,
Israelites on
I'm
the
not.
panel, do you
No,
have
let's
any,
make it clear.
brother? You
Let's
see
make
how
it clear.
long-winded you
I'm
was, and I
not,
did not cut
hold
you
on,
off. I did not cut you off,
No, you putting words in my mouth. You said
brother.
I'm
You said you have
speculating.
no
No, I'm not
evidence.
speculating. The anthropology, no, you said genetic. You didn't say evidence. Yo, Captain Tazariak told you best. Listening is an art. You
Yes,
talk
brother. I'm
Yes,
genetics.
listening
sir.
very well, brother.
What I did, young brother, is I showed you the source of the genetics that you're using, and I'm
Yes,
showing that
brother. I
that
heard
genetic
you, brother.
research. Hold on, young brother.
You
That
cut me
genetic
off.
research is small.
You cut me
Hold on,
off,
because
brother.
you didn't cut me off
No, I
throughout
did
the
not
joint too.
cut
But
you
let
off. I
me
let you
explain.
talk, brother.
What I'm saying to you is the question that you asking is a loaded question. I've been doing this for years, young brother. What I'm telling you is I'm going to the source of your argument, which is the CMH, which is the Cohen model haplotype, and I'm saying that is false because they did
Exactly.
not
I
take
heard you,
that
brother. I
genetic.
heard you.
Hold on. I want their listening audience to hear
Yeah, but
that
you cut me
research that
off,
they did.
brother.
Okay, hold on. Let me finish. That
All right, go
genetic
ahead.
research that they did, yeah, they need to hear this because y'all gonna stop saying this to Hebrews. That genetic research that they did, it doesn't go back thousands of years, man. That stuff only go back to 4 or 5 generations. Y'all ran with that fake research that they put themselves out there, the so-called Jews, that make it seem like they were genetically connected to the Israelites when they show no genetic lineage to the ancient Israelites at all. And I brought up there's nobody showing any research genetic wise that Black Americans are connected to the ancient Comedians, the Babylonians, any of them. So the
Yeah,
question
we,
us
brother,
with
we
genetic,
heard you, brother.
but anthropology, and that's why I'm on the ground in Africa. Anthropology answers the question. If you're trying to find out your lineage, study anthropology, not genetics. They only
And
get less than 1%
watch,
of your
just watch how
DNA,
brief
man.
my
That's
response
dumb.
is.
Right.
Facts.
Bro,
Mighty Hebrew. Just let
thank
him
you,
go ahead
Yeah, yeah,
and
yeah,
say what he
yeah, yeah,
gotta
correct.
say
thank you.
because he can't
Because
even prove who in the hell
because
he
if he
is
say
or where
genetics,
he come
if
from.
he say genetics
So let
And
him
y'all
answers
go
the
notice I'm
ahead.
question
not
of
triggered.
ethnic origin, that's dumb.
And y'all
That's
notice I'm
dumb to
not.
believe that.
And y'all notice I'm
Yeah,
not
you
triggered because I'm standing
notice
on the
that
truth.
you're not. Just go ahead and say what you gotta say. Nobody
Thank you,
respond to it.
thank you.
Just let
And
him
y'all
say
notice
it.
I'm not triggered because I'm standing on the truth. So my point still stands. Respectfully, Mighty Hebrew himself admitted he has no genetic evidence to verify that he is Hebrew. Or in other words, what's the difference between Mighty Hebrew and the Europeans that claim to be Jewish without any genetic evidence?
Can I
Checkmate.
Based on
ask you something,
based
young
on
brother? All right, let me
based on
ask you a question, young brother. No,
That was
no,
not a
that's
that was
listen.
Peace,
not a
King.
checkmate.
He
Peace.
put
I
right.
just
He
said
made a
That's
just let
checkmate.
him.
statement, but he never combated what I said. What I'm saying is
Right.
this. This is what you said to me, young brother. I got this. Elder Zaqan, these dudes don't really know how to debate. Listen, let me tear down your source real quick. You went on social media, right? You hear people saying, Hebrews, y'all don't have no type of genetic evidence.
Damn, your mic went out. I'm gonna drop down and come right back. I can't hear you. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I
Oh
can't hear
man,
him
that might
either.
have been that. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
I hear you now. Yeah, I hear
Okay.
you.
Okay. So your question is loaded because these are Elder Zaquan and Elder Yarah. These are questions that I've been hearing for
We
30
all hear
30
him.
years.
We all hear him.
Yeah, that's how I
Right.
smoke Betty and Polite and all them because they ask stupid questions like that because they
I
didn't
get to
really
you, man.
research the data. They didn't research the
I get to
data.
you.
And if they would have researched the data, they would have been like, God damn, we're using genetics, but the genetics was created by those that say they are the people of the book. And in turn, with these genetics, they only going back 4 generations. They're not going back to thousands and thousands of years.
Well,
And
they can't.
on side
You're
note,
right.
in 2000 and in 2009, I was the first one on Side Studios to take a DNA test. The first one before all of them, before Jabari Autumn was around us, I was there. And I went to African Ancestry.
Right.
And they only take less than 1% of your DNA. Them DNA testing, it doesn't tell you that you're directly linked to that tribe. It's only just letting you know that you was in some type of contact with that tribe. That's how you know that they don't really study genetics. That's why I said, well, your argument, who is the name of the person that created this? And they couldn't answer me. I asked that earlier. It was Dr. Yacob Kleiman. So I'm talking to people that's bringing up things to us that don't even know who created this for them to even have this argument. Genetics is not what determines one's national or ethnic origin. It's through anthropology. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to sever the records of the elders and trying to say oral tradition is not enough. Y'all claim y'all love Africa and all this, that, the third, but y'all want to use the European lens to tell a historical narrative that was never told linearly. It was told circularly through oral tradition and anthropology. And until you study social anthropology and come on the ground, genetics is not the answer to something going back thousands of years ago. That's dumb. I challenge anybody on this panel to show me that these people scraped some ancient Israelite blood from 3,500 years ago and compared them to modern people today. They never done that.
All right. All right.
So if they didn't do that, why you asking me a dumb question like that?
Don't worry about it, Hebrew. Go ahead, Morai.
Check
it's on you.
Moray, Elder.
Yeah, Moray.
Kang.
Yeah.
Can
Moray.
I be heard?
Excuse me. Yes, sir.
Kang. Kokovolek Hashemelech Haolam. Hey, peace and blessings, Elder Zaqan Apostle. Peace and blessings to you, Elder Yarah. Peace and blessings to you,
Shalom.
Elder Mighty Hebrew. Peace and blessings to you, Easy Bands, King J and Luke, and everybody in the chat and those watching.
Peace, brother.
Elder
Peace.
Yarah, Kang. Hey, I just want to say that was a great presentation. Just bringing out the fact that what we call or who we call Esau today is definitely not the pale skin. But they do down the line in time, as you demonstrated, they have mixed with them. The only thing I really had to say, and I know it's in the heat of the moment, not heat of the moment, but you know what I'm saying, the spirit of the moment. But when we talk about Rabbi Akiva, so the Gemara or the Talmud does reference Rabbi Akiva. Not that he wrote the Talmud or had any hands in the Talmud. The Talmud is around 500 BC. Jerusalem Talmud is 200 CE, which stem from Nasi Yehuda, who put together or codified the Torah or the commandments. So it was actually those of Jerusalem or Babylon and those later schools that reference Rabbi Akiva. But besides that, a great presentation. I heard the whole thing. You know what I'm saying? It was good. It was good trucking, man. Listening to some good knowledge being presented. Yeah, with that. Mighty Hebrew. Now, as far as the word faith, like I understand that it's commanded that we're not to um, say the name of other gods, right? But when it speaks about that, it's really talking about the custom or the worship of that particular deity, you know, not so much as the name, you know what I'm saying? And as far as Abraham, uh, today we would say colloquially that he did have faith, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, besides that, that's all I had to say on that. So,
And that's the key right
all
there
that.
when you said today. And I like how you said that, brother, because you said, yeah, colloquially today. And when you're speaking about Shemot chapter 23, verse 13, when it tells us not to even mention the name, the word in Hebrew for name is Shem, not just name, but the fame, meaning a lifestyles. And this is the point. That's why
Exactly.
I'm saying we don't
Exactly.
now, but peep the twist like Oliver. Notice that you can go into different religions and they all say faith. You see what I'm saying? And the Most High told us don't be like unto the other nations. You see what I'm saying? So we never define us and our connection with Yahweh. You know what I mean? With like the other nations did. You know what I mean? Because our communication was different from the way that they was moving. So we were in the ancient times running around talking about, yeah, we got faith in God, and we running around with a book in our hand, and we like, yeah, you know, this the Torah. No, this was just our way of life. You know what I mean? It was this why, for instance, if you go into the Mnyombo people in northern Tanzania right now, I'm in Moshi, Tanzania right now. So if I go amongst the Mnyombo, they uphold the Torah, but it's just a lifestyle. It ain't a thing like they go into a book. You know what I mean? If you go to them and say, yeah, you know, Abraham had faith, they're gonna look at you like, huh? Those that are very astute in the culture of Israel, that is foreign. That is a Western definition that crept into Hebrew thought. And he just like the concepts of heaven and hell. These are concepts that come from Western thought. The original Hebrews didn't believe in concepts of heaven and hell. They acknowledged heaven or the Shamayim or the lofty place was what we would call the mind, and the Eretz was the manifestation and substance from the mind. So everything dwelt right here on earth, whether you're talking so-called heaven or hell. These were figurative ideas of a reality that would be made manifest if we will uphold the Torah or if we will violate the Torah. If we violate the
Apostle.
Torah, we manifest hell. We uphold the Torah, the Constitution, we manifest heaven, and we become Elohim on earth as it is in heaven. Hallelujah.
Apostle,
Hallelujah.
Okay.
Apostle Elder
Yes, sir.
Yarah needs the link, brother.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Luke.
Good day again. I want to make a claim and then I want to verify the claim. Some pretty large claim. My claim is that Christianity, Islam, and Judaism are AD religions. AD religions. The Bible is an AD book. Again, the Bible and the biblical characters, the biblical literature is AD. AD. I want to draw your attention
Why is that a
to,
big? Why is that a big claim? Jesus didn't die until after AD, so the text wouldn't be until. So any New Testament text wouldn't be until after him.
I'll explain to you why. I'll explain to you why it's a
You
big
talking?
claim.
Are you talking about Old Testament text?
Right, because see, because of the anachronism, because they're placing these characters and people back into BC times. but let me
So the Torah
verify.
doesn't. So the Torah doesn't exist until AD.
Correct. Correct.
Okay.
But let me verify my claim. I want to draw your attention to the Dead Sea Scrolls. The Dead Sea Scrolls was founded in 1947 before the founding of this nation state called Israel in 1948. Why is that important? That is actually important because it takes the Dead Sea Scrolls, the finding of the Dead Sea Scrolls, to push the Masoretic text back 1,000 years. And this is what allows the characters in the biblical literature to be pushed back into the BC times. So what I'm saying, to be clear to everyone that is listening, is that before 1947, the finding of the Dead Sea Scrolls, Christianity was observed and looked at as an AD religion. The first, and you can pull up the source, the first Bible printed, the first Bible canonized and printed is in 1475. And so the characters therein,
That's not true.
No, let
That
him go,
is.
Apostle. Let him go.
Yeah,
No, because he's going on a ramble. Because
yeah.
for
Let him.
one,
Y'all let him
he
but
go.
listen,
That
I
is
appreciate
not
everyone
half of
saying,
what he said. Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, Apostle. Yeah, but let him finish that out. Let him finish that out, Apostle. Let him finish
I
that.
appreciate that,
Lord, I
man.
mean, come on.
Yeah,
Man,
let
you
him
need to
finish it.
go back to school. Go
Yeah, let him
study and read a book.
let him
I,
let him
I,
let him finish that, Apostle. He was on the roll.
Yeah.
Thank you, man. I
Yeah,
appreciate it, man. I appreciate it.
absolutely. Let him finish that.
See, the Masoretic text will put you between the periods because they don't have a set time, an exact time, but they say between 600 to 900 AD. But with the finding of the alleged Dead Sea Scrolls, it pushed that back by a millennium, by 1,000 years. And so that is the only way that you're able to without the Dead Sea Scrolls, you're not able to push those characters or find any literature to prove that these characters are in a BC time. This is the reason why in biblical
hold
academia.
on, look. You said the Dead Sea Scrolls pushed the
No,
Masoretic text back from 900 AD until what date?
No, the Masoretic text is between 600 to 900 AD.
Right,
So
and then you said,
in
wait, 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 wait,
biblical,
wait, wait, wait. Let me walk. Hold on, let me walk with you. You talking fast. Then you said they discovered the Dead Sea Scrolls, correct? And
no, what I'm saying,
the discovery of the text of the Dead Sea Scroll pushed the Masoretic text back 1,000 years. That's what you
yeah,
said, right? So if
yes,
we're at 900 AD, what is the 1,000 year date?
okay. You're saying it's
What's a
900.
thousand years from 900 AD?
I'm trying to answer you. Give me a second, my
Okay,
brother.
okay.
I said to you that the Masoretic text, there's not a specific time. They give a period, 600 to 900. So between 600 and 900 AD, you push that back by 1,000 years.
And what date is that?
And that would push you back into the BC era. So this was the purpose. This was the purpose for the Dead Sea Scrolls. All right. Now, before I
Wouldn't that mean that
hold on, King
confirms?
J.
Wait, because the text of the Dead Sea Scrolls date to the 2nd century, so that would confirm. They would confirm each other then.
no, you're missing the big thing here.
No, that
The
would
big
because when new discoveries are always going to push back dates because the discovery was made, the text date back to earlier times. So now it's actually Dead Sea Scrolls, and they actually will correspond with each other. What's the earliest text in the Dead Sea Scrolls?
King J, King
And
J, I,
Qumran cave, what?
King J,
What is the date
I got
to? No, I'm asking you today. It's 2nd century.
King J, I got the floor.
Okay, but I just want you to make sure that you're making cohesive arguments, because if you put the date back 1,000 years, you acted
I can
like
see
that.
that.
You acted like that didn't make sense. It puts it right back in the time period it's supposed to be.
No, see again. If you would
Exactly.
allow me to complete, if you would allow me to complete my thought, you would see the major point that I'm trying to make. What I'm saying to
I
you,
wouldn't
my
make
brother.
that point. I
What I'm
would
saying to
not
you, my
continue to make that point, man, because you
Y'all,
done slipped and bumped your head,
y'all gotta
man.
let these people rock,
Let
man.
him
Let
go,
this
man.
man, let
I,
this
I
man,
know,
let
right,
this
Elder
man
Yara?
cook, man. Let this man cook, okay?
See,
Let him
because
cook.
I know that
Mighty
Elder
Hebrew,
Yara
you all
very
right, brother? What
sincere.
happened to you, man?
Hold on, give me
Mighty
a
Hebrew,
second,
what
man.
happened to
I'm
you?
almost done. I'm almost done. Oh, I'm almost done. It'll probably take me less than 2 minutes. All right. The
I
big
thought I
thing
saw
here.
Witchcom too, man.
Apostle, you cutting it? We can't
Yeah,
hear him, bro. You got to mute. We can't hear him. Go ahead,
who
brother.
can't
Finish.
hear?
We
Yeah.
can hear you. We can't hear the brother talking.
Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
it's all
Go
good.
ahead.
Okay. The big thing here is that before 1947, there was no verification, or there's no verification or no validation, I should say, of the Bible itself being an ancient text. That's the
The
problem.
the Dead Sea
And
Scrolls verified that. So basically, what the Dead Sea
listen,
No,
listen,
no.
wait, because that's
Let him go,
600 AD.
King J.
Okay, I was just gonna say that 600 AD to six. Okay,
King J, what I'm saying is the Dead Sea Scrolls come so late in time after the production of the Bible. See, the Bible itself
that
was
they
written.
verify it. They verify it. So look, it gives the date of the 600 BC Torah date.
Yes.
It would verify Ezra coming out of Babylon. You having the Torah right there. If you said 600 AD, you said it 1,000 years back. 600 BC, that's when they're coming out of Babylon. So it verifies the Bible. That's all that I'm trying to tell you.
No, no,
Either date.
listen, I understand that. What I'm
Come,
saying to you
come
So
on,
is
what you
King
not?
J, man. You can't be
they
cutting it with my sword, man. I was gonna cut him with that.
no.
Hey,
I mean,
See,
he just can't believe.
hey,
He don't
y'all
know
gotta
how
let
many
him.
people.
no, I ain't
Y'all
getting
gotta
cut at all. I ain't getting
let
cut at
that
all.
man
What?
finish, man.
Thank you, man. Thank you. See,
Let
you
that
ain't
man
getting the
finish,
complete
bro.
thought. What I'm saying to you is, before the Dead Sea Scroll, because the stories were already finished. The first Bible, based off of the printed press, is 1470, not 75. The characters in the text didn't have a foot to stand on for them to make a claim during the whole time Christianity is going on during this period to be an ancient text. It is a
What?
modern text coming out of the Renaissance period. That is huge and that is major. This is the reason why King James, that they claim that most of the biblical texts, they can't tell you who the writers are. They don't want to claim, they will tell you that you don't have any original sources for who wrote the books of the Bible. And the reason for it is because they couldn't push the text back into the BC era, because the Bible and all of its characters is an AD book, AD characters, etc., etc. And I rest.
Brother, you're all over the place, to be fair, but I'll let the other guys go.
Well, can I
That's
ask
like
the
you getting
brother a
cut off.
question? Can I talk to him for a
Yeah,
second?
let's brother. Go ahead, brother.
What can I talk to him for a
Yeah,
second?
go ahead, brother. It's on you.
Alright, so cool. So peace to the panel first.
Peace,
Chat.
family.
Yeah. Big up Elder
Peace,
Yarah. You
peace.
don't know.
Peace to you. Peace to you, King.
So what do you call it? Luke. So what you trying to say? The Septuagint wasn't written in the 2nd century BCE?
That's a question for me.
Yeah. So you're saying it's not
Yeah.
BCE at all?
Yes. The canonization of the Bible, because the Septuagint, they would put it back into an earlier time. That's an anachronism. The Bible wasn't canonized until the councils during until the Council of Trent.
But what do you call it? It's you do know that the grammar within the text, within the Septuagint, it dates roughly around the time of Ptolemy Soter. I think it's Ptolemy Soter the first.
You're correct.
Roughly them times. The locations that's being placed, and the Jews of Elephantine, that like it would put them that era, that timeline, BCE. Okay. And this is a consensus anyway. I don't know anything new, if you're saying anything new, but to my knowledge, it goes back to 3rd century BCE circle.
Right. What's your name, my brother?
Pardon?
What's your name, sir?
Biggest Titan, but you can call me Akani, innit?
Okay.
Biggest Titan, whatever you want to call, or Akani, okay. Whatever.
No problem, Titan. Now, since you asked me this question, this is the way I answer this. I'm gonna take you back to a document or to something called the Rosetta Stone.
No, I get that, but that's kind of going out of the argument. What I'm trying to say is the Septuagint. But do you agree? Wait. Before you step anywhere else, do you agree that the Septuagint goes back to the 3rd century BCE before Common Era? Do you agree to that?
No, sir. I don't agree to it. I want to tell you
wait.
2nd century.
So I want to. So you see the book that they had in the 1st century in the time of Jesus. In the time of Jesus?
Yeah, I mean, what book was he quoting
Alexandra, furthermore, sir, let me not even do that. Alexandra, what's his name? Oh, what's his name with the P, man?
You just said Ptolemy.
Not Proporphyry. Not Proporphyry. Philo of Alexandria. Yes. Yes. When he's quoting biblical sources within his works, you do know you do know Common Era?
Yes, I understand the Common Era.
So what is he quoting?
Bro, Luke is bugging.
Okay, wonderful. Just now, see, he asked me a direct
question. Hey, Luke,
question.
let me ask you a question, Luke.
Hold on.
Let him answer.
Go on, my bad.
Go on, Luke.
I just want to ask this question right
quick. What was Philo quoting?
Okay, wonderful. Philo and all of those authors that you're reading, you don't get that until the decipherment of the Medu-Nera, because you wouldn't know that unless you had
respectfully.
No.
I
just want you to hear me.
I've actually got his works. I can't say.
We didn't know that. We didn't know the Greek. We didn't know the Greek.
No. What I'm saying is, you don't get this Hebrew literature until the decipherment of the Medu-Nera.
You're not making sense, Luke.
Because it's the Hebrew language. Language by which these stories are being transmitted. You understand?
But we have the Greek though, right?
Wait, hold on, King J. So Luke. What year did Champollion find the Rosetta Stone?
It's 1799. It was
okay. So you do know. Okay, so you do know that the King James Bible. Okay, so you do know. Right. So King James, the first translation was 1611. It's based off the Masoretic in the biblical Greek. So that's 100 some years before Champollion. So we already have Greek manuscripts already deciphered from the Bible before that.
Not even just that.
Codex Sinaiticus.
Luke.
We got the Vulgate Bible. We got the Codex Sinaiticus.
And
come
Latin.
on, man.
I think the most.
You don't know what you're talking about.
I think the most important. Hold on, Luke, real quick. The most important one for the Greek is the Textus Receptus.
Yes.
Right.
Now
and that's what King James was translated.
And that's in BC.
Hold on 1 second.
Yeah.
Hold on 1 second.
You got the Brit Hadishah. You got the Peshitta. Yeah, right. Man, you got so many books.
I don't want to cut you off, so let me know when to speak.
No, I'm just letting you know from BC Even Christ is reading Isaiah in the synagogue.
Listen,
He's reading from Isaiah 61.
If you can give me one, if any of you on the panel can give me one institution of academia before the Church of the Hagia Sophia in 537 AD, then we're talking. Because you got to prove to me, that we had an institution of learning for the
Council of
European.
Nicaea,
Jerusalem.
300.
No.
Bro,
Say that again.
Jerusalem
Alexandria.
Yo,
No.
Let's just talk about.
Jerusalem
I said for the
Talmud.
European now. I said for the European because
Yeah,
we're
hold
talking
on one
about
second,
Hebrew.
family. Y'all listen to what he's saying and letting me. I get it. You on the panel, brother, with a bunch of young, hungry lions. It's us often we get free food. Okay. So they ready to eat. So I'm just asking these brothers to let you get it out, because once you get it out,
Thank you.
then
I
they can
appreciate that,
feast.
Yara.
Because this
Okay.
this is
Okay. See what they're not understanding is not that I agree with, because I believe that the Dead Sea Scrolls is a pseudo document, right? And not that I agree with the Masoretic text, but I brought up the Dead Sea Scrolls because of the storyline behind the Dead Sea Scrolls. Okay. What happened is the Europeans done a marvelous job of writing themselves into history. And so what they've done is create a lot of incarnate names, incarnate characters, but the way that they're able to do this and infiltrate the various languages, peoples, and nations of the earth is that they're able to do that through the school system because of the languages. But now watch this.
But how would they have known what a pharaoh is when that language was like Egyptian wasn't being spoken, like it wasn't being spoken for a minute? Like how
For
would
like
they have known
2,000 years.
certain
For
words
like
to
2,000
say?
years.
Like
They
what
don't
are you
know.
talking about? Like I'm proper confused, big man. Like I'm proper
Pharaoh
confused.
is a Greek word, biggest Titan.
Thank you.
Pardon?
No,
It
no,
has
it's not.
nothing. It's a collection
Paro is
of a
not Greek,
Semitic term.
brother. No, Paro
No,
is not Greek.
Pharaoh, whatever you want to call it, for them
Pharaoh
to have
is
that
Greek. The
knowledge
term
of
does not
even to
exist in
pronounce
But
Medu
in the
Neter.
Bible, hold on one
There is
second,
no
Titan.
for them
Medu
to
Neter
Medu
word
Neter
Jose,
for
is never been
Pharaoh
deciphered.
at all.
1 second,
There's
Titan.
none.
Hey, Jose,
There's
that
Hold
none.
on
Jose
1
there,
second,
yeah?
Titan. Hold on 1 second, Titan. In the biblical text, where it's translated as Pharaoh, it's in the biblical text is Paro, the same word that was used in Egypt during the time of Thutmose.
No, sir.
Paro.
It's
No, sir.
interchangeable anyway.
Yes,
No,
sir.
Yeah.
sir.
Yes,
Lay down.
sir.
Lay
Yes,
down.
sir.
Sapphire, lay down. You're wrong.
Hey,
Lay down.
Yarah,
You're
pull
wrong.
that up for us, Yarah.
Lay down.
No,
You're
hold on.
wrong.
No, we're about
Time
to
for you to
pull
go
up
to bed,
screen
bro.
right now.
You straight
We're
So
about
talking.
to pull up. We're
What
about to
It's
pull up
per
screen right
you
now.
want me to get? What you want me to get?
It's
per
per not
Show
Pharaoh.
us.
It's not the same thing.
Hold on. Show us the word for Pharaoh in Egypt.
Okay.
so the word for Pharaoh will be Nasut. So
No.
I think that F did
Paro
come
king,
later.
is
right?
the
I think
house. Hold on.
P is
No,
older.
hold
I
on.
think the
Paro
pronunciation
means
could be
house.
older.
Hold on. Paro means house of the king.
Right.
That's
right,
Paro.
house of the
Read it again.
Nasut.
All right. So again, the biblical text bears witness, or this is
No.
bearing witness to the
You
biblical
It refers
text.
messing
The
it
his
up,
word
house,
that's
Starfire.
used.
not himself.
Hold on.
You messed that
It's
up,
not referring
Starfire.
These
to
guys
him.
are
No, I
bugging,
didn't.
It
man.
refers to his house.
No, I didn't.
Hey,
It refers
No, I
to his
didn't. Watch
house.
this.
Her means
Per
house.
means
Here, can
house.
I?
R
Come
means
on,
like
one at a
the
Watch
leader.
time.
this.
Her means house,
One
Starfire.
at a time.
Yeah, we can
One
hear
at
you.
a time.
Yeah,
Come on,
thank you,
man.
Asante. Yeah, you can't
Yeah,
do
so
Yes,
that.
I
Get
per
know.
like
That's the
Inky,
house of the
man.
Pharaoh.
Too much
I mean, the house of
talking.
the king.
I'm like Inky. Y'all don't stop. I'm a center flood.
So to the
That's
point that the
right,
brother
Apostle.
was trying to make, per Ramesh would mean house of Ramses. And
Right, but
Ramses
the word.
and wait. And Ramses is the Nasut. Now go ahead.
So again, Pharaoh is the Kemetic word Paro. It's the same word. It's
It
the
means house,
same exact word.
it means house of.
Exactly. Thank you.
House
That's the
of.
whole point.
Okay.
Thank you. That's the whole point. Yes,
If
exactly.
it was
So
Semitic, how do you know where to put the vowels? You can't speak the language. You
Can't
could
speak
change
what
an O
language?
for an A or an E. The
Hey, let's
middle
not
letter has
No,
two
no,
let's
no,
cyphers
no.
to speak.
don't convolute the
Well,
point. Don't convolute the point.
No, they
Okay.
have no. It
Luke, and you
has.
got beat up with that same
It
point the
has
other day.
vowels in
No,
it.
I haven't. I
Yes, you
The
haven't
did.
name
actually.
already has
You
two
said
A's in it.
you said the text on the Rosetta Stone wasn't phonetic, right? Remember,
Mhm.
you got beat up. You got
Yes,
beat up.
no, don't tell me I got beat up.
You
Right
did
now
though.
on the panel, if anyone can tell me what the sound is for the letter A in the ancient Greek alphabet, now we're talking. No one has
So
ever yet given me a sound for any of the letters in the Greek language, ancient
It,
Greek language.
they
all
have
that
glue.
The
said and
They
sounds
done.
have
that's in the Greek language is
Hold on. All
modern.
that said and done, right?
they are
You made a claim.
they
Hold
are
on, brother, because you're
gluteral.
making claims and then shifting
The
the
whole
goalpost.
word.
Hold on,
You made a claim
I don't
that
even
those
know why
text.
you're arguing with a
All right,
man
go
who
ahead.
said the flipping the Bible's all AD. Like I
I
don't
know
even
it's
know how he
crazy.
went
That's
entertaining it.
crazy.
It's
That's
very
that's
crazy.
my point.
Y'all
That's
excuse
my
me
point.
for a second. I just want to shout out to
Yeah.
our elder Suntan that's in the chat doing his job. Shout out to our elder Sonetta that's listening. And I want to shout out the great debate that's coming up on the 11th between Dr. Reggie, Brother Reggie, and Jabari. So if you don't have your tickets, get your tickets.
And
Brother
I
Apostle.
still got that $50 side bet too. I still got that $50 side bet. Who want to take it? I got Reggie all day.
Apostle, you want to drop the link? Can you drop the
Hey,
link, brother?
Apostle, I got a question for you,
Yeah, I can
Apostle.
drop the link.
All right, bet.
I got a
Who wants
question.
the link?
Mighty Hebrew.
Oh, okay.
Hey, let's go back.
Yeah, hold on.
Let's go back to Yarah. Because Luke, you didn't every point you got beat up on.
No, man.
Yeah.
No.
Hey,
It's
listen,
going over
man.
your head.
I think that I wanted the brother to really get out what he wanted to say, so that so the brothers y'all can take y'all turns dealing with it scholastically.
Okay.
But I think the greatest point that was made, because based on what the brother was saying, as King J was saying, if you take back, even if you start at 600 AD, right, which is the time that the Jewish Talmud is constructed, right? If you go back 1,000 years, as this brother was saying, if you go back 1,000 years, right, you have to answer that question, right? So, like at 1,000 years, what do we have? Even if we go back, even if we hit what 600 BCE, 900, 600 BCE, somewhere around there. I think one of the brothers in the chat talked about you have the silver scrolls,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
So we have that. And then I wanted to say to you earlier, when you sort of made some of the claims you were making when you first read your source about Paul Larson, um, which is why he's rarely quoted, right? Because if you go back and you just start studying Hezekiah, we know Hezekiah existed, right? If you
Hezekiah
study,
still.
if you study the Tel Dan inscription, we know, we know Ahaz existed. We know that we know that those people existed. Now they claim they make a claim, or the Bible makes a claim about who their forefathers were.
And
Right?
that's even past the 1,000 year mark. At that
Yeah,
point,
that's
you're talking
about
about
the
Ahaz
thousand
and
year
them.
mark. Right.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. We have extra biblical. Yeah, it's a great book that you have, but it's wrong. So when we talk about it's outdated. I shouldn't say that it's wrong. It's outdated. So
Definitely outdated.
when you start talking about extra biblical sources, right? We don't even have to go in the biblical text to uh make a stance against that argument, right? Because we have extra biblical sources. We have an exchange between even Hezekiah and King Taharka, right? So we can go back, man. We have so many people that we can talk about.
I have a
Literally.
question.
Elder
So
Yara.
let
in
me,
extra biblical sources.
let
I
me
have a
pose a
question.
question to you, Elder Yara.
Yes, sir.
Out of all of those
Mike,
individuals, you pick out one man, and because one man can be proven historical, that does not say that the whole Bible is historical. You can make an argument that the individual from that man and his
What?
descendants were historical. But before that, we can question. And if it wasn't for things like Kemet and other outside things, you wouldn't even have that.
Man.
So
Well,
the
that's not.
Bible did
Well,
prove itself.
both of
okay.
them are historical.
That's wholly false, right? Because most of our proof that we have comes through ancient Near Eastern culture. It doesn't come through Kemetic culture,
What does
I,
that
right?
mean?
I wanted to jump on that, y'all, right? Because
Yeah,
I was
hold on for a
What
sec,
does that
y'all.
mean,
Hold on
ancient
for
Near
a sec.
Eastern culture,
Hold on.
Yara? What does that mean?
Hold on for a sec. I got IBM on the phone. Indigenous Black Man. He got
And this
something
is
he
a
want
black
to
man needs
share.
to go lay down. 'Cause if you don't,
Apostle. He
Yeah,
get 30 seconds.
Peace and love.
30 seconds.
30
You
seconds.
say you get 30
just hang
seconds?
up on him.
30 seconds.
He say you get 30 seconds, man.
30 seconds. Tell him make it quick.
Yara.
Yara said
Okay,
it.
thank you, Yara. I appreciate that. The only thing I wanted to say was, if there's a translation, how do you have the Septuagint without it being translated from the original script? The translation is taken from a script, translated into another, language, bro. So, and that's the Ptolemaic dynasty, like they said. But the only thing I want to say was about faith. They're saying about faith. It says, "But by faith we eagerly await through the Spirit and the hope of righteousness." And that's I don't want to take up too much of your time, Cheryl. I don't want me to talk, but that's all good. You know what I'm saying? That's all I wanted to say. And stop with the lies. Quit lying to my people. Keep your head high, your grass low, and I love y'all. Peace.
Peace.
Peace, Indigenous.
Appreciate you, man.
Peace.
Peace.
and to your point, Rara. So
Go ahead.
I think it's definitely more than one because I can mention the house of Omri, Bit Omri,
Yeah, it's the
right?
Amorite dynasty.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's one.
it's a whole Omri dynasty, and it goes down and it corresponds to Billy to
Yep.
Jehoram in that fight,
Yep.
and so I mean, I would actually say anything after Iron Age, we have historical references
Even the
for
Egyptians, they document the land of Asher.
for the biblical
That's
narrative.
correct. That's correct.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, don't
Bronze Age, even now Bronze Age, I see Amorite sources. I would argue
Yeah.
the cultural continuity historically within the Bible down to the tribes. And I would even now some of the patriarchs would say maybe like David. I don't know, maybe as a person. I see that as a Amorite title, the Wooden. That word is a literal word for chieftain in the Amorite lexicon that predates the Bible. So I don't know if that
No,
may be
he
a name that may have.
definitely
We
was a
don't want to
king.
make no.
But
That's a
but
I
fallacy.
don't. I don't know if that.
Definitely was a person. Definitely
so
was
I
a
don't
man.
know.
It was a person, but that's
I
a
don't know
fallacy, though.
about definitely with a person,
No,
but I
definitely was
don't
a
know.
person.
But if you let me finish my sentence,
Yeah,
I
y'all
don't
got
know if it
yeah.
I don't know if it definitely was a person, but it may be a name that somebody may have picked up. But the
But
first
it was based on a person then, right?
wait. The
What are you trying
first
to say?
primary source that we see of it is not as a person's name.
But
It's
if it's
as
a
the title.
title, is it
Brother, can
based
I
on a
talk?
person?
Brother, they ask the
Hold on,
question.
biggest titan. Hold on, man. Mute your mic. Let King J go.
Right, cool.
The first primary source that we see for the word Dewuden is in the Mari tablets. And it's not as the name of a person. It's named as the chieftain, as a chieftain for the people that they of their tribe. Um, if later, that had somebody took upon that name, that's possible. But I wouldn't argue that. I would argue that the Bible just picks up the cultural continuity of that tradition. Um, so David, I probably would argue with his eponymous ancestor. Titles like Abraham, I would probably say was a eponymous ancestor because he takes on the name. At first, it's not Abraham at first, it's Abram or something of that nature. He picks up the Ham when he gets into the Amaru land, right? So I would argue that would be a title as well. Um,
So
So
is it safe to say you don't negate their existence, though?
I would say these are eponymous ancestors. So that
Yeah,
means that
eponymous ancestor doesn't mean they didn't exist. I hope you
yes,
know
it
that, right?
yes
Exactly. Exactly.
yes it does.
No,
No,
No, it
no,
doesn't.
It
eponymous
no,
means
it doesn't.
it means they created it.
no,
No,
Look
it
up
can be
eponymous
based off an
ancestor.
ancient
No, hold
ancestor.
on. Eponymous ancestor only means that that's the name that's given from a forefather before them.
That's a
That's what it
fact.
means.
That didn't
Y'all,
exist.
and I've argued this
That
a
didn't
long
exist.
time when y'all use that term eponymous
No, that did
ancestor
exist.
as
That didn't
if,
That did
exist.
as
exist.
if,
Yeah, we
No, that did.
listen,
let's
Hey,
pull up.
one
One
mic,
thing we
man,
can
one mic.
do
Can
on
I
this
carry on?
channel
Yeah.
is pull up definitions of words. So if anybody
yeah,
has to share
hold on,
screen,
don't worry, y'all.
we
Oh,
can
we
Pull
can
we
up
do
can
the
that.
Hey,
etymology of
listening.
the word
we can
eponymous.
simply look up what eponymous
Yeah,
ancestor
So
is. And
basically,
and if I stand corrected, I
I've
stand
not even got to land, you know.
wait. And if I
I've not
stand
even got
corrected, I stand corrected on a definition of a word. But I definitely would suggest that it's a non-venerated ancestor.
but
It's
if
a
you but
what?
you know what's crazy?
Wait,
You
so
know what's crazy,
wait.
everybody?
It's
That
a
all
non.
peoples all over the earth, listen, everyone, all peoples all over the earth have traditions of what they will call eponymous ancestors. Eponymous don't mean that they didn't exist. It only just means an ancient ancestor. When you looking at
Literally,
what this brother was talking about, the Masoretic text, when you
literally,
talking about the Dead Sea Scrolls and all that,
You
and
you
even
you made up
literally.
that definition to that. That's in a pseudo definition of
hold on,
mighty
hold
What,
on,
Hebrew.
King
King.
J?
I know.
King
Let me
J.
finish. Let me finish. What I'm saying is this: we got to stop this, man. I've been all over the earth. All these
I'm
peoples
tired of
and
you using that as
nations
an excuse to say you
have.
know the definition of the
Listen,
word.
Hey,
I know.
That
King,
don't change the
Hold On, on,
definition
King.
of
J.
the
Let him
word.
finish, man. You don't have to respond King, while he's King talking. J.
it's all
Listen,
good,
hold
man.
on,
It's
King.
all good.
Hold on,
It's all
King J.
good.
The only reason why is an attack on the Hebrews because we in the West. All nations all over the planet have ancestors. They have ancient ancestors. Y'all not on these shows coming at them. Y'all coming at the Hebrews based on the Christian upbringing of that country that you come from, which is the United States. And
What?
they use that source, hold on, they use that source of material, which is really our material, our history. They used it and they distorted it. So now they don't put some distortion. It could have been, they could have used Buddhism. And today y'all would be arguing if Buddha really existed or not, when in fact he was a historical person. You have people all over the planet that say that they ancestry go back to Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov. And because some white scholars come before us and say that they didn't exist, now we cherry pick and say that they didn't exist. I'm asking the question: have any of y'all did any ground footwork research and went amongst people, the most oldest Hebrews on the planet, and hear what they have to say? The oldest documented Hebrews. It just sounds like y'all just
What do you
regurgitating.
call it? I need to go. I genuinely need to
But you
cut
do
right now. But I
understand that
wanted
they
to
was
ask King J.
colonized.
Yo,
They
Yo,
was
King J.
colonized
No,
too.
King J.
King
Wait.
J,
Before
King
I
J,
go,
King J.
King
wait,
J,
wait, 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 wait.
King
Before
The
J. Let the
King J.
brother
Chinese,
speak.
Wait.
the
The
Let me.
Chinese
biggest
Let,
titan.
people.
let, hello.
Hold on, everybody,
Yo,
just cool
I just.
out.
Yo, King
Cool
J. Yo,
out.
King J. Before I go,
We
I need
on
to go. I
air.
genuinely need to go. So
Cool
yo,
out,
King J.
brother.
So
Cool out. Titan. Cool
basically,
out.
I don't think he can hear
Cool
you.
out,
no, I
brother.
need
Yeah.
to
Do you
go.
hear
I
me?
just wanted to continue
Do
on
y'all
that.
hear me?
Biggest titan.
Y'all can hear
Biggest
you. You
titan.
might got to mute his
Hold
mic.
on.
Yeah.
Hold on. We've been on air 4 hours.
Yeah.
I need last words. We're going to go around, starting with Luke, Easy Band, King J, Moray, Titan, Mighty Hebrew, last Yarah, Elder Yarah. So we're going to go in that order. Say your last words. Each person got 2 minutes to say what they got to say. Do your best.
Okay. My last words is no Hebrew Israelite can confirm by bloodline that they're tied to anybody in the Bible, any biblical character. So that shoots that down. Second of all, I just want to say that the European has done a hell of a job with writing themselves into history. Third of all, to the mighty Hebrew, when he was talking about ancient Hebrew and so on and so forth, my brother, you would know nothing of the culture of ancient Hebrew until the decipherment of the Rosetta Stone, from which you get the methodology to produce a Hebrew language, And so, I want to just say to y'all, man, just keep your mind open, your eyes open, man. Peace and love.
Easy, man. Go ahead.
All right. Y'all can hear me, right?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Okay.
All right. So I don't really have much to say. I'll just say this. The brother Luke is making a lot of claims. Yesterday he was making claims. He got beat up on. And he's in love with this thing called the Rosetta Stone for some reason. A lot of the claims that he was making really don't make sense because we have mountains of evidence showing the antiquity of these scriptures that we're talking about. So I think a lot of it is just his own opinion and what he wants things to be rather than based on academic or any scholarship whatsoever. When it comes to what else do we talk about? Okay, the Septuagint, etc. When it comes to whether an ancestor is eponymous, right? That's the term. Technically they are, but then the argument becomes whether these are just mythical or whether they're historical. All right, so it's just a technicality in the word. We have a lot of, we have spoken tradition to go on that says that these people are actually historical. So we can't just say that there's no evidence or secondary evidence or whatever showing that these people are actually historical. We have inscriptions, etc., etc. So I'll just land my plane right there. In terms of the actual presentation, Elder Yarah, I'm gonna double back and watch that. I'm pretty sure that you did a great job, man. And so I'll just land my plane right there. Salute to everybody else on the panel.
Salute. Shalom, man.
Next.
Yeah, peace to the panel. Great show, brother Yarah. Once again, I just come to support. Anytime I see you, I'm gonna jump on. So great show. It definitely was getting good. I'm mad you cut it off. You know what I'm saying? So great
True.
show. Mighty Hebrew, definitely. Anytime you on, brother, you my top Hebrew. You feel me? Somebody that I learned from. Even in some instances where they may not agree. I'm smart enough to take what I do agree with and add it to my arsenal, as well. And not come off as combative, but as a student as well. Sometimes it is just an honor to be able to ask a question. You know what I'm saying? So definitely always an honor when you're on the panel. So peace.
Moray. Yirmiyahu.
Can. Koko Volek Hashim Melek Haolam. Man, shout out. Hallelujah. Shout out to your elder apostle, man. House of Consciousness. Thank you for letting me up on the panel. Elder Yarah, you already know, brother. Be on the lookout. Elder Yarah, I'm gonna get in contact with you, man, because I'm starting to have a little more time on my hands. I can go ahead and get in the classes and post up on the New Torah movement. Follow the movement. Everybody subscribe, lock in. Elder Apostle, we definitely gotta do a sit down. Elder Yarah, great presentation. I don't know if you heard me when I first got on here. I heard everything, man. It was good, man. It was something to truck to. I appreciate the information. I know in the heat of the moment, or in the moment, you know what I'm saying, far as with Rabbi Akiva, again, he's first century or second century, so he died in 127. So they was actually doing a commentary of his students, right, off his work. The Babylonian Talmud was written in the 500s. It's 6th century, but it's 500. Jerusalem Talmud That's they say 3rd century, but that's 200. That's coming off the works of the decodifications of Prince Judah. Again, Luke. We
Correct.
have we have everything that we need to substantiate the ancient text of the Bible. Mighty Hebrew brother, it's always good to hear you. Easy bands. Man, much love. You know what I'm saying? You're a Christian brother, but I rock with you because you get it. You know what I'm saying?
Respect, brother.
But besides that, you know, peace and blessings. Shalom.
Hey,
Biggest
shalom.
take.
Appreciate you, brother.
Yeah, peace, man.
You know-
Peace to the panel. Thank you for having me on for the little time there was. Bless Elder Yarah and Easy Bands, man. Big up, man.
Peace to you.
Peace, Zaqan.
And peace, Elder Apostle Zaqan and Prince Shah Ladin. Yeah. Regarding I had 3 things I wanted to question on, but I'll just take away one of them. It was regarding what Mighty Hebrew Prince Shah said, but I don't want to talk about that anyway. The eponymous ancestor. Within my culture, we have that people are like they'll nickname a certain people or group based on I wouldn't say mythical ancestor, but ancestor that's been said in stories. That name that they'll use for him is not his real name, even though the people will be named after that title. But that individual has a real name, real day he was born, and so and so. But they wouldn't label themselves after his real name. They'll label it after something else. So an eponymous ancestor is not always based on like just making up someone thin air. It's based on a lineage or ancestry. You know what I'm saying? But that's pretty much what I had to say, man. I wanted to go on the Amunah, the faith, but yeah, there's no time for that, man. Another time for that. But yeah, man, thank you for having me on. Yo, Easy Bands, when you're doing that Islamic hype, man, I'm on to you.
I bet. I'm trying to have Brother Callum come through as well, man, and do a presentation, on Abraham. So yeah, you need to come through and defend that.
All right.
Hey, peace and blessings, brother.
Prince Charlatan. Mighty Hebrew, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Shalom to the family.
Shalom.
First and foremost, I want to give all praise and honor to Yahweh, the supreme, intelligent, powerful one of our forefathers, Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, those striving for righteousness' sake. Shalom Aleichem. The presentation, I watched the whole presentation. Elder Yarah has always been one of the, elite Hebrews, so to say, since I've known him. He's always been a researcher, one that will go, beneath the surface of things. You see what I'm saying? And it's not many Hebrew scholars amongst us on social media, so to say. So I want to give a shout out to Elder Yarah, New Torah Movement. I want to give a shout out to, Elder Zaqan, who, behind the scene have been, helping and sending donations here and there to the Ancient Bantu Hebrew Israelite Awareness Center, along with Elder Yarah. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of people don't know they got foot on the ground here too, but they just behind the scene. But I just want to get straight to the point when it comes to, briefly, a brief synopsis of Luke. Your argument don't stand because you tried to use the Rosetta Stone to talk about cracking Hebrew. The Rosetta Stone didn't have anything to do with cracking the Hebrew language, man. You had 3 languages on that Rosetta Stone. Y'all know better. This is a Hebrew telling you things about Egyptology. You had what was known as Medunetta or Mthunetta, then you had Dumanic, and you had Greek. Okay, that's how they cracked the Rosetta Stone, because they knew Greek. So on the surface, they told you that they cracked the Rosetta Stone by using the Greek, but beneath the surface, there's a secret society symbolic language known as Zinzar. So that's another story, another topic that they actually use, because many of those Egyptologists were occultists, 19th century occultists. We can get into that in another discussion, another topic. So the Rosetta Stone didn't have anything to do with cracking the Hebrew language. Furthermore, the word Pharaoh isn't even a Greek word. It's a Hebrew word. It goes back to Parah, which means great house. I mean, y'all say y'all astute in these things, and when these things come up, y'all don't be knowing what y'all talking about. And the reason why I attack the whole genetic thing, because y'all don't go to no other people. If a Chinese person tell y'all they Chinese and whatever ethnic background and tribe they from, y'all don't question it. If an Irish person tell you that they Irish, you don't question that. But when it come to us, you say, oh, what genetic evidence do you have to verify that you're a Hebrew? And then I say, you know what? I have no genetic evidence. Just like y'all don't have no genetic evidence saying that y'all Kemetic. Y'all have no genetic evidence saying that y'all any ancient African people at all, or African nation. And I cut from the root and showed that it was a man by the name of Dr. Yaakov Climate. Elder Yarah, I know I'm not lying. Y'all can look this stuff up. That Dr. Yaakov Climate is the one in 1997 created the CMH, the Cohen Michael, the Cohen model haplotype, and he created what was known as the J1 and the J2. The J1 was the 4 generations of these so-called hats that had the last name Cohen and the last name Levy, and the J2 haplotype was those that were connected to the Middle East, the so-called Middle East. But I'll be wondering where the Middle North, the Middle South, the Middle West. But let me get back to my topic. So the point that I'm saying is they saying that these people were related more to Kurds and Ottoman Turks. They didn't take no, am I lying, Elder Yarah? Where is there any research where they found some ancient Israelite blood 3,500 years ago and then aligned it with the so-called years today? They never did that.
Never.
They never took no ancient, blood to prove emphatically that your modern day Sudanese and the Bijai tribes were Comitian. You know how they know they're Comitian? Not through genetics, but through blood, not through genetics and blood type, but through anthropology and their culture that they're upholding. And also, when the brother was saying about an eponymous ancestor, I went and looked it up, right? And here it is right here, and I'm going to read it to y'all, because y'all going to stop saying things and don't have facts.
Go ahead, man.
It says an eponymous ancestor is a person, rather real, mythical, or historical, from whom a group of people, a tribe, or a nation takes its name. You stand correct. We're Yisrael because Yaakov or Yaakov's name was changed to Yasha'Allah or Yisrael, an eponymous ancestor. It could be real, it could be mythical, it could be historical. Y'all use that term eponymous ancestor to try to make it seem like, oh, they're not real characters, they're a myth. Just like you said, and there's no attack on you, King J, but you got to start dealing with more common sense when it comes to these discussions. You say you don't know if King David exists, but you agree that King Hezekiah existed, right? Well, wasn't King Hezekiah the great-grandson of King David? This is dumb, man. This is dumb. If I go to Elder Yarah right now, I say, you got a father, he gonna say yes. I say, well, what's your father's name? He gonna tell me his father's name. Then I go to his father. I say, yo, you have a father? He gonna say, yeah. I say, oh, okay, where's your father's name? Until you get to King David. This is dumb, man. And then we can go to outside sources where we see in the record the house of David. It's using the name David in the record as a singular, defining a person. And I know you used the Amarnine tablets that they found in Amarnine, Egypt, that was talking about the Israelite or the Hanabu invasion of the Canaanites that was writing to Akhenaten, who was a contemporary of David and Solomon, not Moses. Another story, another time.
Right.
right.
But because the Egyptian chronology is off, I will rip these guys out the frame. You understand what I'm saying, Elder Yarah? They better be
Yes,
glad that
sir.
the mighty will retire in 2 weeks, and I'm gonna be a top plane. But I love this. I love the young brothers. I'm only messing with you, King J. The young brothers is on fire. Keep that thing going. You know, and I love Ashe as well. Ashe took me out of context. And one more thing. I know Hebrew brothers use the word faith. I know that. I know Hebrew sisters use the word faith.
Yes. Yeah.
We all know that. But we're speaking on a scholarly level. On a scholarly level, if we're dealing with truth, the Hebrews never said they had faith. That was something, and Elder Yarah knows that when you look in the Strong's Concordance, a lot of the meanings were crossed over from Hellenistic meanings into Hebrew words.
Yes.
Elder Apostle knows that. We all know that. So if I say there's no such thing as the Abrahamic faith amongst Hebrew Israelites, that's true. Yes, you can say Abrahamic faith to those that abstracted certain principles from the Hebrew culture and created Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. But the original Hebrew culture and heritage, there was no faith with it. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Yeah. All right, man. Go ahead, Elder Yarah.
Okay, man. Again, man, peace and blessings, man, to Apostle, to Sarnetta, man, and to the moderators and owners of the HOK, man. Peace and blessings to everybody that has showed up, man. Shout out to the mighty Hebrew, man. As always, an honor for the brother of the grace, the panel, man, and share his wisdom and build. Shout out to my brother's Easy Man. Shout out to my brother Sapphire Yahoo, man. Shout out to the brother Luke. Shout out to King J. Definitely good brother to me as well. Shout out to Jose Francis, man. And shout out to Ashe. And I want to really quickly, Apostle, if you don't mind, and then I want to end here because we'll be at the 7:30 mark. Can you share my screen? I want to do this. I want to do this for Luke, and take this as a privilege, Luke, because I haven't done this for anybody. I don't think. Maybe I did it on the New Torah Movement channel, but the reason why I like your,
just give it a minute. Remember, I'm working on Wi-Fi. I don't have the internet.
I like your type of question, and then this is some of the stuff I've had in place where my good brother and I, King J, is going to have some great bills coming up. Let me know when you can see my screen. I'm gonna make it bigger. I'm gonna make it bigger so y'all can see.
There's a lot of meat in there.
Okay.
All right. All right. Just let me know when it's sharing, when y'all can see it.
All right. Mother of the Hebrew language.
Okay, yes, absolutely. So as y'all see, this is a primary source here, right? And what we have here is two 3,800 cuneiform tablets found in Iraq. They give the first glimpse of the Hebrew precursor, right? So this is a founding script that we know that the Hebrew language, or what we find in the Hebrew language, is built on, right? And so this is what King J and I have been talking about recently. Goes into this a little bit. Talks about the ancient tablets. They were uncovered 30 years ago during the Gulf War and forgotten until now after a first glimpse of the Amorite language that the Hebrew developed from, right? So we know what the language comes from, right? And so the source is right here, Haaretz.com, Archaeology 2023, January 20th, right? And it's an article that talks about this. Y'all go look this up. And this is what they be talking about because they see the foundation of the Hebrew language is found here, right? After they did the study. So this takes our brother back. So again, when I talk about ancient Near Eastern culture and its continuity throughout the scripture, through the Bible, this is what I'm referring to, right? This is an Akkadian lexical companion for biblical Hebrew, right? The etymological, semantic, and idiomatic equivalents with supplemental on biblical Aramaic. If y'all didn't know, the language that Yeshua Yahushua spoke well into the first century was Aramaic,
Right.
specifically Galilean Aramaic. So when we
Right.
tell y'all we know the history and we can follow it and we have a continuity, this is what we're talking about, right? This is their understanding, right? And so this is written by Hayam ben Yosef Tawil, right? It's one of the biblical languages that sometimes creeps in like is an Akkadian, was the language of the ancient Assyrians and Babylonians. A few years ago, the scholar Hayam Tawil published a book, An Akkadian Lexical Companion for Biblical Hebrew, right? And you can go into it and you'll see many ancient Akkadian loan words that still survive the Hebrew. Let me say this. People talk about without the Rosetta Stone being deciphered, that the Hebrew would be a dead language. That's false. First of all, the reason why they call it a dead language, not because no one spoke it, because it fell out from being what they call the major usage. It fell out the major usage for that people during the time. Not that it will stop being used. That's not what that means when they talk about dead language, right? Um, and so people need to understand that, right? So um, that's number one. I'm gonna go through this real quick, right? I wanted to show the brother something. This is the Eblate de facto curse, right? This is now there's some uh 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 um, debate still out on this, but we know 1500 BCE on the Eblite de facto curse tablet, the inscription, it gives us the name of Yahweh, right? Or YHWH, right? So when we talk about, we can show continuity beyond AD, right? Or well before anything AD, written by the Masoretics, written in the Dead Sea Scrolls. We know that to not be the case, right? And you can find this in the Academy of Science of the Czech Republic, right? They'll talk about, I'm just going through this real fast. Dr. Scott Stripling, he's an epigraphist. He studies ancient languages, right? He studied ancient languages. He did a peer-reviewed paper on this back in 2022, right? And so again, peer review, he's had some pushback on it, but right now he holds the consensus on, I should say the consensus, but right now he holds the major argument on this, right? That it talks about this cursed tablet mentions the name of Yahweh, way dating back to 1500 BCE, right? And you can see it right here. This is what it looks like. I wanted to get something else too, right? We have old pottery shards, right? We have old pottery shards, man, that date back to the early Lachish period, right? This was unearthed in 2018, right? At the Lachish archaeological site, as the oldest piece of writing ever found in Israel. There's a paper published on it in Cambridge University Press of Antiquity, right? That studying the old ancient old Hebrew script, right? And this is an early alphabetic inscription on a white slip to rim. In other words, this is a jar, a ostracon is what they call it, right? Or pottery shard, and it has the early script on it, and it dates back to the ancient Near Eastern time period. That's why I keep telling y'all, the person on that Cambridge University is Felix Hofsmeyer, right? He published a paper on this in 2021. Go look it up, right? Well beyond before your Dead Sea Scroll argument, brother. And it's not just you; it's a whole bunch of folks that go on it. So they date this back to the 19th century, almost the 19th century, the 13th to 12th century BCE, right? 19th to 13th century BCE, and they found remnants of things similar to it. Script Semitic alphabet is what they call it. The development of the Semitic script alphabet dates back to 19th century BCE, right? This is what the paper talks about, right? And then here it is. It was destroyed by the Israelites, the city of Lachish, that this was found in 3,500 years ago, right? It talks about that how it was destroyed in the 7th century BCE, right? So that still knocks your date out, bro.
Mhm.
Let me go down here. I'm going to show this real quick, right? This is a book that I'm going to be publishing soon. Hebrew is not Greek. This talks about the people in ancient Kemet. I can show you that. But I wanted to show you this, right? Here's a name that you find in the biblical narrative, right? Hashemak, right? Ahishamak, right? Or the Hishamak inscription. They date us to 1842 BCE, right? Now, why is this important? Because this predates the Israelites, right? This predates the Israelites. But what do we see? The same name continuity that exists, right? And this was done by Douglas Petrovich, a PhD scholar, right? And you can see this same name in Exodus 31:6. But this is the inscription of the name here, right? So we got somebody from 1842 that takes us back to the Hyksos, right? So we know that this is a West Semitic name, or at least an Amorite name or Amu name, right?
Right.
That
Right.
we see mentioned in the book of Exodus. I'm not saying these are the same people. No, but we still have the same name convention listed here, right? So we know there's a continuity, right? That exists, right? Here's something that people rarely talk about. This is a Sinai 115 inscription. This is circa 1842 BCE. The slab in question, known as Sinai 115, dates from 1842 BCE and is on display at Harvard Semitic Museum. It identifies Joseph and his two sons. It says
Listen to
Ephraim and
that.
Manasseh, right?
Yeah. Okay.
So it talks about Ephraim and Manasseh, and it's inscribed with the words 6:17s, right?
Okay.
Hebrews of Bethel, the beloved, right? So we know that these people existed well before you get to the name, right? So these things exist, right? Then you go to the Berlin pedestal. That's 1550 to 1290 BCE. Some people date it within that time period. Why is this important? Right? Because in ancient Kemet, it shows, and I'll go down to the next one right here, and it talks about it's broken off. It shows classic Egyptian Western Asiatics, right? Asiatic, this time period, right? Watch this. The statue bas relief fragment in the Egyptian Museum in Berlin. The broken name ring on the right is the one in question. This one right here, right? Van der Veen, Theus Gord, 2010, right? He talks about this. We know that this is, if not an Israelite, we know this is West Semitic or an Amu or the Amaru. We know that who these people are, right? This is what me and King Jay have been referencing to. But we know these people existed, so we can show the continuity, right? We can show right here. This is the archaeologist drawing of it that finishes that name ring. You know what that is, Jose Francis, right? The name ring right there. Who is this of the what? Of the prisoner. Those of you who say that they didn't have slaves, what did they have prisoners for?
Well,
They weren't put through
well,
we know
I
that
gotta
these
do it,
things,
man. I
yeah,
got to do it.
we know that these things exist. Let's look at this. With the vulture motif,
Bro,
the pure
bro, slow down.
translation of this name ring is right here. These right here, this vulture. Y'all talked about this earlier, right? That vulture meaning, right? You have the eye, right? That vulture, that Esau or Israel, right? This is how they would say Israel, right? This name is unique. It is not known in this form, only in topographical lists. However, there's a real complexity to Egyptian spelling. The same hieroglyphs can sometimes represent entirely different sounds. So that's the argument right here that this is the word right here for Israel, right? Or Israel, because that R, if I'm not mistaken, can also be pronounced as an L, right? In ancient Kemet, right? So let's continue. Right here it is. The R is also used to represent the sound L. As a modern example, many Chinese speakers confuse the sound R and L, right? I.e., the city of Rome or Roma translated luoma, right? Due to their form in the word in the final hieroglyphics are best translated as an L sound in the representation of the Hebrew theophoric L, right? So we can clearly look at this and say that it does say Israel. This is 1550 to 1290 BCE, and this is on the Berlin pedestal, right? I'm gonna keep going real quick. I'm gonna go past this, right? Going to the Amarna letters, right? They brought up the Amarna letters earlier. Somebody, I forget who it was. I think it was Mighty Hebrew in the late Bronze Age, circa 1550 through 1150 BCE, right? They were prolific letter writers. What's important about that, right? We know at that time it talks about Canaan or the land of Canaan being a vassal to the ancient people of Kemet, right? What's important about this? Beginning in 1887, Egyptian tomb raiders began digging up and selling the tablets, which were written primarily in the era's diplomatic language of Akkadian. So I showed y'all all the way back here, Akkadian is still being used. It's still being used almost 2,000 years, almost 1,000 years. Here we go. It's still being used around this time, right? Here's the beginnings of that language. This dates back to 3800 BCE. Now, let me go down here so I can finish this off. Let me go down here. I can finish this off a little bit. There's one more thing I want to get to.
Man, you really going in on this one, bro.
If you
Holy.
If you look at the Sahel Island or the island in the Nile, they have what they call the famine stele, right? What's important about the famine stele? This is Dr. Petrovich, Douglas Petrovich, PhD scholar, the university at Wilfrid Laurier University in Waterloo, is used Hebrew and the Bible to translate inscriptions found on 18 ancient stone tablets, slabs, right? Here's what Dr. Petrovich, PhD scholar, says has gathered sufficient evidence to claim that the ancient Israelites took Egyptian hieroglyphics and transformed it into a writing system of 22 alphabetic letters, which corresponds to the widely recognized Hebrew alphabet used today. So they used the images of the pictographs, but they gave it their own sounds. So when people say Hebrew is taken from the Meta Neter, no, it's not. They used the symbols, but they gave it their own meaning. There's a big difference how you say that, right? Dr. Douglas Petrovich writes about this, PhD scholar. Let's go. He breaks it all down. You can find it in the Egyptian Museum in Cairo. He deciphers the word Hebrews in a text form from one of these slabs in 1874 BCE, which we'll be saying here, right? This is what he says. There is a connection between ancient Egyptian texts and preserved alphabets. Douglas Petrovich stated recently while promoting his forthcoming book on the subject, I absolutely was surprised to find a reference to Moses. I wasn't going to even do that to y'all because he resided in Egypt for less than a year at the time of his provoking and of astonishment. That's what it says. That's the inscription, right? Then we could talk about the land of Shashu, the Shashu nomads of Yahweh at the Solib inscription. That's why I was what's the good brother that comes over here oftentimes? Tahudi, right? When they say, oh, you can only start at the Solib inscription. No, I just showed you we can go way further back, thousands of years before that, when we're talking about the name of Yahweh, right? Especially found in ancient Kemet, right? This is Titus Kennedy, another PhD scholar, right? He talks about I ain't gonna even go that far back. But if you read the lands of the Shasu nomads of Yahweh Solib at the Tawo, a journal of Nubian studies, 2019. So these ain't nothing from the 1800s and 1200s. Y'all want to get a chance, I'll come back on and I'll do the full presentation. I got about 300 of these slides. I created a full timeline, right? Going back 3800.
We have to bring you back, man.
Right? And so this is the last thing I want to show you. That's the Shasu of Yahweh. Here it is, Douglas Petrovich, right? So in Sinai, y'all can look it up. This is the Sinai inscription, 361. Douglas Petrovich, PhD, the world's oldest alphabet. Douglas Petrovich has deciphered the Sinai inscriptions, and for the first time outside the Bible, we can read how the slaves looked at things. And what does it say? Our bound servitude had lingered. Moses then provoked astonishment It is a year of astonishment because of the lady. What lady? Hathor. Why does they say that? Because during that time, if y'all read, they were miners of lapis lazuli and miners, the people of ancient Israel during the time of the Exodus. And as Moses goes up in the mountain, what they were doing, that's the place where they had a lot of those miners, and they attributed that to Hathor. She was the goddess of those miners, right? And so this is from the 18th dynasty, circa 1446 BCE. It's not my work; it's PhD scholars' work. Go argue with the PhD scholar, right? Douglas Petrovich. That's Jericho. The stele of Amenephis. We can talk about that. The Amenephis study. We could talk about this. I can go on and on and on and on and on and on and on. And as you see, where Jose Francis is, he can come in. He can argue if he wants to with the scholars about what it says in the Meta Nature. And I want to see him read this for us, right? I mean, come on in here, man.
Yo,
So,
you
man,
doing
that's
too
it,
much,
man.
Yarah.
So that's
Yo,
it, man. I'm gonna stop right there.
Right.
Like I said, I got 300 to 400 of these slides, bro, and
jeez.
it's broken down, and we go through I go through the actual meta nature. We're not running from it, as you can see. We're breaking it down. We're looking at it,
Jeez.
what it says. This is what I wanted to show, right? This is called ABCdery. Literally, it's the Isbet Sarta inscription, and they call it ABCdery. Do y'all know what that is? It's a piece of stone or slab where you can literally
Stele.
see. No, it's not a stele, but it's a piece of stone where you can see where they were practicing the Israelite or Hebrew ABCs, basically, right? They were
Okay.
practicing writing, right? Aleph, Bet, Dalet. They were practicing Gimel. They were
Right.
practicing the writing, right? And so you can
Law, Gimmick,
see, yeah. So when people
Dalit.
start, yeah. So when people start talking about, oh, you can see them with their chicken scratch. No, they're practicing their alphabet, and it's literally
Right.
called the Isbet Sarta inscription, right? And this was found in 1978, something like that. But guess what? They date this back to the same time period as the Book of Judges. That's around 1100 1000 BCE. So when the brother comes on and talks about we don't have anything before 600 AD, man, that's just ludicrous. I can go all day on this. I got
Ap-
ostracons up the wazoo, bro. And
Apostle,
We had to
primaries.
bring you back, Yarah.
These are
Apostle
We
primaries.
Kasad,
had
These
to
are
bring you back
primaries.
so you can go in depth.
word.
Yeah, these are
Apostle
yeah,
Kasad wants the link.
yeah, these are
Who?
these are
Kasad.
yes, Kasai.
Kasai.
Let my good brother up real quick, Kasai. Yeah,
Yeah,
just
hold
real
on.
quick, and
Hold
he can
on.
close out. He can close out. And so
Okay.
this is
Let me see.
Ishbaal, right? So we can go in, right? This is during the time of the Judite kings, the king of Judah. Like these are things that we know existed. The Shishak inscription, 925 BC. Like I said, I can bring this all the way up to yesterday, right? From 3,800 BCE to yesterday, and today, once the sun go down.
Identified as Shoshank the first, swept through Israel and Judah, conquering city after city.
Ah,
Bible describes the campaign in Chronicles, Second Chronicles 12, 2-4. Man, I'm really impressed with this work you're doing, brother.
yeah,
Why didn't you tell me you're doing this, man?
man. You know how long I've had this work, man. I've had this work for about 3 years.
Wow.
Wow.
I just haven't had the
Yeah,
opportunity to. I won't say that. I just haven't done it. I just
yeah,
haven't done it because I say a lot of things and people are like, man, you made that up, but I already know. I just laugh at them. So
yeah,
I just found that amusing to just let
yeah.
them hear them say that a lot. So I just laugh at them, man. But I don't never really go into what I have. But like I said, something like convicted me of that when I heard my man say he gonna put all he can out because he wants everybody to 1,000 years from now to believe he was the ancient people of ancient Kemet. Like one of y'all favorite people on here, his people said that. And I'm like,
Wow.
man, that's craziness.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But this is a primary. Y'all say you can't prove nobody in the Bible. He's definitely in the scripture.
I mean, with
And
this,
here he is right here. That's a
Mhm.
this is a primary. This
That's
ain't no
crazy.
guessing game. Right? So when y'all say the Bible is not a history book,
Straight,
well,
straight cold facts.
you
Yep.
know, if you look at some of the McGraw-Hill textbooks that your children are reading, guess what? They'll tell you that there were no slaves brought to the Americas. They'll tell you they were migrant workers looking for a better
Right.
life in America.
Yeah.
But you're not putting your kids' books, making them put their history books down, are you?
Mm.
So when y'all start talking about this stuff, then they want to say, oh, the Bible is a comic book. Well, let's talk about that. The difference between Spider-Man and Superman is that we know Bob Kane created Superman. We know Stan Lee created Spider-Man, right? We know that. We know that they tell us that
Yeah.
these were fictional characters that they made up. Tell me one writer in the Bible that said they made up a fictional character. Tell
None.
me one people that said these people weren't real. One writer in the Bible that says that these people weren't real, that they made them up.
No, they just
So
keep
it's a false
confirming that they
equivalency.
were.
Yeah, it's a false equivalency when they come up and say that the Bible is a comic book. Man, come on, bro, what you talking about?
Yeah.
Can't even make the comparison,
Yep.
right? So like they like when I meet like we tell them all the time, they don't really want the work. They just
And
they just want to throw eggs at the Bible, but they don't really want the work
and when you
because they
present it
can't
like
handle
this, the evidence is overwhelming, man. When you present it like this, like they can't deny it, man.
it. Yeah, man.
You know?
It's so is the Kasai hit the panel yet?
Yeah, he's right here.
Yeah, he's
Kassad,
there. So
Go ahead,
I'm trying to get him.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead, Kassad. Come on, man. Unmute yourself.
Con,
Kassad, you
y'all hear
came
me?
up here late,
Yeah, I
man.
can
We
hear
get
you.
ready to shut it down.
Yeah, I
But
can.
go
You got
ahead,
the
man.
last
You got
word.
the last word.
Con, my bad, man. I was just jumping in. I was in the chat earlier when you had the Mighty Hebrew and them on. It was a little wild. But hey, man, I came back in because I was at work and I caught the tail end when you was on the Berlin pedestal where it mentions Ashkelon, Canaan, and Israel.
Yeah, no doubt.
And I remember, like, bro, that was one of me and your first interactions when we both pulled that source on Reggie. And it's on the deleted video, but this was one of me and your first interactions, bro. So I'm like,
Yeah.
man, Yarah up here going in the bag, man. He can't be doing that right now.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
said
man.
But
deleted.
yeah,
They
I
deleted
didn't.
it?
Yeah, it's
I'm
gone.
mad
Man.
I didn't catch the whole context of everything. But hey, you going in, man. Ain't no all this the Bible and stuff ain't history. Look, man, we got the Messe Stele.
Yeah.
And the Messe Stele, not only is the Messe Stele, but the account from the Messe Stele is told in the Bible.
That's important. Yeah.
On top of that, you don't have any record of the Israelites conquering, coming into that territory unless you have the Bible. So why is Meshe saying that these people came in and conquered his land and so
Facts.
forth and so on, and he got to fight back? We see the documents from Egypt, the Merenptah Stele. On top of that, other inscriptions, the connection with the Karnak Temple, as you mentioned, also Shoshank's campaign, as he goes up the Shephelah and goes through the Runa passage and kind of starts attacking Israel and all this. We got this stuff documented. I'm telling y'all be playing. We really waiting for you to step in the ring so we can knock you out. That's really what we waiting on.
They don't want to do that, bro. They be running, man. They be running,
But
man.
and the last thing I wanted to touch on, because I noticed you also brought the Douglas Petrovich. One of the actual Sinai inscriptions they have both the Egyptian and the Hebrew version of it. Right.
Yes.
So not only we know that these are two different languages from two different cultures and stuff they're speaking, but they're using the same script, as you pointed out. The
Facts.
Hebrews
Yep.
took it to use their own language, and not only that, but it also has the Pharaoh name on it, right? And it's not one of the pharaohs that a lot of people want to try to attribute to him. It's not a new kingdom pharaoh when this stuff starts. When the
That's
Israelites and
facts.
stuff first are documented there, is they're in the
Yep.
middle kingdom.
Yep.
The pharaoh name on the inscription with the Hebrew or the Sinai inscription and the Egyptian inscription, his name is Amenemhat III. That's a middle kingdom pharaoh.
Middle Kingdom Pharaoh.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know, so hey, I wasn't trying to come in too much and step on anything or add too
No,
much
you
to it.
good.
I just hit it. I was like, man, he in here. He dropping some jewels right now. I gotta come tap in real quick with the elder.
Yeah, you good, bro. You got the last word. So that's good. That's what's up, man. So I appreciate y'all, man. Y'all get those tickets, man. July 11th, man. Jabari, Professor Jabari versus Dr. Reggie. I still call him Dr. Reggie. It's all good. And
That's
hey,
gonna
man,
be
July 11th, man.
that's gonna be a good topic,
Yeah,
Elder
man.
Yarah, because
Yeah.
I'm on the side of Reggie
Yeah.
when it comes to the Cometians did look at the netters as literal. Now, if you wanna talk about certain things about that a sword get chopped up 14 times, and what I mean,
Well, that's
scattered
crazy,
throughout
right?
ancient
And put back together.
and this, that,
Yeah.
the third. My thing is this. My thing is you're going to have, and I see Kashad, Shalom, young Lord. So when you have,
Shalom, elder. Shalom.
you missed it, man. I had to fry some eggs earlier, man. You missed it. You had to rewind this back, man. You know what I mean? But getting back to what I'm, man. You know me, I'm Hebrew
I see you
forever,
cooking
man. I never
on
convert.
the DNA.
I cook these dudes, man. Listen, let me focus on Brother Reggie and Professor Jabari. That one of the problems, Elder Yarah and Elder Apostle, is this word myth. And I've been amongst these Black conscious brothers and sisters for many years, and they use that word myth loosely, like faith. They use that word loosely to justify something not being real. Well, the ancients never looked at what is being defined today as myth like that. Myth was really was a legend based on a true story or event, but it was shrouded around certain esoteric teachings. Those that weren't initiated in certain systems looked at certain things with a literal eye, and those that understood knew better. But they never said that these netters didn't exist. Okay, we know it ain't a man walking around with a falcon on his head. All right, we know that. But where's the symbolic understanding behind these things? You know what I mean? So we know for a fact, for a person, for instance, to understand astrology or astronomy and give stories behind it, those that created these ideas had to see things on earth to give an understanding what was going on in the heavens. We talk about the psychology behind what is being displayed as a so-called myth. You seen them earlier talking about a pantheistic ancestor, and the first thing they think it's a person that's not real. What they got to stop doing, y'all got to stop parrot chirping from European scholars. Many of the arguments that came on here tonight are old 18th and 19th century arguments, man, that been played out. Trying to say that the Hebrews didn't exist, the argument that the Exodus story never happened, all that stuff came from Eurocentric scholars, Euro Gentile scholars. And what did y'all do? Instead of doing y'all own ground footwork research, you know what y'all did? Y'all just parrot chirped off of what y'all read. Y'all ain't do no ground footwork research to say, the Hebrews weren't in Africa. Like you hear, and Garfield even put it out there. He'll say, well, they would have died in the Sahara. No Hebrews, because he argued that there were no Hebrews that went into West Africa. They would have died. But then turn around and say that these Euro-Gentile Jews, the frankincense and myrrh trading routes to get to West Africa and intermix with African tribes to produce these converted Black African Jews. You see the oxymoron or the contradiction. You will say that the Hebrews, no, they died off. They would have never made it throughout the Sahara. But if we looking at the Romans invading, the Israelites, and they coming from the north, wouldn't we run further south? If the enemy invade, we talking about the Iron Army of the Roman Empire, right? If they're coming from the north, naturally we would run south. That's just natural. So it makes sense that we're seeing these Hebrew cultural complexities throughout West, Central, South, and Eastern Africa because they were running from these invaders. And y'all going to sit up here and say that all the Hebrews in Africa are just lying? And if you say yes, then I'm going to ask you, well, what is the motive of them lying? What is the agenda behind these different Hebrew groups and subgroups from different bigger tribes lying for? And they made a movie with Bruce Willis called Tears of the Sun, and you seen how they was executing a lot of them Igbo Hebrew elders and all that.
Facts.
Right. Facts.
That shit. They was killing them because during the enlightened age of Ghana and all them, when you talking about Kwame and Nkrumah and all them that came, they was learning from the West. And when they came back, all them elders that had oral traditions saying that they came from the East, they was killing them off. That's a fact. And if you on the ground, you would know these things. But for y'all to sit up here, you know what you're doing. This is what they're doing, Elder Yarah. They say they love Africa, right? But they throw away the oral traditions of the people in Africa and deal with strictly academia. So basically, you saying that the white man is right and your ancestors is wrong. That's what you're saying. You're trying to say that we can't go by none of the oral traditions, so we can't deal with no type of anthropology at all. Then they tried to use genetics earlier, and I destroyed them because the genetic research that they're talking about is only 4 generations. And then they try to bring up the Lamba and talk about because they got certain J1 markers, the dominant genetic marker is the E1B1A marker that I'm saying that defines an Israelite, not the J1 and J2. The J1 and J2 came to the fucking Crusades. That is a fact. And for them to sit up here and say they know history, and then I ask the question, why is it that you keep calling it so-called Middle East, Northeastern Africa? Why is it so hard for you to look at the Hebrews as being what you would call Afro-Asiatic people? And every time invaders came, why did they run deeper into Africa? If they were different from in skin complexion from the people in Africa, why were they always running into Africa? Why wouldn't they go to lands that were familiar to them in Europe? Because they weren't from Europe.
Facts.
You want to say that Kemet is, you know, the mother pearl of Africa, and you want to make Kemet an African people. Why you don't want to make the Israelites? And y'all clearly tried to say in y'all arguments in the past that Israel was a colony of Kemet. That's what y'all say. You mean to tell me that Joseph wasn't recognized by his own brother? Why was Joseph confused for a Kemetian if they were a different ethnic people, man? In the sense of skin color. Why are the Hebrews always being identified with African people? Why are they being identified with Ethiopian people? Why they? Let me give y'all a little jewel.
Hold on, Hebrew, for a minute.
Let me give y'all a jewel. Herodotus talk about there's 2 Ethiopians. Yes.
Hurry up and wrap it up, Mighty Hebrew, because I gotta shut it down.
I'm gonna land this joint. Yo, Elder Yarah, let me give you this jewel real quick. Now you know about Herodotus.
Yes,
right?
sir. Yes, sir.
All right. So he talk about 2 Ethiopians, the Eastern Ethiopians and the Western Ethiopians.
Yep. Yes, he does.
And all these Afrocentric Black conscious scholars, they always talk about that, to talk about the greatness of Kush, all the way from Indus Kush to what we know as Kush or Ethiopia today. But you know what the problem is? They don't really tell you who the Eastern Ethiopians are and the Western Ethiopians are. Well, I'm going to tell you. The Eastern Ethiopians are the Yadavas of the Indus Valley that was running during the Ramayanian War. And they went into the same route that Abraham used. When Abraham and them migrants left, they migrated from the east to the west. They will be considered Western Ethiopians. Because remember, Ethiopia only means burnt-faced people. It comes from Ethiops. So when you read the whole story of Herodotus talking about the Eastern Ethiopians and the Western Ethiopians, it's talking about the Yadava Hebrews that were known as the Eastern Ethiopians that ran to what we know as Asia Minor or the so-called Middle East, which later on they became known as Western Ethiopians. It didn't even have nothing to do with the Cushite people. Check me.
Facts.
All right, y'all. Let me know if y'all hear this.
Peace to you.
Can y'all hear that?
Yeah, shout out to Sister Cassandra Mensah. Peace to you, sis. Long time.
I love y'all. I love y'all elders, man. I love y'all, man. I love Elder Apostle and Elder Yarah, my brothers, my elders. Shalom to all y'all. Shalom.
Shalom.
Peace, peace and blessings, man.
Peace.
Elder Apostle, we can't hear nothing.
You can't hear it?
No.
All right, let me do it this way. Let me do it this way. Let me start it over. I thought y'all might hear it, but I wasn't sure. So let me come in here and do this here.
Great show though, Elder Apostle. Great show.
Yeah, it was a good show.
Yeah.
Can you hear it now?
Yep.
Kasalaknawa, Kawawakinawa, Wala Ayunawa, Banasayawa, Bob, Hawashayanawa, Mayan, Raikayanawa, Amalakwa, Waha Allah, Waha Fire, Waha Wulamyan, Abanawa Shabbat Shemayim Kodashaya Shinkaya Hawa Malakwat Nawa Taba'a Ratisai Nawa Haya Asha Ratiza Kowod Haya Mashimayim Lathamanawa Latham Kayawon Wasalaknawa Kawawafnawa Kasalaknawa, Kawawakinawa, Wala Ayunawa, Banasayawa, Bob, Hawashayanawa, Mayan, Raikayanawa, Amalakwa, Waha Allah, Waha Fire, Waha Wulamyan,
Thank you. I'd like to show my appreciation and my gratitude for all of you that were here today that took time to spend time with us. Brother Yarah, Elder Yarah did his thing. He dropped all kind of bombs in the house tonight. And I appreciate that, him for doing that. Sincerely, y'all. I thank you all for my guests, everybody that's here, everybody that came. Let me see something. Let me get in here because I thought I had stopped that. And it wasn't stopped. But hey, we here now and show my appreciation for each and everybody. Remember the debate. I almost said remember the fight. But it's spiritual, so it's a debate, it's a fight. And get your ticket for House of Consciousness Coliseum. We thank you. Big ups to Sanetta, Nepal, all the hosts of the family of HOK. Remember, show appreciations by thumbing up the videos, donate, show your appreciation for all that we do, for the information that we bring. I'm only trying to rush through it because I've gone too long. But I thank you for staying with us today. Appreciate you. Hallelujah. 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 Amen. Amen.